For 20 long years, tormented by alien monsters, Earth's final day had finally arrived. Humanity's last warriors gathered, roaring as they charged in desperation for one final, bloody battle. Their sole objective was to defeat the Overlord, the ruler of the alien race, hovering high above. Kabuna, the Lord of Monsters, looked down at the ants below with contempt and arrogance. He muttered a few alien words, then gathered a crimson energy, preparing to unleash a map-clearing attack. A terrifying explosion struck the ground, blowing away everything in its path like dry leaves before a storm. Do-hyuk was thrown back by the shockwave, his body aching, but he struggled to get up amidst the desolate ruins. He gritted his teeth bitterly, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized the boss's power was truly authentic. Do-hyuk, enraged, was about to charge recklessly when his comrade, the Red Demon, immediately stopped him. Seeing his comrade's severed arm, Do-hyuk was stunned, but the Red Demon remained calm despite the blood loss. The entire group admitted that, in their current shattered state, stopping the boss was an impossible task. The blonde mage revealed humanity's last trump card, found after 20 years, the Time Regression Stone. The stone's rules were harsh. Only one person could use it to turn back time. Just once. The Red Demon looked straight into Do-hyuk's eyes and declared that he was the only one who had to go. Do-hyuk froze, the burden of saving 8 billion lives suddenly placed entirely on his shoulders. His comrades placed their full trust in him, the legendary genius hunter, the only one skilled enough to turn the tide of this game. Do-hyuk clenched his fist, his gaze resolute as he accepted the heavy mission without hesitation. He activated the stone, a surge of purple energy enveloping his body, along with a vow to save everyone in the next life. In the moment he vanished into the void, the last image he saw was the satisfied smiles of his comrades. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Do-hyuk had officially departed to rewrite this bloody history. Do-hyuk lay motionless, while the Red Demon and the blonde mage looked at him with relief, believing the burden of saving the world had been entrusted to the right person. The blonde mage smiled with determination, asserting that humanity still had one last move to reverse this cruel game. Kabuna, the Lord of Space, hovered in the fiery sky like a god of death, exuding destructive pressure that made space tremble. An entire army of monsters, as numerous as ants, charged forward, signaling a long and bloody war that those left behind would have to bear. Without a trace of fear, the blonde mage and the Red Demon charged straight into the death trap, determined to fight one last bloody battle to open a path for their comrades to live. A thunderous crash echoed through the heart of the peaceful modern city, marking the moment the timeline had been successfully reversed. Do-hyuk woke up in his familiar tiny rented room, looking around bewildered, wondering if this regression gamble had truly worked. He clenched his fist excitedly, realizing he had returned to the perfect moment, with a full 7 months until the apocalypse. Do-hyuk stood up, checking his currently weak body, and immediately outlined a frantic plan to level up and prepare essential supplies. He grabbed his jacket with a sharp gaze, keenly aware that the lives of 8 billion people now rested squarely in his hands. Do-hyuk rushed through the bustling streets, determined to awaken his power during the very first outbreak to gain an absolute advantage. 7 months passed. At Bukhansan Mountain, Do-hyuk stood tall amidst nature, awaiting the fated moment that would finally arrive. Although his body hadn't reached peak condition, Do-hyuk confidently gripped the crowbar, his muscles bulging, ready for a bloody debut. He stared at the cliff face ahead, certain that in just one more minute, a spatial rift would tear this place apart. A colossal surge of magical energy would gush forth like a baptism, forcing human bodies to open up and awaken overwhelming power. Do-hyuk gripped his weapon, preparing to welcome the first scout monsters about to emerge from the spatial rift, with the mindset of a hunter. Memories of giant ants massacring civilians resurfaced, reminding him that these small fry were once a terrifying nightmare that wiped out countless lives. Do-hyuk tensed his muscles, beginning to count down every second with intense focus, ready to teach the monsters a lesson they'd never forget. He adopted an extremely fierce combat stance, his eyes blazing, as the countdown ticked down to the final seconds before the catastrophe began. The moment it hit 0, Do-hyuk swung his crowbar, charging into battle with unstoppable speed and power. The lonely chirping of birds in the quiet space made Do-hyuk begin to doubt his life as he waited endlessly, seeing no spatial rift. He broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh to reassure himself that it was probably just a 10-second time zone difference. 10 hours passed in vain, and the pouring rain made Do-hyuk scream in frustration and despair in the dark night. He gripped the crowbar tightly, deluding himself that he must have misremembered the date, and resolved to stay put and wait until tomorrow. That tomorrow stretched into a week, turning him into a scruffy, bearded madman whom hikers looked at with concern. A full month passed, and Do-hyuk became a famous social media check-in spot, nicknamed Bukansan's waiting stone. News reports about the mountain prayer saint made his sister at home realize her precious older brother was acting like an idiot. Do-hyuk was found and brought back to the city, where the world was still strangely peaceful, and there was no apocalypse at all. 3 months later, instead of being a savior, Do-hyuk had to carry cement, working himself to the bone at a construction site to earn a living. He bitterly recalled his glorious past life with dozens of cool nicknames like Lone Wolf or Mad Dog amidst the fiery battlefield. Do-hyuk clenched his fist as he reminisced about the proud title of savior that once belonged to him. Now, standing in the crowded plaza, he just wanted to disappear into the ground from shame, being seen by others as a mere laborer. He ambled down the street, accepting the harsh truth that nothing had happened for the past half-year. There were no alien monsters, nor any awakened individuals appearing to overturn the world's order. Do-hyuk bitterly admitted that this Earth was completely different from the hell he had struggled to survive in. No matter how popular the multiverse theory was, he never expected to find himself in such an ironic situation. However, the absence of a catastrophe was truly a blessing for the people of this world, a fortune spanning generations. All his frantic preparation and training efforts had gone completely to waste. Do-hyuk looked up at the blue sky, telling himself he would enjoy this peace, when his phone suddenly rang with a ding-dong. A barrage of debt collection messages from the bank hit his eyes, making him realize that the earthly hell named debt had officially begun. Jian put her hands on her hips, questioning her precious older brother about what nonsense he'd been up to lately to cause trouble for the family. His sister listed his offenses, saying that for the past year, he'd only bought junk home, from gas masks to strange toys. Jian grabbed his collar, yelling about him fleeing their rented room and declaring the world was ending, which made their parents extremely worried. Do-hyuk's eyes welled up with tears, bitterly realizing that the apocalypse scenario he had hoped for hadn't happened to clear his debts. Recalling his heroic past, he had once conspired with the Red Demon, planning to borrow money by any means necessary to prepare for war. When asked about the consequences of borrowing money, Do-hyuk had boldly declared back then that he didn't give a damn about what happened later. His demon ally laughed heartily in agreement, saying that if the pandemic broke out, the world would be doomed, and no one would have time to collect debts. Back to the harsh reality, his younger sister shook him until his brains rattled, asking how he would pay off that huge debt now that peace had returned. Jian crossed her arms, acting like a boss, offering him a fixed salary if he agreed to be her assistant for game livestreams. He asked, bewildered, if it was that weird hat game she always played in her room. Do-hyuk pointed at his own face and vehemently denied it, saying he had never touched such entertainment technology in his life. His sister refused to give up, insisting that he had athletic talent and would catch on quickly, because she had no one else to ask for help. He stood up with a weary expression, pouting in disdain at the paltry sums earned from playing online games. Hearing the figure of 15 million won a month, Do-hyuk's eyes widened so much they looked like they might pop out from shock. Ji-an radiated the dazzling aura of a wealthy woman as she announced they would split the profits, instantly blinding Do-hyuk. Without another second of thought, he was already settled in the machine's pod, respectfully calling his sister master. Accepting his fate as a slave to money, Do-hyuk eagerly awaited the connection process to the virtual world to begin. Both siblings were sucked into a stream of blue data, making a full dive jump into digital space. Do-hyuk and Ji-an landed coolly with brand new character designs inside a gloomy, thunderous waiting room. Welcome to It Kills 2, an ultra-difficult survival horror game known as a graveyard for rookies. Do-hyuk and Ji-an entered the gloomy, abandoned building, while the chat continuously spammed about how terrifying this map was. While Do-hyuk wore a weary expression, Ji-an feigned fear, clinging to her brother's arm like glue. Both boldly walked through the main gate, making the viewers in the chat marvel at the duo's recklessness. Heavy footsteps echoed as Do-hyuk's military boots stomped onto the cold stone steps. A long-story notification panel appeared right in front of them, startling Ji-an, who quickly hid behind Do-hyuk. Without bothering to read a single word, Do-hyuk waved his hand, swiping away the tutorial panel at light speed to skip the tutorial. Ji-an grabbed her brother's collar and shook him violently, wailing desperately because his hands faster than his brain habit dared to skip the tutorial in an ultra-difficult game. Do-hyuk could only scratch his head and force a laugh, claiming he accidentally pressed the wrong button because the panel appeared too suddenly. His sister covered her face in utter helplessness, while the chat had a field day laughing at rookie Do-hyuk's cluelessness. Ji-an turned to the viewers for help, pleading with clasped hands for some game tips, having foolishly skipped the tutorial. The chat immediately offered enthusiastic advice, telling her to find stun grenades and absolutely not to choose realistic mode. Before she could even process it, the realistic mode selection notification prominently appeared, freezing Ji on completely. She lunged and grabbed Do-hyuk's shirt, screaming in despair, demanding to know what her damn brother had fiddled with. Ji-on slumped to the ground, crying bitterly over the wasted money, while Do-hyuk stood frozen, realizing the price they had to pay for this mistake. A ding-ding sound rang out, saving their souls, as a wealthy donor donated 1 million won, along with the challenge to clear realistic mode. Another 500,000 won donation hit them, with the condition that they would get unlimited money for clearing the stage, no matter how many tries. Smelling the sweet scent of money, the two siblings immediately changed their attitudes, their eyes burning with determination to grind the game and pay off their debts. Do-hyuk pushed the door open and stepped inside, his face terrifyingly serious, radiating killing intent as if he were about to collect debts for hire. A corpse hanging upside down from the ceiling suddenly dropped down, its mouth agape, screaming horrifically right in front of them. Ignoring his terrified sister, Do-hyuk calmly searched the corpse for an axe and tossed Ji-on a pistol. Ji-on held the pistol, her face scrunched up in suspicion at the blunt axe, while Do-hyuk enthusiastically imparted knowledge of hacking and slashing to his rookie sister. A neck-hugger monster descended like a meteor, freezing Ji-on completely at the sight of its jagged teeth. She shrieked, clutching her head in fear and cowering, as if doomsday had arrived. Do-hyuk rushed forward, fiercely blocking the attack with one hand, protecting his sister, who was shaking like a leaf behind him. He swung his axe decisively, charging straight at the monster with blazing speed, tearing the air around him. The axe blade plunged into the monster's head, making it let out a pathetic shriek before vanishing from this world. He slammed the monster onto the floor with a thud, finishing it off in an instant, causing the chat to explode in disbelief. Before he could even catch his breath, 3 more monsters charged, but Do-hyuk stood proudly on the corpse of his enemy like a god of war. His eyes were sharp and cold, veins bulging in his neck, full of killing intent, ready to make mincemeat of any monster horde that dared to approach. He wielded his axe like an artist, slicing through the monsters in a flash with moves so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. The entire room was drenched in blood and monster corpses. Do-hyuk stood there, sighing in relief as if he'd just taken a stroll, without expending any effort. He turned back, his blood-splattered face beaming as he asked how she was, but his appearance was no different from an escaped serial killer. Ji-on, in utter panic, screamed and accidentally pulled the trigger, blowing her dear brother's brains out at close range. The screen displayed a huge mission-failed message, while Ji-on's soul was kneeling and desperately apologizing to her brother's resentful corpse. The chat burst out laughing, donating 1,000 won to mock the troublemaker sister's epic fail. In the real world, Black Oak's jaw dropped in astonishment, witnessing Do-hyuk's overpowered axe skills, taking on 4 at once. He typed frantically, desperately asking for the identity of the master who had just displayed such peak combat performance. The two siblings were revived by the system, their bodies gradually regenerating in a mystical blue light, preparing to restart. Ji-on forced a laugh and profusely apologized, while Do-hyuk's face was as dark as a pot, fuming at his sister, speechless. He tried to suppress his anger deep down, reassuring his troublemaker sister that it was just a minor technical error, though he was bleeding inside. Do-hyuk poked his finger on his troublemaker sister's forehead, cursing through gritted teeth for foolishly giving a gun to an idiot who doesn't use her brain. Ji-on pouted as she followed her brother's glaring demeanor, listening to him order her to move very quickly this time around. Do-hyuk tucked his useless sister under one arm, while with the other, he wielded his axe, creating streaks of light that sliced through monsters, blocking their path like butter. He stood proudly beside the giant monster's corpse, warning his sister that he alone was more than enough to clear this entire map. Do-hyuk turned back with a serious expression, declaring that to clear the next stage, they needed to clearly divide roles right now. Ji-on was dumbfounded, her innocent eyes wide, not understanding what her brother was up to with this role division business. He listed a long string of important tasks, from shooting, melee combat, looting, to scouting, and claimed them all for himself. Do-hyuk yelled, ordering Ji-on to shut up, and that her only task was to stand and cheer for him, forbidden to do anything else. Ji-en angrily argued back, veins popping, for being underestimated in her own game, but Do-hyuk ignored her and rushed straight into the next stage. The door opened to a blinding light. Ji-en cowered in fear, demanding to go with him, not daring to stand alone behind. A giant monster with bulging muscles and fiery eyes appeared, its footsteps shaking the entire floor, signaling the arrival of the sub-boss. As soon as she saw the boss's silhouette, Ji-on shrieked and conveniently pushed her dear brother into danger to be a meat shield. The monster struck with a lightning blow, Do-hyuk dodged while cursing his foolish sister, who was fleeing for her life, as the chat burst into laughter over her team-killing move. He slid, narrowly dodging the boss's 1,000-pound punch, leaving fiery friction trails on the floor. Capitalizing on his momentum, Do-hyuk delivered a powerful hook kick straight to the giant monster's chin to regain the initiative. He agilely leaped onto the boss's back, axe in hand, preparing to finish off the large but sluggish opponent. Do-hyuk raised his axe high, his sharp eyes assessing this monster as mere fodder compared to what he had faced in his previous life. The axe blade descended with wind-splitting speed, creating a harsh, grating impact against the monster's flesh. However, the boss's skin was too thick for the dull axe to penetrate. The chat immediately spammed warnings about its tankiness, causing new players to flee. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth with determination, his eyes blazing as he realized that ordinary physical attacks were useless against this tough monster. Do-hyuk put his entire body weight into his heel, stomping hard on the enemy's head, creating a shocking thud. He roared, forcing everything to bend to his will, crushing the stubborn monster's last resistance with sheer force. The giant monster crashed to the floor with a thud. The chat exploded, unable to believe a newbie could clear such a formidable boss. Jian's jaw dropped to her ears, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to utter a word at the absurd scene that had just unfolded. The chat asserted that no one had ever defeated a boss with just a hand axe, but Do-hyuk merely looked bewildered, asking why everyone found it strange when it was so easy. People clamored to explain that normally, only fully geared veterans could hope to defeat this monster after a tear-filled battle. Ji-an insisted her brother was a true novice. The chat immediately challenged Do-hyuk to open his status window for verification. Do-hyuk indulged his sister, opening the stats window, which displayed 134 status points, despite less than an hour of playtime. The chat erupted once more, spamming wildly because a stat of 134 was unthinkable for an account created less than a day ago. Online professors analyzed that professional athletes typically reached around 125. 140 was the human limit, and the world record was only 147. The detailed panel showed lines of text stating, top 0.01% in body balance, making viewers suspect he was a robot, not a normal human. Do-hyuk smirked smugly, thinking to himself that all his frantic training to prepare for the apocalypse had indeed not been in vain. Jian rushed to hug her brother tightly, crying and demanding he share what multi-level marketing secret helped him achieve such an overpowered physique. A 10,000 won donation flew in from Black Oak, making Jian's eyes light up. The chat recognized him as the legendary Black Oak. Do-hyuk listened blankly to the explanation about the hidden questline. It turned out this monster was supposed to capture players to lead them to the next storyline. The chat recounted the legend of how Black Oak had used heavy firearms and endured 7 grueling stages to be the first to unlock this hidden questline. Do-hyuk rubbed his chin and casually remarked that 7 stages were due to poor skill. If you met someone who knew how to play, it wouldn't need to be that complicated. Sitting in front of his screen, Black Oak broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a pained smile as a newbie with an axe called him a novice. However, Black Oak quickly regained his composure, typing out an acknowledgement that Do-hyuk's skill in defeating the boss with just an axe was truly terrifying. He decided not to just watch anymore, and donated another 10,000 won, proposing to set up a special quest right on the livestream. A sweet 1 million won deal, with the condition of only using a hand axe, made Ji-an squeal with delight. While Do-hyuk immediately accepted the offer, Black Oak was on edge, warning that this map was full of formidable monsters, not a playground for that dull axe. He broke out in a cold sweat, advising Do-hyuk to switch to a crowbar or a chainsaw to be more effective before it was too late. Before his creditor could finish speaking, Do-hyuk accepted the quest so quickly that even the system lagged. Ignoring his sister's frantic screams as she was dragged along, Do-hyuk charged straight into the map, determined to snatch all the prize money. The second sub-boss, Eglond, appeared, its chainsaw arm roaring menacingly. Black Oak's face paled as he explained that a mere graze from that chainsaw would instantly deplete a player's HP bar. According to the textbook, this boss had complex aggro mechanics, requiring tanks and damage dealers to coordinate seamlessly. The standard strategy was for 2 players to take turns, drawing aggro, to safely chip away at the enemy's health. But Do-hyuk threw all theories out the window, charging in for a direct solo, making Black Oak frantically donate and ask what the hell he was doing. Do-hyuk scoffed at what they called standard tactics, deeming them nothing but garbage theories. To him, in the old days when there were no weapons, bare fists were deadly enough for survival combat. Do-hyuk confidently declared himself the ultimate monster hunter, capable of handling any situation, no matter how lacking in equipment. He weaved, narrowly dodging the chainsaw attack, scoffing at the 5 years of experience these gamers nowadays had, calling it mere child's play. Compared to his 20 years of bloody warfare, these in-game tactics were just a joke for brats. Do-hyuk launched a crippling blow at the monster's arm joint to destroy the source of its agility. Following through, he delivered a lightning kick to unbalance the opponent, preparing for a clean finishing blow. The final target was the neck, the fatal weakness of all humanoid monsters, which he knew by heart. The axe blade descended with a dry thud, but the impact felt unsatisfying. The full-force strike was blocked by the boss' muscular arm, making Do-hyuk's eyes widen while the chat screamed in despair. The roaring engine of the giant chainsaw blade, descending made Ji-an shriek, calling out to her brother in that life-or-death moment. Do-hyuk twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack with insane speed, leaving afterimages that made the chat explode over the unbelievable maneuver. He used his axe to block the rapidly spinning chainsaw blade, sparks flying, but he knew the monster's defense was still a wall that needed to be broken. Eglande roared wildly, its bulging muscles signaling that its defense stats were skyrocketing as it felt threatened. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth and sneered, asserting the simple truth. The tougher the enemy, the harder one must strike to break through. He focused all his strength into a single point, concentrating intensely, preparing for the decisive blow as the monster charged. A clean, shining axe cut through the defense, activating a finishing blow that sent the opponent to their demise in an instant. Eglande's massive body crashed to the ground, blood gushing, marking the end of the formidable boss at the hands of the legendary hunter. Do-hyuk stood proudly amidst the rubble, running a hand through his hair and sighing in relief, remarking that this boss was only a little annoying. Ji-an jumped for joy, cheering in victory, while the chat was flooded with expletives, unable to believe their eyes. The ting-ting of donations rang out. Do-hyuk, collecting the money, casually explained to his sister that everything was much easier than he had thought. He began lecturing about reading the direction of leg muscles to neutralize an opponent's movement speed just as they were about to strike. Next was meticulously observing shoulder movements to predict attack directions, turning every enemy strike into a blatant joke before his eyes. The theory sounded dangerous, but in summary, the strategy was simply to dodge gracefully and then deliver a critical blow to the boss's mouth. Ji-an broke out in a cold sweat listening to her brother boast, while the chat sarcastically remarked that at this rate, he'd soon be dodging bullets. Do-hyuk twirled his axe, casually declaring that bullets traveled in straight lines, so one only needed to watch the gun barrel to dodge or use the axe to block, and the problem was solved. And quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the descending staircase, cutting short her monster brother's absurd lecture before it was too late. Both descended the dark staircase. Do-hyuk took the opportunity to impart knowledge about the next stage, while Ji-an noticed new weapons appearing. Ji-an was excited when she picked up the twin axes, but her face immediately drained of color when she spotted the danger behind Do-hyuk. A whole horde of red-eyed reinforced zombies surged forward like a waterfall, terrifying Ji-an, while the pet dog in the chat channel barked loudly in alarm. Do-hyuk's axe blocked the monster's claw attack as easily as swatting a fly. He spun his twin axes in a deadly circle, decapitating the zombies rushing towards him like a storm. A zombie's head flew into the air, astonishing the viewers in the chat, as the zombies seemed as soft as tofu before his axe blades. Do-hyuk deftly dodged an attack while taking the opportunity to lecture the audience on practical combat game theory. He delivered a chop to his opponent's neck, and proudly shouted the name of his self-made, rather cheesy-sounding skill. Zombies suddenly appeared in overwhelming numbers, making the viewers question the game's unreasonable difficulty. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, deciding to pour a little more strength into clearing this trash faster. He activated the whirlwind skill, transforming his body into a rapidly spinning drill of death. The whirlwind of axe blades swept through the corridor, crushing every monster that dared to approach into smithereens. Ji-an vomited violently from dizziness and the gory sight, while Do-hyuk stood tall amidst the battlefield. He wiped his sweat and looked bewildered when he saw the chat comparing his skill to some unfamiliar game. Ji-an quickly called her brother over when she found a blood-stained notebook containing important information. She excitedly announced that she had found clues about a serum to cure the monster plague. The notebook revealed that these mutated monsters all originated from a special type of bacteria. The antidote serum was in a truck parked near the house they had passed earlier. Ji-an outlined a plan to use a water sprinkler to spread the serum, weakening all the monsters in the mansion area. Do-hyuk wondered if the game would truly be unplayable without using the serum. He suggested skipping the serum retrieval step to avoid hassle, which terrified Ji-an, making her fear a disastrous failure. Black Oak immediately donated 100,000 won, along with a challenge to clear the stage without using the serum. The siblings' attitudes immediately changed. Their eyes lit up, and they unanimously accepted the challenge, enticed by the sweet smell of money. Do-hyuk landed in the underground sewer with a crash, splashing water everywhere, while his sister on his back shrieked like an alarm siren due to the powerful impact. He smirked confidently as he smelled the familiar stench, recalling the days he used to hide in sewers to avoid aliens as a daily routine. As soon as he saw a sewer rat scurry past, Do-hyuk's eyes lit up like car headlights, immediately thinking of a fragrant and nutritious stew. A red-eyed giant rat led a whole swarm, rushing out with bared fangs and claws, making Jian turn pale and point frantically. Instead of fleeing, Do-hyuk charged straight at the monster with a delighted expression. As if he'd struck gold, his twin axes ready to mince his opponent. He swung his axes like a meat grinder, obliterating the rats in an instant, and quickly snatching the fattest thigh as a trophy. Do-hyuk opened his mouth wide, intending to take a bite of giant raw rat sashimi, making Jian want to vomit violently at her brother's horrifying act. Before he could put it in his mouth, a thunderous slap came out of nowhere, knocking his delicious prey away with a sharp, clanging impact. Two muscular chaos monsters with numerous tentacles emerged from the shadows. These were the final bosses of the stage, but they had appeared early. Jian was in utter panic, seeing the game glitch out and spawn two bosses at once. She screamed at her brother to run quickly before they lost their lives. Ignoring the two roaring, threatening monsters, Do-hyuk knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, heartbroken over the piece of rat meat that had just been knocked into the mud. A furious rage ignited from losing his meal. He charged at the two bosses with overwhelming bloodlust, vowing to fight to the death against those who dared to ruin his snack. Jian watched, utterly helpless, not understanding why her and her brother's bad luck always led to encountering unmanageable game glitches and monsters appearing out of sequence. Black Oak, sitting in front of his screen, also broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Do-hyuk's overpowered stats had triggered a hellish difficulty, causing the game to spawn monsters indiscriminately. Do-hyuk took a full thunderous punch from the boss, sending him flying a great distance and creating a massive shockwave, just as Black Oak donated more money to cheer him on. The two Kayas coordinated their relentless attacks, tentacles lashing out like a torrential storm, making the situation extremely tense. He slid expertly to dodge attacks across the dirty water, his mouth still stubbornly shouting that he was fine to reassure his sister, who was trembling like a leaf behind him. Do-hyuk swung his axe, chopping the incoming tentacles to pieces, declaring that now was when he was truly warmed up and ready to fight to the death. The sharp axe blade sliced through the monster's flesh, blood splattering everywhere, seemingly inflicting significant damage. But these monsters were no pushovers. Their wounds instantly regenerated in a flash, making Do-hyuk's previous attack feel like a mere scratch. The monster opened its mouth and spewed a stream of sickly green poisonous gas, forcing Do-hyuk to quickly raise his hand to cover his face. Ji-an coughed violently as her health bar began to plummet uncontrollably, signaling that her survival time was now counted in minutes. Do-hyuk ignored the poisonous smoke, charging straight in to deliver a thunderous punch to the monster's face to assert dominance. He deftly twisted his body to dodge the boss's devastating slap, his mind racing to find a way to counter its overpowered regeneration ability. The axe in Do-hyuk's hand danced like a dragon and phoenix, slashing relentlessly at the enemy's flesh, hoping to overwhelm its regeneration speed. A clean, swift cut severed the monster's head and arm, sending blood splattering everywhere, but immediately, the severed neck began to bubble, and the muscle fibers rewove themselves with horrifying speed. Ji-an fired her gun in vain, and screamed in utter panic as she watched the monster's head regrow exactly as before in an instant. The Kayas roared defiantly, charging forward with unstoppable force as if to prove its immortality. Do-hyuk glided like the wind, his sharp eyes flashing as he realized the fatal weakness was its heart. The monster swung its colossal fist down, intending to crush the small prey circling before it. Do-hyuk leaped with extreme skill, flipping in mid-air and landing directly on the monster's back to gain a height advantage. He plunged his axe blade into the monster's shoulder as a foothold, preparing for a move that would leave a lasting impression. Do-hyuk's face revealed a brutal expression as he decided to rip out the enemy's heart to end this prolonged game. He plunged his hand deep into the monster's chest, ignoring its agonizing screams echoing throughout the tunnel. Just then, the second Chaos charged from behind, intending to ambush and rescue its comrade. A dry, ripping sound echoed as the second monster's sharp claws pierced through its own kind. Jian's eyes widened as she screamed a warning to her brother, but everything was already part of the cunning gamer's plan. Do-hyuk had already leaped away, leaving the foolish monster to crush its own comrade's heart in an incredibly powerful friendly fire incident. The remaining monster snarled furiously, foaming at the mouth as it realized it had been painfully tricked. Do-hyuk delivered a thunderous punch from above, crushing the monster's head in an instant. He glided at the speed of light, leaving faint afterimages that the naked eye couldn't follow. Black blood gushed from the monster's neck as the finishing blow pierced its steel-hard skin. The colossal boss collapsed into the water with a massive crash, and Do-hyuk stood proudly upon its corpse like a god of war. The chat channel exploded with praise, while Jian was completely stunned by her brother's absurd power. The girl immediately switched to money-hungry mode, her eyes gleaming at the opportunity to get rich from the wealthy patrons. Donations continuously flooded the screen, with Black Oak and other wealthy patrons showering the siblings with money for their incredibly satisfying performance. Jian profusely thanked the viewers and dreamed of a barbecue feast, while Do-hyuk began to feel overwhelmed by the enormous sum of money he had just received. The younger sister scratched her head in embarrassment, asking her brother if they should continue to milk the viewers for more money, or call it a day. Do-hyuk bluntly declared he was quitting the game after 8 hours of grinding, ignoring the viewers who were clamoring for another 10 hours. He explained that his concentration was depleted and the nausea from playing VR for the first time was starting to torment his stomach. Ji-an reluctantly agreed, waving goodbye to the viewers playfully, promising to meet again soon. The two characters vanished into thin air, leaving behind a legend that had just been born and a myriad of questions in the viewers' minds. In the real world, Black Oak sat dazed in front of his computer screen, wondering who that monster truly was. He broke out in a cold sweat as he analyzed the terrifying combat skills and extraordinary mindset Do-hyuk had just displayed. In Black Oak's mind, a vision appeared of how overwhelmingly powerful that madman would be if he played other games. He firmly asserted that Do-hyuk would create a resounding success, a true sensation, wherever he set foot. Black Oak sprang to his feet, his eyes burning with determination to recruit this exceptional talent to his side. Back in reality, Do-hyuk clenched his fists, savoring the aftertaste of the battle, and smirked, having rediscovered the excitement of yesteryear. Jian's eyes shone like headlights as she announced the amount of debt they had earned, shocking Do-hyuk to his core as he realized the day he would escape his debtor's life was near. Do-hyuk threw all shame aside, knelt down, and massaged Jian's feet, flattering her to ask for money to buy a fancy gaming machine. Jian generously pulled out her phone and finalized the order to financially support her useless brother, making him groan with delight. The siblings jumped up and high-fived, celebrating as if they had just won the lottery. The phone chimed, signaling that the account had just received a transfer message. Jian's eyes widened as she handed her phone to Do-hyuk to show him the unexpected message she had just received. It turned out to be a message from Black Oak, the one who had previously unlocked the hidden route in the game. Jian excitedly announced that Black Oak wanted to collaborate on content, but Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat. The girl shook her brother like a dice cup, yelling that this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to boost their views. Do-hyuk tearfully refused, misunderstanding that the other person wanted to flirt with him, asserting that he only liked women. Jian flew into a rage, radiating killing intent, wanting to slaughter her brother for his delusional mistake that cost them a money-making opportunity. The next day, the brand-new gaming pod was fully installed on the rooftop. Do-hyuk, carrying a swollen face from his sister's beating, regretfully realized he had misunderstood the meaning of collaboration. He stepped into the pod room, his eyes becoming serious as he prepared for a new grinding journey. This high-end pod, worth 20 million won, was a painful installment investment that Jian had made. Do-hyuk lay inside, silently vowing to grind this game to oblivion to pay off his debt and buy gifts to make up for his feisty younger sister. The system started, connecting his consciousness directly to the virtual space. Do-hyuk scrolled through the interface, deciding to choose game mode to utilize his superhuman physical stats. He grimaced as he scrolled through the game list, as every single one was exorbitantly expensive compared to his empty wallet. While dejectedly searching for the cheapest game, his eyes landed on a familiar fighting game. Do-hyuk grinned widely as he recognized Ultimate Fighter FD, a childhood game that now had a virtual reality version. Do-hyuk decisively purchased the nostalgic fighting game for a mere $20. The system reported a successful purchase, and he free fell into the virtual waiting lobby with an extremely excited demeanor. He smirked confidently, re-establishing the nickname, Just Right, that had been associated with him during his golden age. Do-hyuk began his warm-up with a punch to the floor to test the latency and responsiveness of his virtual body. He activated Furious Fist, punching the ground forcefully, creating a powerful blue energy shockwave. Do-hyuk moved like a gust of wind, unleashing a flurry of chain kicks so fast they left afterimages throughout the training room. He continued to unleash Wolf Fang, slashing out sharp energy lines that tore through the air. Do-hyuk stopped, exhaling sharply, his keen eyes assessing if this was the maximum limit of the game mode. He realized that while this power wasn't as overwhelming as his superhuman body in real life, it still far surpassed ordinary people. Do-hyuk asserted that this speed was the upper limit that the brains of ordinary gamers could adapt to. He smirked triumphantly, ordering the computer to immediately find a ranked match to test his combat skills. The system guide embarrassedly reported an error because the Just Right account was not yet high enough level to participate in ranked matches. Do-hyuk froze for a few seconds before remembering that this annoying gatekeeping rule for beginners still existed. Having no other choice, he switched to searching for a public room to bully weaker players while choosing his character. The scene shifted to another match, where the female swordswoman Harang had just unleashed a finishing move on her opponent amidst the cheers of the chat channel. The bulky opponent immediately collapsed, proving that her one-hit knockout power was no joke. The screen displayed Harang wins, and she struck a very playful victory pose for the livestream camera. Harang was taken aback when she read a loyal fan's donation, asking about the identity of the legendary sword princess of yesteryear. The chat channel began to spread the knowledge that she was once one of the final bosses of this game, known by the nickname Sword Princess. She gave a wry smile, scratching her head awkwardly, saying to let bygones be bygones because everyone had flocked to other games now. As soon as Harang logged in, she was brimming with fighting spirit, urging the system to immediately find a ranked match to blow off some steam. The system guide delivered a shocking piece of news. The matchmaking wait time for a player of her caliber was up to 9 minutes. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then she became irritated, unable to believe that this game would make players wait for such a long time. Harang clutched her head, lamenting that such a long downtime would completely ruin the momentum of her engaging live stream. A loyal fan named Spider-Woman gently donated 1,000 won, suggesting she enter a public room to relive old memories. A sweet deal appeared when Spider-Woman donated a hefty 100,000 won with the challenge of a 5-match winning streak, making Harang's eyes light up. The public room was, in fact, a chaotic arena where veterans went to farm noobs and mercilessly torment new players. Harang stubbornly argued with the chat channel about a humiliating past defeat, blaming it on a flawed character choice rather than her skill. To be safe and salvage her honor, she decided to log into her sub-account named Heir, a blonde mage with a dazzling aura. Heir appeared with a dangerously confident smile, declaring that she would show everyone what true versatility from a master player looked like. ID, Harang, immediately created a public room with a deceptive name, specifically for complete newbies. The volcanic map appeared with lava flowing, signaling an impending massacre in this harsh terrain. The first opponent emerged from the smoke, a martial artist with a burning fighting spirit and hands enveloped in menacing black energy. He was ID, Black, Oak, S. Hoken avatar, the dark warrior with hands blazing with black dragon fire, whose skill level was at least platinum and not to be underestimated. ID, Harang. Heir avatar quickly identified the opponent's character type, a popular choice balanced in both offense and defense, and extremely common in the game. ID, Black, Oak. Hoken avatar said nothing and immediately charged forward at terrifying speed, leaving a streak of light tearing through the air. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Black Fire Fist, charging straight at his opponent with the destructive power characteristic of the martial artist class. His stomp created an explosion of dark energy, shaking a corner of the map accompanied by a loud bang. ID, Harang. Heir avatar calmly retreated to maintain distance, employing the classic kiting strategy of a mage when facing a melee fighter. She unleashed a long-range magic spell, halting her opponent's charge and making him flinch, surprised that his strategy had been figured out. ID, Harang. Heir avatar shouted a very flashy incantation to distract her opponent while rushing forward to attack. Instead of casting a spell, she swung her staff directly at ID, Black, Oak, Hoken avatar, sending him stumbling with a sharp, painful impact. ID, Black, Oak. Hoken avatar clutched his face in confusion, muttering, unable to comprehend what had just happened with such a crude physical attack. Before he could recover, ID, Harang, Heir avatar followed up with a powerful kick straight to his face, leaving him dazed. She closed in and grabbed his arm tightly, loudly boasting that this was the pinnacle of magic. It turned out that her physical therapy magic was a beautiful judo throw that sent ID, Black, Oak, Hoken avatar flying through the air. She gripped her magic staff tightly, preparing for the next round of torture with an extremely serious expression. ID, Harang. Heir avatar flashed a wild grin, declaring that everything so far was just a warm-up, preparing to cast a real spell. Finally, the mage's genuine ultimate skill was activated with spectacular explosion effects. She summoned a giant meteor from the sky to send her opponent to his final resting place. ID, Black, Oak. Hoken avatar screamed in despair, realizing he had just encountered a completely overpowered opponent with game-breaking power. ID. Harang. Yater avatar waved a fond farewell, wishing her opponent better luck in gaming in his next life before the meteor struck. A giant pillar of fire erupted, engulfing ID. Black. Oak. Hoken avatar, accompanied by the bitter curses of the loser echoing through the space. The screen displayed a message of absolute victory for Black Girl, along with a heavy thud. The system immediately cleared the arena, and ID. Harang's Yetter avatar breathed a sigh of relief, having found an easy target in her first match. Riding on her high, she immediately requested the server to summon the next easy opponent to farm a 5-win streak. A pillar of light descended from above, splitting the night and signaling the appearance of a new challenger. Stepping out of the light was ID. Do Hyuk, in the guise of an office worker wearing a tucked-in white shirt, looking extremely serious. The ID viewers in the chat immediately recognized this as the default character named Steve, typically used by new players who had just created accounts and hadn't spent any money. This young man began performing some strange warm-up movements, leaving ID. Harang. Yetter avatar stunned, unable to understand what he was doing. ID. Do Hyuk squatted down on the arena floor, tapping his hand on the ground to check its hardness like a mason, making the ID. viewers burst out laughing at his foolishness. ID. Harang. Yetter avatar looked down at the flowing lava. Starting to feel pity and guilt for having to torment such a weak noob, she smirked, telling herself to finish quickly for the sake of the mission, but inwardly celebrating an easy win. The system countdown began, and ID. Harang. Yetter avatar raised her magic staff, striking a confident pose, while the ID. viewers in the chat clamored for her to go easy, lest she make the new player cry. ID. Do Hyuk stood up, his eyes changing 180 degrees, exuding an intense, focused aura that was not to be underestimated as the clock hit 2. ID. Do Hyuk stomped his foot firmly on the arena floor, taking a solid stance, tensing, ready to explode into action the moment the start signal sounded. The moment the word fight appeared, ID. Do Hyuk shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, adopting an extremely bizarre, ground-hugging crawl that left his opponent no time to react. ID. Harang. Yetter avatar swung her magic staff but only hit air. Do Hyuk had slipped through her attack with unbelievable smoothness, making everyone's eyes widen. He braced his hands on the ground for a sudden stop, using friction to instantly change direction with incredible skill. ID. Do Hyuk's bewildered face suddenly appeared right in front of ID. Harang. Yetter avatar at extremely close range, making the mage flinch in shock. A devastating punch landed squarely on her face, distorting Harang. Yetter avatar's features. She couldn't even utter half a word before this terrifying speed. ID. Do Hyuk unleashed a flurry of punches like a sewing machine, turning his opponent's beautiful face into a training sandbag, leaving her dazed and disoriented. The huge word perfect appeared, and ID. Harang. Yetter avatar lay unconscious on the floor while ID. Do Hyuk stood tall like a god of war. ID. Do Hyuk clenched his fist, feeling the force he had just unleashed, and looked satisfied by the unusually realistic sensation of punching someone in the game. Round 2 began, and ID. Harang. Yetter avatar respawned with an utterly bewildered expression, still not understanding what had just happened to her life. She pointed at her opponent and screamed furiously, while the ID viewers in the chat continuously spammed donations to mock her humiliating defeat. Id Harang. Yetter avatar tried to salvage some dignity, explaining to the ID viewers that she was merely careless and let her guard down, not that she lacked skill. A 1001 donation flew in, rubbing salt in her wound by repeating her own quote. Carelessness is also a type of skill. She resentfully insisted that Steve was a fake, using top-tier acting to deceive, and couldn't possibly be a new player with such overpowered skill. Refusing to admit defeat, she decided to log out of her alt account and immediately log into her main, ID. Harang, to reclaim her honor in front of everyone. ID. Harang tried to act composed as she read the extremely sarcastic donation from the ID. viewers, but the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her bitterness. She wildly swung her sword to regain her composure, boldly declaring that as long as she played her cards right, victory was hers. Her gleaming sword was drawn, and ID. Harang boasted fiercely that the ID. viewers should prepare to offer condolences to her opponent. With eyes blazing with determination, she switched to serious mode, ready to go all out to salvage what little dignity she had left. ID. Do-hyuk stood there observing, silently assessing his opponent's skill level as merely diamond or a washed-up master, certainly not in the big leagues. A ranking board appeared in his mind, affirming that the elite rank was only for the top 100 true monsters, and she had no chance. Observing. ID. Harang's movements. ID. Do-hyuk immediately realized she was an outsider, likely a master from another game who had switched over, not a specialist in this one. He stomped his foot powerfully, deciding that from this moment on, only those of elite rank were qualified to show off in front of an expert. The match began, and ID. Harang charged in like an arrow, shouting that she would teach her opponent what supreme control skills truly were. A green sword slash came down, but ID. Do-hyuk dodged lightly as a feather, completely outclassing his opponent's snail-like speed. Without giving her a chance to breathe, ID. Do-hyuk immediately unleashed a powerful counterpunch, making ID. Harang's eyes widen in surprise. She hastily retreated into a defensive stance, stubbornly declaring that this time she wouldn't be knocked down as easily as her alt account. But life was not a dream. ID. Do-hyuk anticipated her move and cleanly grabbed her wrist with a decisive motion, accompanied by a dry thwack sound. Seeing the raised fist, ID. Harang panicked, realizing her worst nightmare had arrived, and stammered, begging him to stop and negotiate. ID. Do-hyuk said nothing more, punching her straight in the face, distorting her mouth, her plea for mercy dying in her throat. What followed was a relentless flurry of punches that didn't miss, and ID. Harang could only scream miserably in despair as she was utterly beaten. Perfect appeared mockingly again. Do-hyuk stood tall, looking at the defeated opponent lying on the floor while the viewers laughed at her. Having just revived and not yet recovered, Harang was utterly furious, screaming for an immediate rematch to reclaim her honor. The result was still Steve winning. She lay flattened on the ground, trembling, stammering for mercy in utter humiliation. Do-hyuk casually dusted off his hands after a streak of 5 clean wins, his face calm as if he had just taken a stroll, not utterly dominated a master player. Do-hyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting that the guy with the staff at the start of the game was easy pickings, but the one with the sword later was a bit tricky due to his bizarre skills. It turned out the young man wanted to test his superpowers, which was why he entered the game, but due to his extreme laziness in skipping the tutorial, he now had no idea how to use them. He tried to channel his energy like ancient mages, but the result was just useless, bare fists. No magic erupted at all. While Do-hyuk told himself he would study properly next time, Harang had already revived right behind him, radiating an intense aura of killing intent. Do-hyuk turned around, smiling brightly as if meeting an old friend, complimented her on playing quite well, and then innocently asked what rank she was. Harang was furious, pointing and cursing, but Do-hyuk just looked bewildered and asked again, as he hadn't heard a single sound. His face changed color. He realized with alarm that he was completely deaf to his opponent's precious words. Do-hyuk quickly put 2 and 2 together, guessing that she must have turned on the chat block feature because she was too immersed in the game. While he was rambling on about why he couldn't hear anything, Harang raised her middle finger in a friendly greeting. A flurry of revenge requests popped up, making Do-hyuk flinch at the opponent's intense resentment. Seeing the constantly spamming red notification board, he decided that a quick escape was the best option, as he didn't have time to get entangled. Do-hyuk waved goodbye very friendly, wished her a good game, and then quickly left to figure out how to activate his skills. Harang froze completely, her eyes wide with disbelief that this guy dared to ignore her and walk away so nonchalantly. Do-hyuk suddenly turned back with a smirk, fabricating that she probably wanted his character name to add him as a friend for martial arts sparring. He stood with his hands on his hips, full of pride, loudly proclaiming his long name, Humgae Jongdunga, in front of the bewildered, defeated opponent. As he vanished into thin air, he managed to leave a powerful trolling message about his unpronounceable name, leaving Harang screaming in helplessness. She was so furious her lungs felt like they would burst, her face flushed red as she furiously cursed the scoundrel who had just vanished before her eyes. Do-hyuk officially logged out. Harang knelt on the ground, pounding her fist and swearing to hunt him down to the ends of the earth. In the middle of the scorching lava map, Harang screamed, asking for her enemy's identity, while the viewers began buzzing about the strange name. Harang still hadn't cooled down, thinking she had been completely ignored, but a donation from a chat moderator appeared, clearing things up. The guy hadn't intentionally ignored her. A system notification appeared, explaining that new accounts would have sound muted by default. Harang was stunned, realizing that the guy hadn't intentionally ignored her, but rather he hadn't heard anything at all from the start. She bitterly recalled the moment she unleashed her ultimate skill, Dance of Death. With a flurry of fatal slashes, that newbie had weaved and dodged all her attacks with unbelievable ease. With just a simple punch, he had sent her to the scoreboard in utter astonishment. Harang gritted her teeth, speculating that this guy was definitely a former pro gamer who had come to hunt her. She even considered the possibility that he was an anonymous master from the Golden Age, perhaps even Anatol. Anatol was the legendary Ultimate Fighter, a player revered as the strongest in the game's history. Harang immediately dismissed that thought, because Anatol's fighting style was as standard and ideal as a textbook. But the monster in front of her had absolutely no patterns or habits to exploit. He reacted in real time to her every slightest movement, as if he could read the future. That was illogical, and far beyond the processing limits of any game currently on the market. Do-hyuk turned back with an innocent expression and nonchalantly asked what rank she belonged to. Harang was furious, thinking he was feigning ignorance to mock her after utterly dominating her. The viewers vied to mock her, making Harang explode in rage, screaming at the audience to shut up immediately. She pointed directly at him, questioning whether he was a former pro player or a currently active professional. Helpless against his bewildered look, she lowered her voice, demanding that he quickly accept her rematch challenge for revenge. Do-hyuk flat-out rejected a flurry of revenge requests and then casually announced that he had to leave immediately. Harang clenched her trembling fists, convinced that he knew her identity perfectly well and was deliberately teasing her. She screamed, asserting that no one in this community could wield the Harang character as skillfully as she could. Do-hyuk stood with his hands on his hips, a provocative look on his face, and uttered a subtle taunt that made his opponent's lungs feel like they would burst. Harang screamed in helplessness, swearing to find him no matter what. Just as Do-hyuk logged out of the game, a flurry of Do-hyuk's chat messages appeared, teasing her, making Harang furious at being trolled mercilessly. The viewers donated money to mock Harang for being dominated by a newbie, while she swore she would make him quit the game permanently. A few hours later, Do-hyuk returned to reality and continued to grind with burning enthusiasm. He breathed a sigh of relief after finishing his 14th match and asked the computer to display his match history. The system guide reported a record of 14 consecutive wins, but Do-hyuk judged these opponents to be too weak, except for the first match. Do-hyuk commented that ranked players would immediately reveal fatal weaknesses after just a few feints. He had climbed to diamond rank and wondered if the masters at elite or master tiers would be any better. Do-hyuk recalled that the swordswoman from earlier seemed quite skilled, so he decided to send a friend request. The system announced that the friend request had been sent, while he was curious whether she would accept it or not. A game invitation for It Kills 2 from Jian unexpectedly popped up, leaving him dumbfounded. Do-hyuk suddenly remembered that he had a live stream scheduled with his younger sister, Jian, today. He hastily accepted the invitation, realizing the clock had already struck 8 p.m. The viewers exploded with comments calling out names as Do-hyuk just logged into the game lobby with Jian. Jian happily greeted the audience while the viewers began buzzing about the axe murderer standing behind her. She joined the viewers in introducing her older brother as the famous axe murderer, leaving Do-hyuk speechless. Do-hyuk bewilderedly asked about that bizarre nickname, and Jian reminded him of the time he went wild with an axe and crushed the game. Jian excitedly prepared to start the main content of today's stream with a mischievous expression. She made Do-hyuk raise his axe high to officially inaugurate the Furious Axe Dance program, which would solve all problems. Jian loudly ordered her older brother to take his weapon and raise his hand to prepare to join the fray. Do-hyuk obediently complied, his hand raising the tactical axe high, while Jian loudly declared the start of the bloody performance. Both stood before the corpse of the old boss, Jian recounting their previous achievement of hunting Caius to liven up the atmosphere. She clenched her fists excitedly, vowing to get revenge for the unfinished challenge from last time, as the scent of donation money was calling. Jian turned to look at Do-hyuk with a radiant smile, signaling her brother to start immediately before things cooled down. Suddenly, Do-hyuk's eyes flashed wildly, and he swung his axe haphazardly into the void, making Jian panic, thinking her brother was possessed. A monster had just poked its head out when he instantly decapitated it, blood gushing out and making Jian scream. The screen displayed a notification that 10 sucker monsters had appeared, and the chat channel began spamming laughing emojis because of the game's difficulty. Without a word, Do-hyuk shot forward, leaving Jian behind to handle all the small fry by himself. A sucker roared ferociously, raising its sharp claws to attack the arrogant one who dared to charge into the horde. Do-hyuk blocked the attack with one hand, his hand powerfully gripping the monster's face. He swung his axe, utterly destroying the enemy, while his other hand still held another one tightly, blood splattering everywhere. Another monster stealthily rushed from a blind spot, intending to ambush, but Do-hyuk's reflexes were a step faster. The sharp axe blade sliced cleanly through the monster's neck, sending it to meet its ancestors with a gruesome shriek. Yet another one leaped down from above, its mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth, intending to devour the delicious, plump prey. Do-hyuk grabbed the skull of the monster he had just dealt with, his expression at this moment looking even more frantic and terrifying than the monsters themselves. He casually tossed the headless corpse away like trash, clearing the way for the next massacre. Do-hyuk punched a monster lying on the ground directly in the face, coldly uttering a brief farewell. Die. The entire horde of monsters had their formation utterly destroyed by him, their pathetic screams echoing throughout the dark dungeon. Do-hyuk glided at dizzying speed, his sharp eyes intensely focused on mercilessly slaughtering anyone who stood in his way. Do-hyuk charged into the encirclement, swinging his axe to create a powerful slash that tore through the air. He delivered an extremely powerful uppercut to the screaming monster, stopping its attack. The sharp axe blade plunged straight down, embedding itself into the enemy's neck with terrifying force. Fresh blood splattered as the axe blade dug deep into the flesh, instantly sending the monster to meet its ancestors. Do-hyuk stood proudly, holding a dagger, flashing a confident smile as he invited his teammate to clean up the remaining stragglers. 3 enraged monsters let out a piercing shriek, then simultaneously charged to attack their prey. He narrowly dodged the monster's pounce, his eyes still maintaining a strangely calm expression. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth and gathered his strength, deciding to unleash the same ultimate skill from earlier, to sweep away the crowd. He roared, activating the whirlwind skill, his entire body spinning to form a deadly drill. The axe storm swept through the enemy formation, cleaving away everything in its path in a dance of death. After spinning like a top, Do-hyuk staggered, feeling dizzy, his head spinning with stars. The chat channel immediately sent donations, teasing him for playing a shooting game but wielding an axe like in Diablo. Do-hyuk tried to suppress his nausea, wiped his mouth, then forced a smile, saying he was already used to this dizziness. He stood amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, wondering if he had cleared everything, while the audience remained skeptical. Do-hyuk happily explained that hitting a critical weak point would definitely trigger a one-hit kill. The monster's corpse lay sprawled with a mangled neck, serving as the clearest proof of his destructive power. He prattled on about how using cold weapons would cause a longer stun effect, acting like a true expert. A pile of decapitated monster corpses lay scattered around Do-hyuk, making the audience disbelieve their eyes. Jian looked at the chat board, then turned to question her brother's absurd theory of dodging and counterattacking. The younger sister was speechless at the genius's unreasonable overpoweredness. She could only click her tongue and let it go, as long as the live stream still attracted viewers. Do-hyuk concluded his confident lecture on dodging, swooping, and slashing, then urged Jian to move to the next stage, ignoring the chat channel that was roaring with laughter. The scene shifted to the ranked arena, where Hoken was straining to block the opponent's relentless attacks with a tense expression. Harang glided like the wind, unleashing a sword strike directly at the bulky martial artist who was desperately trying to defend. Hoken gritted his teeth and threw a punch to block the sharp sword blade, sparks and shockwaves scattering across the arena. The collision created an extremely powerful shockwave, pushing both sides back, but Harang's momentum remained overwhelming. The martial artist roared, pouring all his strength into his fist, intending to crush the small woman to turn the tide. Harang flipped in the air, spectacularly dodging the attack, leaving Hoken to smash the ground with a useless thud. She glared with killing intent, declaring a death sentence for her opponent. "You are the one who will die." Hoken broke out in a cold sweat, screaming miserably as he realized he had fallen into a trap and was about to be defeated. Harang unleashed her ultimate skill, Dance of Death, delivering a series of slashes that tore her opponent apart in an instant. The screen displayed victory, and Harang sighed in relief, sheathing her sword and admitting that this guy was quite a tough opponent compared to the noobs. The chat channel exploded with praise for Sword Maiden Eolpa, affirming her undeniable elite status. Harang clenched her fists, bitterly wondering why this overpowered skill was completely useless against Do-hyuk earlier. She began to speculate in confusion if he was a former professional player or an anonymous Iron Fist master. In Harang's eyes at this moment, Do-hyuk's figure was as great as the legend Anatol, amidst a blazing sea of fire. She smiled narcissistically, thinking that he must have been very impressed and curious about her supreme skills. A sudden friend request notification appeared, interrupting Harang's dreamy thoughts. She curiously tapped the screen, while the chat channel clamored to deal with any man who dared to bother her. Harang flinched, letting out a horrified ugh sound, as if she had just seen the most disgusting thing in the world. She trembled violently with anger, gritting her teeth and cursing as she realized the identity of the sender was that hateful guy. Harang shrieked in rage, vowing to make mincemeat of the one who had just changed his nickname to Hume Geu Jung Dunga to provoke her. Do-hyuk idly picked his ear, grimacing at the itchy sensation as if someone was cursing him from afar. Jian grumbled at her slow brother, while Do-hyuk could only force a smile and wonder who was badmouthing him. The two siblings stood before a gigantic iron gate, preparing to face the next boss, which Jian had previewed in the guide. The younger sister pulled out her cheat sheet, confidently pressing a secret brick on the wall like a professional hacker. The secret door swung open with sound effects and a crimson-red light, signaling imminent danger. Jian signaled to proceed, and both waded through the flooded area to infiltrate deeper into the monster's lair. Footsteps echoed on the damp stone stairs, leading them up to the observation area above. Do-hyuk and Jian approached the bars, looking down at the bloody arena below like hunters observing their prey. What met their eyes was a sea of ravenous zombies, screaming madly and jostling behind the bars. Do-hyuk squinted, scanning the map, and noticed the unusual absence of the boss, Murderer, who was supposed to be guarding this area. He spotted an anomaly among the chaotic monsters, something that didn't look like a regular zombie. An old woman in a wheelchair appeared prominently among the horde of zombies, making the chat burst into laughter at the game's bizarre nature. Jian turned pale with fear, quickly hid behind her brother, and stammered the boss's name, Closey, in terror. Do-hyuk calmly analyzed the old woman's aura, concluding that she was either the final boss or the source of the infecting virus. He sharply deduced that she possessed the ability to control the zombies like mindless puppets. Memories of his past life flooded back, and Do-hyuk recalled a virus user with similar manipulative powers who had appeared in the past. He was a tyrant in post-apocalyptic China who once reigned supreme with his toxic power. He possessed the zombie virus ability, turning the living into absolutely loyal pawns to serve his hegemonic ambitions. With such arrogance, he foolishly challenged China's strongest expert, Chen Tao, and met a bitter end. Do-hyuk pointed at the old woman in the wheelchair, confidently smiling as he declared that this was the boss he had encountered before. The chat immediately trolled Do-hyuk, saying she was his ex-wife, leaving the cool-headed young man dumbfounded. Jian explained the game's mechanics. If they didn't rescue her within the time limit, the boss would rapidly age due to the virus. Do-hyuk turned to ask if they had been too slow, but Jian asserted that they had both speedrun extremely fast. The two siblings looked at each other in confusion, while the chat went wild, unable to understand why the game counted it as a failed rescue mission. A donation popped up like a splash of cold water, reminding them that they had completely forgotten to spray the antidote serum. It turned out the standard procedure was to use a sprayer to spread the serum across the map to slow down the infection process. The two capitalist slaves, greedy for the mission rewards, skipped the serum farming step, inadvertently pushing the game's difficulty to hellish levels. Do-hyuk let out an awkward laugh to cover his embarrassment, boasting that he had intentionally done so to create drama for the game. Boss Closey had now fully mutated, her eyes blazing, surrounded by zombies, proving the player's failure. Do-hyuk clicked his tongue, lamenting the tragic storyline, but his hands and feet were already ready for a purge. He decided to spoil the entire storyline to legitimize killing the boss, ignoring the spoiler warnings from the chat. The truth was revealed. Closey was originally a biological weapons researcher, the instigator who created this disaster. She had secretly stolen virus samples from the lab to sell to a rival organization for profit. During her escape and hiding in this mansion, she had infected herself and become the host. Upon hearing this, Ji-an immediately changed her attitude, realizing that the one in the wheelchair was not a victim but the final boss behind everything. Do-hyuk concluded the matter simply. All they needed to do was send her to the scoreboard to clear the game. He tightened his grip on the climbing axe in his hand, ordering his sister to open the iron gate, blocking their path. Ji-an pressed the activation button without hesitation, preparing for the final boss fight. The heavy iron gate opened, and Do-hyuk stepped into the lion's den while the chat was still buzzing about the difficulty. Do-hyuk smirked defiantly, declaring the start of a bloody feast with the monsters. He skillfully spun his axe, activating a berserk performance mode that dazzled the viewers. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed as Do-hyuk charged into the horde of zombies like a whirlwind of death. A single devastating punch sent the unfortunate monster to its demise in an instant. He fought fiercely, boasting loudly that this stage was as easy as pie. The number of reinforced zombies suddenly doubled compared to before, making the situation as tense as a violin string. Boss Closey in her wheelchair was heavily guarded by her minions, challenging all player attempts to approach. Do-hyuk didn't hesitate to unleash his ultimate skill, Whirlwind Sweep, to clear a bloody path. He spun around at incredible speed, admitting that he only dared to use this move in the game, as it would be disastrous in real life. The heads of the zombies flew everywhere, creating a spectacular sight that made the chat exclaim in admiration for this fictional power. Do-hyuk suddenly changed tactics, deciding to ignore the small fry and focus on taking down the final boss. He unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending a blocking zombie flying to clear his own path. Instead of getting bogged down in combat, he glided like the wind, weaving through gaps in the monster horde. Do-hyuk leaped into the air, aiming his axe directly at Clozy's head, intending to quickly finish the game. The boss's eye suddenly glowed brightly, signaling an impending devastating counterattack. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling as he realized he had been too overconfident and couldn't dodge in time. A terrifying sonic wave explosion swept everything away, making the viewers believe that the streamer had been instantly wiped out. As the smoke and dust cleared, Clozy revealed her true form, a terrifying monster with wild, spiky hair amidst the rubble. Suddenly, the pile of corpses in the deep pit showed strange signs of movement, making everyone's heart skip a beat. A hand unexpectedly emerged from the rubble, signaling that the main character's role wasn't over yet. Do-hyuk stood proudly amidst the cleared field of zombies and coldly declared that only the final boss remained. He warned Jian to focus intensely, because the final boss's upcoming attack was not something to trifle with. Clozy suddenly opened her mouth and violently vomited a pile of purplish-black liquid, signaling the start of Phase 2. The horrifying liquid transformed into a slimy, multi-eyed monster mass called Black-Faced Clozy. Not stopping there, a giant tail swept across the screen, making the viewers wonder where it had come from. Do-hyuk had to face a destructive combo of the final boss and 3 assassins simultaneously, raising the difficulty to insane levels. Ji-an panicked seeing the number of enemies triple and suspected that the game's AI had severely malfunctioned. The difficulty adjustment AI unexpectedly donated money and publicly declared that it would crush the players from the start. The chat realized that Do-hyuk hadn't used a single bullet and was using his axe to provoke the game system. Ji-an desperately pointed out that those assassins had rock-hard armor and couldn't be defeated by conventional means. His sister further explained their annoying stealth ability, and the chat suggested using guns to counter it. Do-hyuk coldly rejected that option, because this mission strictly required the use of melee weapons only. He flinched when the chat urged him to let his sister shoot, and he realized why he had never let her fire a gun. Ji-an loaded her gun with determination, admitting that she had caused her brother too much trouble and wanted to use her gun to help break their stealth. Do-hyuk shouted his sister's name to stop her reckless and risky action. He swung his arm, knocking Ji-an's gun aside, and told her not to overthink things. Do-hyuk firmly poked his sister's forehead and bluntly declared that her sitting still was the most helpful thing for the team. Ji-an clutched her forehead, wailing from the painful team kill, while the chat burst into laughter at her brother's clumsy handling. Do-hyuk smiled reassuringly, saying that games were for entertainment and he wanted his sister to enjoy it instead of being stressed. He reminded her about the grenade he had picked up earlier, and Ji-an immediately pulled out the explosive with an innocent expression. Do-hyuk hoisted a zombie corpse as a meat shield, meticulously instructing Ji-an to throw the grenade straight ahead. Ji-an confidently boasted that she was a bomb-throwing master, while Do-hyuk smirked, praising her intelligence with a hidden meaning. The girl angrily yelled, feeling treated like an idiot by the chat and her brother. But Do-hyuk waved his hand, signaling to start. Ji-an took a stance to throw the grenade, while Do-hyuk charged forward like a suicidal tank to draw fire. The boss murderer materialized from its cloaked state, its giant snake head hissing with murderous intent. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, hiding behind the zombie meat shield, mentally preparing for an extremely powerful impact. Ji-an threw the grenade with extreme enthusiasm, but her mouth let out an unstable yip. The grenade inexplicably whizzed past Do-hyuk's head, making him widen his eyes in horror, while the chat was speechless. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted right in front of Do-hyuk, and the chat screamed at his precious sister's second team-killing blunder. Ji-an wailed apologies profusely, explaining that her hand had slipped and she hadn't intentionally tried to assassinate a teammate. As the smoke and dust cleared, Do-hyuk's feet still stood firm behind the now shredded zombie meat shield. He calmly stepped out, declaring that he had anticipated his sister's uselessness, which was why he used the zombie corpse to block the blast for him. Do-hyuk burst out of the smoke and flames like a god of war, and the chat quickly changed tune, hailing his overwhelming survival skills. He leaped into the air, axes clutched tightly in both hands, and shouted loudly to trust in his supreme wood-chopping skills. The sharp axe blade plunged into the eye of the monster murdator, creating a bloody eyeball explosion. Do-hyuk added more force to the critical strike, making the giant snake howl in pain from losing an eye. He landed gracefully and immediately dodged the boss's furious counterattack right behind him. The monster's gigantic tail slammed down onto the ground with terrifying force but only struck empty air. Do-hyuk somersaulted in midair, narrowly dodging the attack with the godlike reflexes of a top-server gamer. He raised his blood-soaked axe high, his eyes burning with fire, ready to deliver a powerful finishing blow. Do-hyuk swung his axe, striking hard against the monster's steel-hard scales, sending sparks flying, but it had no effect. He was stunned to realize the axe blade was chipped and broken after the impact. This boss's toughness was truly no joke. A sixth sense warned him of danger, and Do-hyuk spun around sharply as Murderer's semi-transparent head appeared right behind him. He was thrown back like a rag doll with a cry of pain, his health bar plummeting as the monster's stealth ability had recovered. Do-hyuk plunged his axe into the ground to halt his retreat, and the chat analyzed that its camouflage would be nullified when it attacked or was hit. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but Do-hyuk flashed a wild smile, admitting that this situation was truly tough and exciting. He stood up, gripping his damaged axe tightly, his eyes blazing as he declared this battle far more interesting than he had imagined. Do-hyuk shot forward like an arrow, determined to fight a bloody battle to the end with the surrounding monsters. The central snake had lost its stealth ability after being blinded, but two other illusory heads were beginning to fade into the air for a sneak attack. As he moved, he recalled his knowledge of alien species that could alter their molecular structure to camouflage themselves in nature. With cold, sharp eyes, Do-hyuk asserted that compared to those alien monsters, these three snakes were mere small fry. He skillfully weaved and dodged through Clozy's tentacle matrix and the rapidly approaching snake heads. The system warned of danger from both front and back, but Do-hyuk calmly handled the situation as if taking a stroll. He launched himself into the air, narrowly dodging the monster's bite, causing the chat to explode with awe at his incredible maneuver. Do-hyuk landed precisely on the monster's back, his first goal to take down the one-eyed creature. He raised his chipped axe high, ignoring the audience's discussions about how he would penetrate scales as hard as diamond. The axe blade plunged into the reverse gap of the scales. Do-hyuk had figured out the game developer's meticulous design down to the finest detail. Black blood gushed out as he mercilessly dug deep into the critical weakness, known as the reverse scales of the dragon snake species. The monster shrieked miserably. Do-hyuk proved that as long as you hit the right weak spot, even the biggest boss would be gone in an instant. Before he could celebrate his victory, the final boss Clozy furiously lashed out with its tentacles, signaling the next bloody engagement. Do-hyuk glided, dodging the purple tentacles raining down, making the chat exclaim in admiration at his ethereal, evasive skills. The boss Murderer tried to play dirty with a sneak bite from behind, but Do-hyuk had checked the map and turned back, baring his teeth in a scornful smile at it. He tightened his grip on the chipped climbing axe, preparing for a ground-shattering chop to teach the monster a lesson. A heaven-shattering chop created a dazzling explosion of light, making the monster scream in pain as its health bar plummeted uncontrollably. Do-hyuk plunged both axe blades into the hard scales, using them as footholds to climb onto the boss's body, as if playing a dangerous climbing game. He let out a mighty roar, channeling all his strength into his muscles to perform a brutal scale-stripping maneuver. Do-hyuk slid down the monster's spine, his axe blades tearing through its flesh, causing blood to gush out while the chat spammed messages, revering him like a living god. Murderer shrieked miserably as Do-hyuk tormented it from head to tail, the sky-piercing pain causing it to completely lose its will to fight. The steel-hard scales were mercilessly stripped away. Do-hyuk proved that in the hands of a master, even a dull axe could become a divine weapon of destruction. As he acted, he seized the opportunity to open an online lesson, pointing out that the most critical weaknesses of reptiles were their mouths and reverse scales. He swung his axe, aiming directly at the vital points the boss tried to conceal, preparing for a live dissection. Do-hyuk sliced cleanly into the soft underbelly, opposite to the back scales, a Masterclass move that countered the game's mechanics, earning everyone's respect. The chat notifications popped up continuously, the audience going wild over teacher Do-hyuk's reckless yet absolutely effective fighting style. The monster furiously gathered energy into its glowing golden eye, intending to unleash a final destructive attack to salvage its honor before dying. Do-hyuk executed an incredibly smooth ground slide to narrowly dodge the energy beam, a supreme skill that made fans' hearts pound. He landed safely after the fiery dance, his cold eyes locked onto the target as the boss's health bar hit rock bottom, awaiting only the finishing blow. The final boss, Clozy, in its grotesque mass of flesh form, unexpectedly joined the battle, lashing out with sharp-toothed tentacles, intending to steal the kill from its subordinate. Do-hyuk ignored the final boss's interference, charging straight at his main prey with the smile of a bloodthirsty hunter who had tasted victory. A powerful shockwave erupted as two forces collided. Do-hyuk was determined to instantly send the regional boss to its demise with a critical strike. He leaped into the air, delivering the final wood-splitting blow, concluding a peak performance that made the big spenders in the chat compete to donate tons of money. Utterly thrilled, Ji-an jumped up, celebrating the victory, while the chat channel exploded with donations for her brother's incredibly clutch performance. His sister took the opportunity to thank the patrons, while Do-hyuk stood panting, his eyes still full of calculation. He gripped the blood-stained axe handle, feeling unsatisfied because the game had ended too quickly, and lacked excitement. Do-hyuk smirked, recalling the breathtaking duel with the swordswoman in Ultimate Fighter. That was the real deal. As he walked, he complained that the monsters in this game were too predictable, offering no challenge compared to intense PvP matches. A massive donation from Black Oak appeared, making Do-hyuk's eyes light up. He quickly thanked the big spender for their enthusiastic support. The chat channel buzzed when news broke that Do-hyuk's highlights had been edited and uploaded directly to Black Oak's channel to gain fame. Ji-an winked, explaining their strategy of using a famous streamer's channel to attract new viewers, as they hadn't had time to set up their own. Black Oak sent another final donation, bidding farewell and promising to meet again in an upcoming collaboration, which sent the audience into a frenzy. Ji-an excitedly slung her arm around her brother, officially announcing that Do-hyuk would be streaming with Black Oak next time. Do-hyuk immediately waved his hand to clarify that the stream would take place on his own channel, not his sister's. The viewers began to wonder about his streamer name, while Do-hyuk decided to just use his real name to avoid complications. The chat channel competed to suggest cheesy names following Ji-an's style, like Do-hyuk Chu, which gave him goosebumps, and he flat-out refused. Ji-an flared up when her brother criticized her brand name, and the two siblings began their usual bickering. Do-hyuk grumbled, asking if he really had to perform ridiculous antics like his sister to please the fans. He shuddered, imagining himself doing cute finger hearts and cheesy poses. It was indescribably disgusting. Do-hyuk spat in disgust at that horrifying prospect, making Ji-an shriek about how gross it was. He concluded that he would use his real name, Lee Do-hyuk, because he couldn't stand the cringe, while Ji-an buried her face in her hands, lamenting her brother's inflexibility. Ji-an finalized her brother's debut for 8 p.m. tomorrow and told everyone to check the link on her profile to show their support. The two characters vanished into thin air, leaving behind a "see you tomorrow" message that left the audience eagerly anticipating. Do-hyuk scrolled through the comments, smirking at the requests for him to play Legend League. He was delighted to see fans suggesting Chromezer's new game, which was exactly what he wanted to build hype for his channel. Do-hyuk video called Black Oak, asking if his friend had heard the buzzing news on the forums yet. Black Oak laughed heartily, confirming that Do-hyuk's influence after the It Kills 2 incident was no joke. Do-hyuk declared that his exceptional combat skills would be the focus of his upcoming stream. When Black Oak asked about the game title, Do-hyuk confidently announced the name, Rise of Valhalla. The game's setting appeared, depicting the bloody and brutal invasion by 9th century Viking warriors. The game was praised for its realistic, brutal, yet spirited combat feel. Do-hyuk asserted that this was the perfect playground to experience Viking power, and asked for his friend's opinion. Black Oak confirmed that this game also had two modes, normal and virtual reality, just like It Kills 2. Do-hyuk remarked that Rise of Valhalla was made for Black Oak's entertainment style. Black Oak nodded, analyzing that Do-hyuk's superior physique was his strongest weapon in this game. Do-hyuk clenched his fist, emphasizing that the Vikings' terrifying stamina was a barrier that ordinary people would struggle to keep up with. He shuddered, recalling how even the early game Saxon soldiers were strong enough to thoroughly beat players. Black Oak admitted that he had tried the realistic mode and was beaten without missing a single hit. Do-hyuk gave a wry smile, confessing that he had only managed to fluke a win against one knight, before the next one sent him to the scoreboard. Black Oak was astonished that even a physical monster like Do-hyuk struggled with mere soldiers. Do-hyuk scratched his head, forcing a laugh, remembering how he was utterly thrashed and couldn't do anything. Black Oak recalled the PvP match in Ultimate Fighter, where Do-hyuk showed astonishing progress in skill. It turned out Black Oak's as Hoken's sole goal was to win one match against Do-hyuk and then quit gracefully to polish his record. Do-hyuk, in knight's armor, slid across the ground, muttering about his classic, feign weakness strategy to trick opponents. Hoken stood tall, looking down at the defeated opponent, brutally declaring that his grand plan had completely failed, making Do-hyuk choke on his cough. Back in reality, Do-hyuk stared at his phone, breaking out in a cold sweat as he thought about Valhalla's extremely tough, realistic mode challenge. He sprang up from his chair, admitting to Black Oak via video call that only a few monsters could clear that insane challenge after billions of retries. Black Oak, through the phone screen, calmly asserted that Do-hyuk had more than enough ability to sweep through that challenge in a single playthrough. Do-hyuk glanced at the clock, which read 8 p.m., telling himself he needed to go all out to be worthy of this blind trust. He stepped into the virtual reality pod, his eyes sharp and full of determination, preparing for a legendary performance. The system started, enveloped in blue light. Do-hyuk spoke, checking the audio connection with his sister, who was acting as his assistant. Ji-an appeared on the virtual screen, winking mischievously and giving a thumbs up, ready to be his temporary manager and support her brother wholeheartedly. The system announced Deep Dive initiated, and the guide robot head led the way, connecting directly to the game's waiting lobby at high speed. Do-hyuk landed coolly in the Greek-style waiting lobby, taking a deep breath while the chat channel began to go wild with welcomes. He smiled brightly, waving to the audience, hinting at the game he was about to play, which led the crowd to guess it was Diablo. Do-hyuk took the opportunity to interact, asking if anyone had questions, and immediately received a barrage of inquiries about his identity and why he was so overpowered. He scratched his cheek, forcing a laugh, secretly thinking, should I really tell them I'm a world-saving legend who regressed? That sounds utterly unbelievable. Do-hyuk skillfully dodged the sensitive questions, making the viewers even more convinced that he was a former covert military operative. He quickly steered the conversation, boldly declaring that from now on, he would focus solely on pure game content to entertain everyone. The system opened the game library as commanded, displaying 2 titles, It Kills, 2 crossed out, and Ultimate Fighter FD. A viewer immediately donated in shock, unable to believe Do-hyuk intended to bring out that ancient fighter game again. The chat channel erupted in criticism of the trashy, outdated game, advising him to play Iron Fist, reacting exactly as warned before. Ji-an, in her petite avatar form, flew out, also grimacing as she warned her brother that the game was now only fit for a museum. Do-hyuk rubbed his chin in thought, decided to make a last-minute U-turn, and declared he would no longer play that old-fashioned fighting game. A viewer donated, suggesting the masterpiece Iron Fist, but he confidently refused, asserting that he had already decided on today's game. Ji-en urged her brother to get started immediately, as she saw the viewership surge to over 2,000, while the chat channel was divided, half believing and half doubting his skill. Do-hyuk gave a decisive hand signal, beginning the connection process to the virtual world of Rise of Valhalla. A blue digital space transition effect enveloped his body, fully immersing him into his in-game character. He appeared incredibly cool in the form of a muscular Viking warrior, leaving the chat channel stunned by this intense genre switch. The younger sister, in her floating kitten avatar, reminded her brother to choose between game mode and reality mode. Do-hyuk scoffed and immediately chose the hardest reality mode, leaving the viewers dumbfounded by the rookie's insane recklessness. He brandished 2 battle axes, boasting that a true Viking, a Saint Do-hyuk, must wield dual axes. Before the surprise could fade, Do-hyuk announced a special guest for today, and a flash of light instantly appeared beside him. Black Oak appeared in his Viking warrior avatar named Black Orc, but the chat immediately mocked him as the King of Misses, or Black Mosquito. Black Oak winked mischievously, boldly declaring that today he would clear his hated mosquito title for all to see. Do-hyuk put an arm around his friend, explaining their mutually beneficial collaboration to draw viewers between their 2 channels, and that the video would be uploaded to Black Oak's channel. A raid notification popped up. Black Oak had brought over 2,400 viewers from his channel to support them. Truly an ideal friend. Ji-an gasped in delight, pointing at the notification board as the total viewership surpassed 5,000, an unimaginable number for a debut day. Do-hyuk secretly smirked, watching his friends back. This was a strategic move to build a solid network of connections in the industry. He watched Black Oak, grinning excitedly, having already calculated how he would effortlessly reap the benefits from his opponent's fame. Do-hyuk reverted to the serious expression of a gamer, ordering the computer to officially launch the game. The robot head system guide appeared, initiating a story cutscene introducing the year 793 AD in the Holy Land of Northumbria. Amidst a blinding storm of thunder and lightning, the longships of the Vikings, a cursed name, cut through the waves, heading straight for the shore to begin their conquest. Ragnar was kneeling, surrounded by enemies in a bloody final battle under a torrential downpour. The Viking king roared curses at the cowardly Saxons, his eyes burning with unyielding hatred. He laughed wildly in the face of death, vowing to watch his enemy's demise from Odin's Valhalla. The screen turned blood red, accompanied by a desperate scream, signaling the tragic death of a legend. Jorund, the muscular guide NPC, appeared with the overwhelming presence of a true warrior. Do-hyuk, Black Oak, and their teammates stood listening to the sermon about their mission to avenge the fallen king. The guide strained his neck, declaring that only those acknowledged were worthy of becoming true warriors of Odin. Do-hyuk whispered to his friend that this Jorund character was normally just a punching bag for basic parrying skills. He emphasized that in reality mode, to pass this trial, they would have to shed blood to earn this NPC's acknowledgement. Do-hyuk firmly stated that this was a bloody playground for veterans, and novices should keep quiet and grind in normal mode. Black Oak swiftly drew his battle axe from his belt with a decisive, murderous motion. Black Oak charged forward, dual-wielding axes, making the chat burst into laughter, thinking he was imitating Do-hyuk's style. The streamer confidently recalled his past triumph of owning knights with his signature sword and shield combo. He simplified the problem, thinking that switching from a shield to an axe was merely changing the weapon in his hand. Do-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, observing, secretly appreciating his friend's innate talent and combat experience. Jorund sneered contemptuously, seeing his opponent amateurishly brandish dual axes before him. The NPC, holding a long spear, provocatively declared he would teach the recruit how to properly use an axe. A fiery clash erupted, Jorund's terrifying power making the ground tremble. Black Oak broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the difficulty, but still trying to leverage the unpredictable versatility of dual weapons. Jorund easily blocked the attack, scoffing that his opponent's arm strength was too weak, like a mere scratch, then prepared to counter. Black Oak confidently executed a dual axe combo aimed at the enemy's opening, but Jorund simply raised his spear shaft to block the attack. Immediately after, a devastating punch landed squarely on his face, making the amateur gamer see stars and black out. Jorund followed up with a thunderous slam, smashing his opponent into the ground, creating a terrifying impact that sent dust flying. Black Oak lay sprawled on the floor, gasping in helplessness, while the chat seized the opportunity to mock his amateur axe skills. Jorund looked at the defeated foe with disdain, coldly telling him he should go work in the kitchen instead of on the battlefield. The chat exploded at the extremely high damage insult, while the NPC arrogantly called for the next challenger to step forward and meet their demise. Do-hyuk awkwardly asked how he was, but Black Oak was bitter about being called a kitchen assistant, pressing if his performance was really that bad. Do-hyuk averted his gaze, forcing out an awkward denial to comfort his poor friend, who was waiting for validation. But deep down, he recalled Black Oak being utterly useless in the previous game and admitted that his friend was good for nothing but being a clown. Unable to lie any longer, Do-hyuk bluntly declared his friend's skill level was pure trash, leaving Black Oak stunned under the spotlight. Black Oak cried out, grabbing Do-hyuk's collar, his pride deeply wounded, while Do-hyuk quickly intervened to stop this internal conflict in front of everyone. Do-hyuk seriously explained that dual axes might look cool and flashy, but they actually demand extremely precise and honest handling skills. He brought up his glorious past in the game It Kills to prove that his friend had no chance of using such a difficult weapon. Black Oak laughed through his tears, confessing he had watched Do-hyuk's videos for hours, just to perfectly imitate his style. The harsh truth made Black Oak bury his face and sob, realizing he had absolutely no talent. While the viewers gloated and mercilessly taunted him, Do-hyuk patted his clumsy friend's shoulder, comforting him to try harder, though the encouragement sounded completely hollow in this dire situation. Suddenly, the system chimed, announcing a bounty quest of 100,000 won if Do-hyuk defeated Jorund, making him break out in a cold sweat because the stakes were too high. The big spenders in the chat continuously poured in donations, pushing the rewards sky high to incite Do-hyuk to act and show his skill. Do-hyuk thanked the viewers for their generosity, but also warned that defeating Jorund was an extremely tough mission, as he was a retired deputy commander of a berserker unit. He assessed that this NPC's power was monstrous even by in-game standards, while Jorund was casually owning another random player in the background. Jorund delivered a brutal uppercut that instantly eliminated the unfortunate warrior, demonstrating his absolute overwhelming power. The Guardian NPC roared arrogantly, his eyes burning with a challenge for anyone bold enough to step forward and offer themselves next. A ting-ting sound rang out. A big spender donated 10,000 won, placing all their trust in Do-hyuk. While the chat still doubted the outcome of this match, Do-hyuk held a small axe in his hand, smirked confidently, and declared that merely winning was too simple for his caliber. He raised his axe, aiming straight for Jorund's face, leaving the boss bewildered, not understanding what was about to happen with such an arrogant attitude. Do-hyuk went all out with an extremely tough challenge, declaring that only if he defeated his opponent within 10 seconds would he consider the mission complete. The screen exploded with massive donations totaling hundreds of thousands of won. The viewers frantically locked in the 1-0 second challenge, making the atmosphere hotter than ever. No sooner had he bragged loudly than Do-hyuk broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had slipped up, hastily explaining that he wasn't used to it yet to salvage some dignity. Ignoring the taunts, Do-hyuk steadily walked forward, dual-wielding axes, making Jurund start to notice this unusual weapon. The boss swung his giant halberd onto his shoulder, beckoning provocatively, inviting the young man to throw himself into the fray. Do-hyuk tightened his grip on the axe handle, channeling all his strength into his right arm, preparing for a lightning-fast opening strike. Whoosh! The axe sliced through the air, flying straight towards its target with terrifying speed, like a deadly lightning bolt. Jurund sneered, lightly used his spear shaft to bat away the flying axe, mocking the opening attack as too obvious and childish. Taking advantage of the moment his opponent blocked, Do-hyuk lunged like a predator, closing in immediately to deliver a decisive blow. A harsh clang of metal echoed as Do-hyuk unleashed a powerful melee attack, but the Guardian blocked it with his spear shaft. Jurund excitedly realized the axe throw was just a feint. He roared, praising this challenger as far more capable than the previous noobs. Do-hyuk retreated to maintain distance after the skirmish, while Jurund began to see him in a completely different light compared to when he was tormenting Black Oak. Do-hyuk's eyes were sharp. He analyzed that this AI had the ability of reinforcement learning to improve its skill after each battle. Even knowing Jurund wasn't the strongest, Do-hyuk confidently asserted that his battle skills, honed from the brink of death, were on a completely different level. Do-hyuk cast aside all unnecessary thoughts, his sharp eyes fully focused on the prey before him. He spun to build momentum, declaring he would take down this giant in the very first round. Jurund laughed heartily, swinging his massive halberd horizontally with terrifying force. The NPC brought his spear down like a bolt from the sky, wanting to test if his opponent's skills were as tough as his words. Do-hyuk raised his axe to block the attack, a harsh clang of metal echoing across the battlefield. Jurund roared, pouring more strength into his arm to crush the stubborn ant. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, realizing his strength stats were completely inferior to this monster. Without hesitation, he spun to the side to neutralize the pressing force from his opponent's weapon. Do-hyuk swiftly hooked his axe blade onto the spear shaft, stopping his opponent's combo chain. He stomped his foot hard on the spear shaft, pinning Jurund's weapon to the ground. Using the rebound, Do-hyuk launched himself into the air, seizing the initiative. A lightning-fast kick landed squarely on Jurund's face, stunning the giant. Do-hyuk gave his opponent no room to breathe, his hand grabbing Jurund's face as a foothold. Jurund roared in fury, cursing the cunning brat who dared to play climbing games. Do-hyuk rode on his opponent's shoulder, tightening his axe handle around the giant's neck, and roaring with murderous intent. His face revealed a look of madness, preparing to unleash a zero-range punishment. He used both hands and feet to lock Jurund in place, brutally twisting the giant's head backward with crushing force. The attack on his weak point caused Jurund immense pain, his massive body shaking violently. The enraged Viking warrior twisted his head back, his eyes bloodshot, wanting to tear apart the one clinging to his back. Jurund stared in horror, sweat pouring down him like rain as his opponent's sharp axe blade was pressed against his throat. The battle ended swiftly. Do-hyuk stood tall and proud while the giant Viking had to kneel in submission at his feet. Black Oak gaped in astonishment at the quest completion notification, unable to believe Do-hyuk had defeated the boss in just 10 seconds. The chat channel exploded with a flurry of donations, the crowd of viewers going wild over the incredibly dazzling and precise display of skill. Do-hyuk calmly smiled and thanked the viewers as if effortlessly crushing a boss was just an everyday triviality. Jurund stood up, and instead of anger, showed admiration for the previous strike, likening his opponent to the Son of Odin. Black Oak was ecstatic, explaining to the chat channel that the title Son of Odin was the highest praise among Vikings. The Guardian NPC sternly asked for the identity of the warrior who had just been blessed by the gods, with an attitude full of respect. Do-hyuk confidently introduced himself as Gunnar, the default name of the protagonist in the Rise of Valhalla game's storyline. Jurund nodded, satisfied, acknowledging the warrior-like name, and immediately the system announced that he had been recognized. A hidden quest panel unexpectedly appeared with ancient runes praising the berserk strength and warlike spirit of Wodan. The scroll's content affirmed that Gunnar deserved the veneration of all warriors, as if divine blood flowed within him. Do-hyuk was surprised to see the quest objective required gathering recognition, not expecting this gruff boss to also give quests. Black Oak cheered excitedly, not expecting this legendary quest to appear right before his eyes. He firmly asserted to everyone that this was a secret no one had ever discovered before in the game's history. The chat channel unanimously confirmed this was a world first, making Do-hyuk curious about its rarity. Black Oak explained that this was an extremely difficult side quest chain called Son of Odin that not everyone was qualified to receive. He rattled on about the condition to unlock the title, needing recognition of one's strength from 5 high-ranking warriors. Black Oak concluded that this title was a symbol distinguishing master-level players, and Do-hyuk was the first to activate it right in the beginner area. Jurund crossed his arms, admitting this was the first time he had seen someone activate the Son of Odin quest from him. Do-hyuk deduced with Black Oak that the unlock condition was to defeat Jurund extremely quickly, within 10 to 30 seconds. He rubbed his chin, concluding that the time limit was the key to the problem. The chat channel immediately sent donations teasing Black Oak as a kitchen assistant, making him furiously yell. Black Oak stubbornly argued that he wasn't useless, but Do-hyuk only sighed in exasperation at his friend's dual axe skills. Do-hyuk placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, sincerely advising him that if he had no talent, he shouldn't bother playing a dual-wielding style. He delivered another critical blow by explaining that what he meant was Black Oak had absolutely no chance of wielding axes effectively. Black Oak trembled with indignation, almost crying as both his best friend and the viewers called him a talent beggar. He drew his sword, declaring he could tolerate Do-hyuk's criticism, but would never let the viewers walk all over him. Black Oak switched to his preferred equipment, sword and shield, determined to reclaim his honor with his specialty weapons, ignoring the chat channel's mockery. Do-hyuk raised his hand to cheer him on, with such a fake expression that even the chat channel noticed his insincerity. Black Oak yelled at Do-hyuk to stop jinxing him, then turned to prepare for a bloody fight. Do-hyuk grinned, agreeing with a donation praising Black Oak for still being a top server player, but his attitude reeked of sarcasm. Ignoring the viewer's advice to shut up and fight, Black Oak charged forward, determined to avenge his humiliation. Jurund sneered contemptuously, asking if the kitchen assistant brat had finished his mother's milk before daring to come back and offer his life. Black Oak roared and charged, intending to make his opponent eat his words, while Jurund swung his axe, preparing to strike down. Clang! Black Oak fully blocked Jurund's 1,000-pound strike with his shield, sparks flying everywhere. Jurund roared, calling his opponent too weak, then continued to swing his axe, pressing the attack and making Black Oak struggle to defend. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Jurund delivered an incredibly powerful hook punch to the shield's face, teaching his enemy the meaning of weight. Jurund spun, unleashing a tricky blow, but Black Oak managed to slide away with his shield, narrowly dodging it. Thwack! Before he could recover, Black Oak took a heavy impact squarely on his shield, shaking his entire body. Jurund laughed heartily, his eyes blazing as he praised his prey's tenacious fighting spirit. He shouted that things were getting interesting, then relentlessly pressed his attack, forcing Black Oak to huddle in defense. Jurund swung his halberd down from above, roaring and demanding a proper fight from his opponent. Crash! Black Oak raised his shield to block the blow, the impact so strong it created a shockwave that kicked up dust all around. Black Oak cried out in pain as his shield arm went numb from the overwhelming power of the monster boss. Seizing an opening, Black Oak swung his sword in a sharp arc that grazed Jurund's face, making him flinch and dodge. Jurund's eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst into laughter, praising the counterattack as not bad at all. But the fun wasn't over. He immediately delivered a powerful hook punch that sent Black Oak flying, reminding him that it wasn't finished yet. Black Oak blocked the attack while roaring, asserting the honor of the Black Orc of Valhalla in a fit of extreme indignation. The chat channel commented that Black Oak was fighting quite well, but still wondered why the match was so boring, perhaps because he was aiming for Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk observed from the sidelines, nodding in acknowledgement that this guy used his sword and shield much more smoothly, with excellent range control and textbook technique. Thud. After a struggle, Black Oak was thrown to the ground, lying sprawled in pain. Jurund's axe blade pressed against his throat, rendering Black Oak speechless, cold sweat pouring off him as he thought he was about to die. Under the sunset, Jurund stood tall and declared it over, while Black Oak could only utter a helpless curse. Jurund suddenly smiled brightly, and the system announced that he had acknowledged Black Oak as somewhat useful after switching to a new weapon. The training session ended, and Do-hyuk helped his battered friend stand up. Black Oak sighed in relief, having just received valuable recognition. Jurund suddenly asked if the two were confident in hunting. Do-hyuk immediately raised his hand to accept the challenge and boasted that his archery was top-notch. Jurund ordered the two new recruits to join the hunting party to gather food. Both obediently accepted the quest as the system activated a timer. As night fell, Black Oak had already caught a white rabbit, bringing the progress bar almost full, while strange noises echoed through the forest. Black Oak grew suspicious, turning to question why Do-hyuk had been idle all this time, and directly asked if he had ever held a bow before. Do-hyuk chuckled confidently, admitting that he only ever shot magic bows or toy bows, and this was his first time touching a real one. Hearing this, Black Oak pointed at a huge tree in front of them, challenging him to shoot a few arrows to test his actual skill. Do-hyuk put on a professional air, regulated his breathing, and drew his bow, aiming with extreme focus at the motionless tree. He let out a shout and released the bowstring, the arrow tearing through the air with fierce momentum as if it would pierce the target. The arrow plunged into the ground a meter away from the tree. Black Oak couldn't help but mock his teammate's blind shot. The chat channel gloated, seeing the team carrier also have his useless moments, while Do-hyuk forced a smile, trying to save face by saying he'd get used to it after a few more shots. Black Oak, emboldened, laughed maniacally, puffing out his chest confidently and offering to teach archery to this embarrassed, fraudulent genius. He self-proclaimed himself the Robin Hood of Valhalla, with a long, smug nose, telling Do-hyuk to trust his skill implicitly. The viewers immediately called out the boaster's 3-0, 40% miss rate, but Black Oak shamelessly insisted that it was perfectly fine. A plump male deer suddenly appeared in the bushes, catching the eye of the apprentice hunter, Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk unceremoniously pushed his annoying friend's face aside to get a clear view of the juicy prey. He drew his bow, aiming straight at the deer, muttering about his supreme archery skills honed through dozens of other medieval games. Do-hyuk loudly declared his one-shot kill motto with great enthusiasm, releasing the bowstring with absolute faith in his destined headshot. The arrow plunged into the tree trunk next to it, startling the deer, while the chat channel seized the opportunity to laugh at the boaster's immediate miss. The frightened prey bolted, and Black Oak frantically chased after it, shouting for it to stop in vain. Annoyed, Do-hyuk brushed his friend's face aside again, determined to salvage his honor with the next serious shot. Do-hyuk swung his arm, throwing the axe with immense force, sending it tearing through the air and leaving a trail of blue light. The axe cleanly embedded itself into the neck of the fleeing deer with a crisp sound, instantly sending it to the kill count. Black Oak gaped in astonishment, asking how he did that, while Do-hyuk casually replied that he just guessed its running direction and threw it randomly, and it hit. He pulled the axe from the prey's carcass. The chat channel immediately changed its tune, praising his divine axe-throwing skills as the hunting quest was completed. Before they could celebrate, the system issued a red alert. A sudden chain quest appeared, making both of them stare at each other in surprise. At the Viking outpost, rain poured heavily, and a group of Saxons lurked, preparing to attack the vulnerable camp under the cover of night. 2 Saxon scout soldiers whispered their plans. Garrett was ordered to report back to the captain to launch a full-scale attack. Enemy General Carroll, an elite Saxon warrior, roared, inciting his soldiers to slaughter the barbaric Vikings and seize their territory. The system warned that enemies were targeting the outpost, requiring players to return and defend the base immediately. An 8-minute countdown appeared. Do-hyuk smirked confidently, realizing the game was only truly beginning now. A big spender named Axe Killer hot donated 1,001, along with a challenge offering a 5,001 bounty for each kill made with an axe, making Do-hyuk's eyes light up. Do-hyuk eagerly urged them to go quickly. Black Oak, thinking naively, intended to lead the way back to camp according to the usual game script. Do-hyuk stopped, bewildered, asking his friend which obscure corner he was heading to when the gold mine was in a different direction. Black Oak anxiously explained that they had to return to defend the base according to the storyline. Any delay would result in heavy losses for their side. Do-hyuk pointed backward, casually suggesting they intercept and deal with the enemies beautifully right on the road, leaving Black Oak completely stunned. He revealed his merchant nature, calculating that if he let the NPCs do the killing, he would lose out on the easy 5,001 bounty per kill. Black Oak broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears when his friend wanted the 2 of them to take on all 20 elite soldiers. The viewers burst into laughter at Do-hyuk's unconventional thinking, excited to see him planning to solo a squad to farm donation money. Ignoring his friend's frantic attempts to dissuade him, Do-hyuk dashed into the night to begin the massacre for the bounty. Enemy General Carroll was straining his neck, ordering his soldiers to keep their eyes peeled and guard all directions in the dark night. A sharp, wind-tearing sound echoed, signaling that death had knocked on the Saxon camp's door. The flying axe embedded itself into the unlucky soldier's face, making Carroll flinch in terror at the sudden attack. Carroll roared in alarm that enemies were ambushing them, while the soldiers began to panic and draw their weapons. Do-hyuk and Black Oak emerged from the bushes, leaving Carroll dumbfounded to see that the enemy force consisted of only 2 Vikings. Ignoring Carroll's sneering contempt, Do-hyuk charged forward like an arrow, leaving Black Oak sputtering protests behind him. Carroll furiously ordered the entire Saxon platoon to charge and crush the 2 arrogant fools who dared to disrespect their army. Do-hyuk grinned widely, boldly declaring first come, first served before swinging his arm and throwing an axe to kick off the massacre. The powerful throw shattered a soldier's shield, sending him stumbling backward. Do-hyuk plunged into the enemy formation like a hungry tiger, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the approaching small fry soldiers. He caught the war axe he had just thrown, his killing intent flaring fiercely, preparing for the bloodbath to earn bounties. A brutal axe swing instantly sent a Saxon soldier to his ancestors, splattering blood everywhere. Do-hyuk continued to swing his axe, reaping the lives of soldiers like harvesting wheat, his mouth letting out an excited shout that suppressed the enemy's morale. He followed up with a devastating punch to the unfortunate soldier's face, leaving the opponent disoriented and unable to react. The enemies fell without a chance to utter a final word, overwhelmed by the crushing power and pragmatic fighting style of this monster, disguised as a player. Do-hyuk stood tall, his bloodthirsty gaze making Carol and the remaining soldiers tremble with extreme fear. Carol gritted her teeth, desperately shouting for that madman to stop slaughtering her soldiers. Provoked by the chat for standing idle, Black Oak angrily roared and charged into battle to reclaim his honor. Black Oak blocked Carol's attack, determined to take the general's head to prove his skill to the viewers. Do-hyuk unleashed a thunderous punch to a soldier's face, instantly eliminating him and officially establishing a brutal 6-kill streak. He stood proudly amidst the bloody battlefield, wondering if his friend Black Oak was doing all right over there. In stark contrast, Black Oak was being completely overwhelmed, parrying attacks while desperately shouting for Do-hyuk's help. Do-hyuk glanced over and coolly remarked that his teammate still looked perfectly fine. Black Oak went ballistic upon hearing that, blocking attacks and cursing loudly, because he was about to be sent back to town to recover. Do-hyuk smirked slyly, deciding to rush in and KS a few more kills to lighten his teammate's burden. He deftly dodged a Saxon soldier's slash as light as a feather, muttering a farewell to his opponent. Immediately, a powerful uppercut was delivered, leaving the enemy disoriented. Do-hyuk charged into the encirclement, wielding his axe and sword to create a whirlwind of death that swept away everything in his path. 2 soldiers attempted a pincer attack, but Do-hyuk's speed was too great, causing them to strike only air. Do-hyuk's eyes blazed with killing intent as he swung his axe, delivering a clean, swift strike that instantly finished off the enemy. The opposing Saxon soldier's face went pale, sweat pouring down him like rain before this absurd power. He was so terrified that he dropped his shield, his fighting spirit plummeting into negative numbers as he watched his comrades fall like straw. Do-hyuk let out a sigh of relief after clearing the mob camp, the chat exploding over his incredibly brutal solo map sweep. The 2 remaining soldiers trembled and retreated, their expressions of fear so realistic that even the viewers wondered. Do-hyuk looked bewildered, unable to understand why the NPCs in the game reacted with such fear of death and wanted to flee like real people. Commander Carol roared in helplessness, trying to order the cowardly soldiers to return to battle. Ignoring the command, a soldier threw his weapon to the ground and screamed that he couldn't take it anymore. The entire remaining Saxon force broke ranks and fled for their lives, seeing Do-hyuk as an unbeatable monster. The remaining Saxon soldiers screamed desperately, calling Do-hyuk a monster, then fled headlong into the deep forest to save their lives. Do-hyuk watched the easy prey scattering in all directions, his eyes cold, confirming he couldn't let them escape so easily. The sound of wind tearing through the air rang out as the hunter began his pursuit, determined to clear the map, leaving no one behind. A fleeing Saxon soldier suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned his head, his face drained of all color. He let out a horrified scream, tears and snot streaming down his face as he realized death was right on his heels. The soldier fell face first to the ground, while the chat channel rapidly praised the 1-shot, 1-kill, and mocked the NPC's hopelessness. Do-hyuk let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had run out of throwing axes, so he decided to switch tactics to a bow and arrow to continue the fun. He confidently drew his bow, ignoring the chat channel, wondering if the axe-wielding quest would be ruined, but Do-hyuk affirmed he had a plan. The arrow left the bowstring with immense force, but the viewers immediately trolled, saying his archery skills were absolute trash. The arrow plunged into the ground a meter away from the target, making the chat channel burst into laughter, constantly spamming questions if he was aiming at thin air. Do-hyuk was unfazed by the criticism. He calmly muttered calculations and began to grasp the feel of the projectile's trajectory. He drew his bow again with intense focus, declaring he would shoot seriously, while the chat channel still didn't believe in his skill. The bowstring snapped, the arrow tore through the wind, and Do-hyuk coldly counted the first victim who would fall. The fleeing Saxon soldier suddenly screamed in pain as an arrow pierced his leg, brutally flinging him into the air. Do-hyuk continued to fire arrows rapidly, explaining that simply shattering their legs was enough to turn the hunt into a mobile target practice game. Another dry thud echoed. Another enemy fell to the ground with a pierced leg, their screams echoing throughout the forest. The chat channel fell silent, then shifted to extreme astonishment, seeing the arrow precisely embedded in the enemy's calf, wondering if this was a stroke of genius. Another trying to crawl away also couldn't escape his fate. He screamed as an arrow pinned his leg to the ground, making viewers exclaim that this method was insane but effective. Do-hyuk rushed forward like a whirlwind, coldly finishing off the wounded enemy with a dagger, who could no longer resist. The last soldier fell backward onto the ground, trembling. He looked up at the slaughterer before him and stammered a plea for mercy in utter despair. Do-hyuk said little, swinging his axe to finish off the enemy with a decisive, powerful blow. The Saxon soldier tried to drag his battered body away, but Do-hyuk's deathly silhouette with glowing red eyes enveloped him from behind. Heavy footsteps echoed. The soldier frantically raised his hands, begging him not to come closer. In vain. He let out a desperate scream, realizing his fate had been sealed by the cold axe blade. Brutal impacts echoed in the dark night, signaling an unpleasant end for the defeated. Do-hyuk stood proudly over the enemy's corpse, casually reading comments from viewers who doubted his claims of just starting archery. He nonchalantly explained that he only needed a few practice shots to get the hang of it, making the surrounding corpses feel pathetic due to his absurd dominance. The chat channel roared with laughter at this fictional talent, while Do-hyuk regained his composure, realizing only the boss Carol hadn't been eliminated yet. On the other side, Black Oak was being thrashed by Carol, parrying blows while screaming at Do-hyuk, asking why he was just watching instead of helping. Carol swung his sword relentlessly, yelling at Black Oak for daring to be careless, while Black Oak struggled to desperately dodge the attacks. Do-hyuk stood watching the show, even taking the opportunity to comment on his teammates' unorthodox dodging skills, while the audience had a good laugh. Black Oak gritted his teeth, enduring, desperately parrying with his dagger, and screamed in pain as his strength gave out. Just as the sword blade was about to hit his teammate, Do-hyuk rushed in to parry the blow in time, causing sparks to fly. The enemy General Carol's eyes widened in fury. He roared, seeing his prey snatched away right before his eyes. Without letting him react, Do-hyuk glided like the wind, his sword blade flashing with a deadly light, tearing through the night. A clean sword stroke sliced through the air. The head of Boss Carol flew from his neck, ending the battle in an instant. The system immediately displayed a notification that the raid quest had been completed excellently. The viewers were utterly shocked by the overwhelming carry, while Do-hyuk turned to check on Black Oak, who was kneeling on the ground, panting. Black Oak's face was covered in dirt. He resentfully complained that Do-hyuk should have intervened a little sooner instead of just watching. Do-hyuk chuckled with an innocent expression, offering a perfunctory apology and saying he thought Black Oak's skill was enough to handle this fight himself. Black Oak's face went blank, his mouth agape and eyes wide, unable to process the situation where his teammate had just blatantly stolen his kill. Do-hyuk nonchalantly explained the logic of the strong, stating that if you're not dead, it's not critical enough to complain about kill stealing. Black Oak's eyes flared with rage, pointing and cursing directly at him, while Do-hyuk casually replied that if his guts weren't spilling out, he was still perfectly fine. The big guy yelled into Do-hyuk's face that injuries of that magnitude were enough for an ordinary person to log out to the other side. Black Oak suddenly ignored Do-hyuk, frantically running towards the NPCs and loudly calling out his teammate Gunner's name. Do-hyuk froze completely, bewildered, not understanding what kind of sappy emotional drama this guy was putting on in the middle of a battlefield. Black Oak roughly shoved Do-hyuk aside, like tossing a bag of trash to clear the way to save someone. He rushed to grab the Viking NPC's shoulder, anxiously asking about his condition, while Do-hyuk naively thought he was being asked about. Do-hyuk was wiping his mouth, about to answer, when he realized he had just been completely ignored. Feeling utterly embarrassed, not knowing where to hide his face, Black Oak completely ignored his savior, only focusing on rushing to the NPCs Gunner and Jorund to check their situation. Do-hyuk lay flattened on the ground, feeling pathetic, while Black Oak announced he was logging off the game, too tired of life. Black Oak officially logged out of the game, his body dissolving into blue data particles right before everyone's eyes. Jorund looked at where Black Oak had just disappeared, letting out a blunt exclamation that made the chat channel burst into laughter at the guy's bad luck. Do-hyuk turned to ask Jorund if this beginner's tutorial was over yet, so he could move on to the open-world map. He stood pondering for a moment, unsure what to do next to make money in this virtual reality game. The system suddenly chimed, announcing a quest from the tycoon Eclipse, with a hot reward of up to 1 million won. Do-hyuk groaned in delight, clenching his fist, determined to hunt down Beowulf's head for the power of money. Jorund heard this and immediately panicked, warning that soloing Beowulf was a suicidal act for a madman. Despite the warning, Jorund sighed resignedly and decided to join the party to protect this reckless rookie. Do-hyuk asked blankly what good recruiting a follower would do for his life, other than getting in the way. Jorund ordered his subordinates to prepare war horses so he and Do-hyuk could depart immediately on the clear, breezy night. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as Do-hyuk took the opportunity to inquire about the mysterious enemy named Beowulf. Jorund revealed that Beowulf was once an honorable Dronzer warrior who served under the king before his fall. He stated that this boss was currently hiding in West Sussex and specialized in plundering nearby villages. According to the lore, Beowulf was once one of King Ragnar's most trusted banner-bearers, but had now lost his honor. Do-hyuk's mission was to send this once blessed by Odin individual back to Valhalla, as befitting a warrior's code. The system's ting-ting sound updated the warrior identification quest, making Do-hyuk groan with pleasure as everything proceeded exactly as planned. Both reined in their horses, stopping right at the edge of the abyss to observe the terrain before acting. Below in the valley lay Beowulf's fortified camp, with flickering torchlight and dense guards. Jorund handed Do-hyuk a signal horn, saying he would stay outside the camp and only charge in when he heard the call to rally. Do-hyuk didn't bother discussing tactics, spurring his horse and charging straight down the slope alone, startling Jorund. The NPC froze for a few seconds, unable to understand why his new recruit would charge headfirst into certain death so aggressively. Do-hyuk decided to directly smash through the enemy formation, completely ignoring the system's suggestion for a safe, stealthy approach. The gate guards frantically pointed their spears to block the path when they saw a madman charging on horseback at breakneck speed. Do-hyuk loudly declared the philosophy of a true Viking: never resort to cowardly sneak attacks like assassins. His warhorse unleashed a powerful leap, clearing the wooden fence to the bewildered astonishment of the guards. The thunderous landing shattered the obstacle and sent nearby enemies flying with an immense impact force. The entire camp erupted in chaos, alarm shouts echoing everywhere as they witnessed the invaders' extreme ferocity. Do-hyuk drew his bow and arrow, his sharp eyes locking onto a target from horseback with the poise of a master archer. An arrow tore through the wind and lodged directly into the throat of the unfortunate soldier, making him collapse on the spot before he could even comprehend what had happened. Do-hyuk rode past like a gust of wind, delivering a fatal arrow to the back of another soldier's neck, making him scream in agony. The Saxon soldiers furiously roared orders to kill him, then simultaneously thrust their spears repeatedly into the horse. The sharp spears pierced the warhorse's flesh, blood gushing out as it neighed in extreme pain. Do-hyuk didn't flinch. He leaped off the collapsing horse's back and performed a cool mid-air flip, firing arrows backward. 3 arrows were loosed, tearing through the wind at deadly speed, aimed directly at the enemy's heads. With pinpoint archery skill, the soldiers fell like dominoes, arrows embedded directly into their vital weak points. Do-hyuk landed in a proud, superheroic pose amidst the stunned enemy encirclement. He slowly stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping over the trembling remnants of the army around him with a smirk. The Saxon soldiers frantically raised their shield wall in defense, their commander stammering orders to raise shields in fear. Do-hyuk sneered when he saw his opponents huddle together like turtles retracting their heads. Shields, huh? In that case? He tossed his bow to the ground and declared loudly, "No more using these cowardly weapons." He ripped out his battle axe, an overwhelming aura exploding forth, making the surrounding air feel thick. From now on, Do-hyuk gripped the axe handle tightly, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "I'll clear this stage with my axe, for a real bloody show." The Saxon soldiers regained some courage, shouting to the heavens as they swarmed him like moths to a flame. Do-hyuk charged straight into the eye of the storm without hesitation, ready to take on the entire map with his axe in hand. The two sides clashed, Do-hyuk swinging his axe to knock away the leading soldier's weapon with overwhelming force. He weaved through the encirclement, moving agilely to dodge attacks and counter fiercely. A soldier roared, gathering courage, then swung his sword down with full might, aiming to finish him off. Do-hyuk lightly parried the blow with his axe handle, then delivered a thunderous kick to the soldier's stomach, making him double over. Without letting his opponent catch his breath, Do-hyuk brought the axe blade straight down onto the soldier's face, brutally finishing him off in an instant. A Saxon soldier cursed and swung his sword down, but Do-hyuk easily blocked the feeble attack with his axe handle. He glided like a gust of wind, leaving afterimages that disoriented his opponents, making them unable to track him. A loud thud echoed as Do-hyuk slammed into the soldier, sending him flying and completely unbalancing him with overwhelming force. The archers behind frantically ordered a volley of arrows, trying to stop the charging monster with long-range firepower. Do-hyuk quickly grabbed a corpse to use as a shield, turning the body into a pincushion riddled with arrows. Ignoring the rain of arrows, He aggressively charged forward with the meat shield in hand, terrifying the soldiers with his brutality. He directly hurled the corpse towards the stunned soldiers, breaking their formation in an instant. The commander was furious at being tricked, but Do-hyuk had already ducked low and closed in on him at terrifying speed. He moved magically through the encirclement, dodging attacks smoothly as if performing a master's dance, making enemies strike only air. Do-hyuk's axe blade tore through the wind, cleaving open the soldier's chest, fresh blood gushing out accompanied by a desperate scream. He stood tall like the Grim Reaper, his eyes glowing, raising his weapon, ready to send the next enemy to the afterlife. A soldier, his face drained of color, screamed for his leader to come to their aid in utter despair. The battle axe spun rapidly in the air, forming a deadly circle, hurtling away with terrifying throwing force. Do-hyuk had just executed a precise long-range axe throw, pinning the weapon high up to intimidate his opponent, then struck a cool pose. A heavy thud echoed as the giant feet of the newcomer crushed the ground, signaling the arrival of the boss. Beowulf, the colossal Viking boss with imposing armor, officially appeared, causing the system to display a blazing red notification. A grunt soldier hastily tattled to his leader about the invader, his face contorted with extreme fear. Do-hyuk didn't let him finish, delivering a punch straight to the soldier's face to shut him up, then coldly looked at the boss. Beowulf roared in anger, seeing his subordinate tormented right before his eyes, a murderous aura billowing out and engulfing the entire area. Do-hyuk didn't care. He provocatively beckoned the boss to engage in a solo fight immediately, as he had no time to waste. Beowulf let out a roar of expletives, then swung his weapon down with furious might, aiming to crush the obstruction. Do-hyuk glided away like a gust of wind, causing the attack to miss entirely. He mocked his opponent, saying only someone tired of living would dare to attack as slowly as a crawling turtle. Beowulf furiously thrust his giant shield repeatedly, trying to corner him, but only met with frustration, as he couldn't even graze his opponent's clothes. The scene shifted to the Iron Fist arena, where Black Oak, in his Anatol avatar, had just delivered a mechanical punch, instantly sending his opponent flying. The screen displayed a huge victory message, and Black Oak sighed in relief, greeting his viewers after a long absence from the professional arena. He gave a strained laugh, confirming to the chat that this was his first livestream since his bitter defeat in the semi-finals of the World Championship. Black Oak clenched his mechanical arm, reassuring his fans that his mental state had stabilized after a few days of rest to recover from his wounded pride. Memories flooded back to a time when the name Anatol was a global terror, dominating the Iron Fist tournament with victories as easy as pie. He stood alone in the vast virtual arena, recalling the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of glory, now just a distant past. Black Oak cast aside his weakness, his eyes resolute, as he declared he wouldn't give up, deciding to rediscover the feeling from his early days. He snapped his fingers artfully, inviting over 38,000 viewers to return to his old hometown to find himself again. The system announced the shutdown of Iron Fist and the launch of his favorite game, Ultimate Fighter, causing the screen interface to rapidly change. The number of viewers plummeted from over 30,000 to 17,000, causing the unsubscribe notifications to ring incessantly. Black Oak stood in the hall, forcing a smile at the viewer's harshness after he switched games, having neglected it for a year to chase the meta. He snapped his fingers again, deciding to summon his legendary Hoken character to relive old memories. Enveloped in light, Black Oak officially donned the familiar Hoken martial artist skin, radiating a fierce aura. He stretched his muscles and ordered the AI to find a match immediately to warm up after a long hiatus. The pink robot head of the system guide appeared with a wide grin, signaling that it was scanning for a worthy opponent. The scene shifted to Ji, and watching a video at home, exclaiming in admiration at her brother's divine reflexes. Even just watching through the screen, the video of Do-hyuk parrying Beowulf's attacks garnered over 100,000 views, with numerous comments praising his top-tier parry skill as innate, not something to be trifled with. Ji-an lay sprawled on the sofa, waving her arms wildly, muttering as she mimicked her brother's incredibly fierce combat combo. The young girl sprang up, striking a pose identical to the in-game character, asserting that Do-hyuk's skill level was more than enough for him to solo and still captivate the audience. Do-hyuk smiled, thanking his sister, admitting that he was free today, thanks to her handling all the stream channel management. Ji-an let out a huge yawn that threatened to dislocate her jaw, stretched lazily, then subtly urged her brother to go to sleep so she could return to her room to recharge. Do-hyuk stood alone in the living room. Sleep hadn't arrived yet, so he considered playing a few rounds of the recently popular Iron Fist. He dismissed that idea and decided to stick to his original plan of grinding the Ultimate Fighter game to earn a promotion. Do-hyuk checked his phone and saw that his newly befriended swordswoman friend was still offline, guessing she might have quit the game or was busy. He plopped down onto his gaming chair, ordering the computer to activate full stealth mode to begin his hunt tonight. Do-hyuk free fell into digital space while the pink robot head of the system guide announced his connection to the waiting lobby. The bell signaling a match found rang, and Do-hyuk stood in the waiting lobby in his casual attire, looking at the opponent's information panel that appeared before him. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, seeing the ridiculously long opponent name. First noodle-eating contest champion, along with a blank record of no wins or losses. Do-hyuk clicked his tongue, guessing it was an old account, recently revived, but still unhesitatingly accepted the match. On the other side, Black Oak was scrutinizing his opponent, who had the strange name, that's enough. With a perfect win rate of 21 consecutive victories, he rubbed his chin in thought, asserting that this person must be Grandmaster level or above, or some expert playing on a Smurf account to bully noobs. A flurry of comments from the chat channel popped up on the screen, saying it was the swordswoman from the stream, leaving Black Oak bewildered, wondering what kind of troll this was. The crowd clamored, confirming it was the troll master from the swordswoman's channel, showering praise on the opponent's incredibly strong comedic skills. Black Oak glanced at the message comparing his opponent to the legendary Kumahana, but remained skeptical, dismissing it as a baseless rumor. He pointed at the screen with amusement, wondering if a masked, anonymous expert would dare to troll him right to his face. Black Oak officially entered the arena in his Hoken martial artist form, his entire body radiating a fiery aura, ready to crush anyone in his way. He punched his palm, striking a welcoming pose, then smirked arrogantly, demanding to unmask his opponent and see their true identity. Black Oak, in his Hoken form, took a welcoming stance, inviting his opponent with his words, but radiating a murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour them alive. Do-hyuk returned the gesture with a finger pointed directly at his face, accompanied by a huge question mark, his disdainful attitude asking, "Who the hell are you?" He beckoned provocatively, taunting his opponent to charge first instead of just standing there showing off. Black Oak forced a laugh, bitterly realizing he had just been psychologically played and completely ignored by that brat on livestream. Unable to control his anger, the former champion roared and charged, throwing a kick to teach the arrogant punk a lesson he wouldn't forget. He unleashed Hoken's famous fiery punch, putting all his strength into sending his opponent to the scoreboard immediately. Do-hyuk smoothly dodged the attack, making his opponent's 1,000-pound punch harmlessly cut through the air. The moment his opponent overextended, Do-hyuk swept his leg low, a dangerously precise kick to disrupt his balance. The accurate kick made Black Oak stumble, sending him flying backward in utter astonishment at how quickly his moves were read. Do-hyuk gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath, closing in with the smile of a predator toying with its prey. He easily brushed aside Black Oak's weak counterattack, displaying supreme parry skills that left the viewers wide-eyed. The impact sent Black Oak reeling, completely outclassed by his opponent's divine reflexes and overwhelming power. Black Oak's face changed color, beads of sweat forming as he realized his opponent had just parried his attack with bare hands like a true monster. Do-hyuk followed up with a hook punch straight to the face, distorting Black Oak's jaw, his teeth and lips a mess of pain. He continued his assault with a thunderous stomp from above, pinning his opponent tightly to the arena floor, giving him no chance to get up. Do-hyuk's eyes blazed with excitement. He was truly enjoying tormenting the former world champion, beating him to a pulp like a training dummy. Black Oak groaned in pain, lying flat on the ground like a beached fish before the absolute overwhelming power of the stranger. A shocking slam cracked the arena floor, dust flying everywhere, burying the honor of the legend Anatole, right there. The chat channel exploded in arguments. No one could believe Anatole, using his signature Hoken character, was being utterly dominated by an unknown. Do-hyuk stood tall, looking down at the defeated opponent, while the audience began to turn, criticizing Black Oak as past his prime and fighting too carelessly. Black Oak broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes flickering wildly, as he wondered if his opponent was just lucky or truly possessed skills beyond his comprehension. Do-hyuk stood firm with a cold expression, exuding an overwhelming aura that made his opponent feel utterly uneasy, even before unleashing any special moves. Refusing to yield, Black Oak roared and charged, attacking head-on to break the stalemate. He threw a feint punch, then unexpectedly lowered his center of gravity to execute a tricky tackle. But Do-hyuk had seen through this tactic beforehand. Do-hyuk calmly threw a punch to intercept his opponent the moment he charged, muttering to himself, confirming the prey had fallen into the trap. A resounding thud echoed as Do-hyuk's fist slammed directly into Black Oak's face as he was charging forward. The former champion slid across the arena floor, eyes wide in horror, unable to understand how his perfectly concealed close-range counterattack was read so easily. Utterly frustrated, Black Oak sprang up and threw a hook punch, but Do-hyuk merely tilted his head to effortlessly dodge it. He continued to unleash a flurry of attacks, but Do-hyuk caught his wrist, blocking all avenues of assault. Black Oak's desperate elbow strike was lightly parried by Do-hyuk's forearm. All attempts at resistance became meaningless. Do-hyuk retaliated with a thunderous uppercut that sent his opponent flying backward, screaming in pain. Both sides exchanged blows, but Black Oak only took hits to the stomach, to the point of wanting to vomit. Another direct punch to the face made Black Oak's vision blur. He began to panic as every rhythm of his attack was completely read. In desperation, he tried to slip into his opponent's blind spot behind the shoulder to deliver a final sneaky blow, hoping to turn the tide. But Do-hyuk spun around with lightning-fast reflexes, delivering an immediate punishing blow that left his opponent no time to react. He used his shoulder to ram forcefully, causing Black Oak to lose his balance and fall headfirst to the ground like a rotten log. Black Oak slammed his face onto the floor, spitting blood, but still managed to recognize the familiar technique, Iron Mountain Lean, that had just been executed. He cried out in utter astonishment because his opponent had unleashed a secret technique without any wind-up motion, contrary to game mechanics. In theory, this move should have a perfect angle buffer, but that monster broke all physical rules to optimize damage. The chat channel exploded with shocked comments as they witnessed the legend Anatol being mercilessly tormented by an unknown assailant in his own close combat specialty. Do-hyuk stomped his foot hard on the floor, activating the Crimson Flame kick, causing fierce flames to erupt and engulf his leg. Black Oak was pushed back by the heat pressure, but still managed to recognize the familiar move and assume a defensive stance. He broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the hot air current from the skill was locking down all his escape routes. His mind raced, realizing this wide-area attack forced him into a direct confrontation. He smirked triumphantly, believing this wide-range skill was a fatal mistake in close combat. The moment Do-hyuk's flaming fist descended, Black Oak was ready to counterattack and turn the tables. He smoothly dodged the attack, confident that catching the right rhythm would make evading as easy as pie. Exploiting the stiffness duration of the Crimson Flame kick, he intended to unleash a powerful finishing blow. Victory was already in his grasp as he saw his opponent still stuck in an uncancelable attack animation. Suddenly, Do-hyuk twisted his body mid-air, unleashing a reverse kick that made Black Oak's eyes widen in horror. A reverse Crimson Flame kick struck him directly in the face, leaving Black Oak no time to comprehend what had just happened. He screamed in pain as he took the full damage from an attack that shattered all of the game's operational rules. In his daze, he vaguely realized this skill was completely different from the data stored in his mind. To bypass the skill interruption penalty, players were forced to perform all movements entirely manually, using their own strength. Do-hyuk gave his opponent no quarter, rushing in to follow up with a series of uppercuts that left him dizzy. Black Oak was stunned, realizing the source of his discomfort was that his opponent wasn't using auto-aim at all. This monster had turned off all system assistance to freely control his character according to his insane will. A finishing punch knocked Black Oak out, and a huge win appeared on the screen for Do-hyuk. Black Oak stood up, looking dazed, unable to believe a player could control with such precision. He shouted, demanding another match to verify his crazy suspicion. Black Oak desperately pleaded for one more round to salvage his shattered honor. Do-hyuk said little, responding immediately with a devastating punch that made his opponent cough up blood. A sharp impact echoed as the next attack landed, leaving the enemy disoriented. A powerful headshot sent the opponent to the scoreboard immediately. The huge windscreen appeared, ending the merciless torment for Black Oak. Do-hyuk looked at the defeated opponent lying on the floor and coldly declared he was done playing after 5 consecutive wins. He glanced at his pristine record board, showing 26 consecutive wins without a single scratch. Do-hyuk clenched his fist, ambitious to climb to the heavenly realm, ranked to find more worthy opponents. He suddenly worried that if his fans found out he was secretly grinding a solo game instead of streaming, he'd be in big trouble. Do-hyuk decided to keep his identity hidden until he reached the top 1 server rank before revealing himself. He turned to ask the system guide to ensure his personal information was absolutely secure. The system displayed the default character interface, which looked incredibly goofy and tacky. Do-hyuk gave a thumbs up, deciding to keep this strangely ugly facade to fool everyone. He chuckled with delight, thinking if the old game was this fun, how much more exhilarating would the trending hot game be? Do-hyuk began to fantasize about dominating the wildly popular game Iron Fist. He ordered the system to send a friend request to the ramen account of the guy he had just utterly crushed. Do-hyuk stood pondering what cool message to send to encourage his defeated opponent to try harder. He flashed a smug smile, then drafted a condescending message, sending it off like a seasoned senior. Black Oak, sitting in the waiting area, received a message praising his talent, and his face crumpled in shock. The viewers in the chat channel burst into laughter, seeing their idol being lectured on skills by an unknown person. The chat channel erupted in debate over Do-hyuk's recent ethereal Crimson Flame kick, performed without system assistance. Black Oak rewatched the replay and broke out in a cold sweat, confirming that his opponent had performed the skill entirely manually. He clenched his fist, realizing he was still too green and inexperienced compared to that anonymous master. The former world champion vaguely realized that the key to conquering the challenging game Iron Fist lay precisely in this humiliating defeat. Black Oak turned off the virtual screen with a calculating expression, no longer bitter as he had been initially. He flashed a wicked smile as an idea sparked, to drag all his rivals down into the pit with him. Black Oak decided to keep information about this master hidden so that his rivals would also get thoroughly thrashed by Do-hyuk, just like him. He stood laughing maniacally in the forest like a villain, imagining his rivals being utterly decimated. Ji-an slammed her keyboard in frustration, seeing the chat channel mock her brother's rematch invitation. She was annoyed that the unknown person was hogging all of her big brother's spotlight on the gaming forums. Ji-an pouted, confidently asserting that if her brother played this game, he'd utterly crush that person in a heartbeat. She transformed into a keyboard warrior, typing furiously to disparage the opponent and protect her brother's rank. Ji-an suddenly paused, remembering her brother, whom she had sent on an errand to buy groceries, hadn't returned yet. Do-hyuk grumbled under his breath, cursing his sister for demanding banana milk. As he pushed open the convenience store door, he accidentally bumped into a student who was leaving, looking dazed and hurried. The collision sent the boy sprawling to the ground, dropping his phone onto the floor. Do-hyuk looked down with rare concern, asking if the kid could get up. The bruised student quickly adjusted his glasses and profusely apologized. Looking scared, Do-hyuk narrowed his eyes and surprisingly called the boy in front of him by his nickname, Big Ears Jaegul-min. Jaegul-min flinched in alarm, asking why this stranger knew both his given name and his nickname. Do-hyuk froze, realizing the weak boy in front of him was none other than Jaegul-min, the brilliant strategist of Team 13 before he regressed. He recalled the early days of the apocalypse when he led the Stray Dog Unit, a group of seemingly useless individuals who were as tenacious as leeches. The past version of Jaegul-min was sitting on the ground, chugging alcohol and slurring complaints about his miserable fate of being a stepping stone for others. Do-hyuk, in his captain's attire, scooped up canned food and grumbled, wondering who had supplied alcohol to this drunken strategist. Min-ah suddenly rushed over and playfully squeezed Jaegul-min's head between her ample chest to tease the younger guy. Jaegul-min struggled, pushing her away, and cried out indignantly, upset that everyone treated him like a pampered child. Min-ah ignored his weak resistance and continued to pinch the boy's cheeks until his face was distorted, clearly enjoying herself. Hwatuo appeared with a bright, brazen smile, suggesting they drink the remaining alcohol instead of letting it go to waste. Min-ah immediately brandished her giant hammer threateningly, making Hwatuo break out in a cold sweat and surrender immediately. Min-ah turned back to find her target had vanished without a trace and asked, bewildered, where the boy had scurried off to. Do-hyuk calmly held a spoon and pointed towards a hidden corner, his expression showing he was all too familiar with this scene. He knew perfectly well that whenever the strategist got drunk, he would climb to the highest spot to enjoy the breeze and be alone with his thoughts. Min-ah looked up and saw Jaegul-min precariously standing on the edge of the wall, immediately yelling at him to come down for safety. Jaegul-min ignored his older teammate's words, turning his back and calling out to the captain in an unusually serious tone. Do-hyuk looked up at his small teammate and silently listened to the heartfelt confessions of the vulnerable one. Jaegul-min raised a hand to touch his eye patch, and wondered if he would be bullied less if he were as tall and strong as the captain. His small figure stood isolated in the night, facing the world's cruelty without physical strength. He decisively removed the cloth covering his eye, as if wanting to confront the naked truth about himself. Jaegul-min revealed an empty eye socket with a long scar and bitterly mentioned his younger brother, who was suffering alongside him because of this weakness. He looked at the captain with determined eyes and wished he had enough strength to punch the alien soldiers' faces in, even without superpowers. Jaegul-min, in his memory, smiled bitterly, and told the captain that he should have been able to protect everyone. His red cloak fluttered in the wind, as he regretfully wished he had been strong enough in the past to change the situation. Back in the present, Hwatuo was carrying the drunken Jaegul-min on her shoulder, grumbling because he always climbed to high places to complain whenever he drank. In the stream of memories, Do-hyuk was startled to hear a call from his teammate Geiko, who was hiding behind a ruined wall. Geiko reported that he had found the enemy's forward base, where Min-ah and Flesh Ghost were waiting to coordinate. A hand gripped the sword hilt while Hua-tuo woke Grandpa up, so the whole team could prepare to move. Team 13 descended the stairs together in high spirits, planning to have breakfast at the base after finishing their mission. But harsh reality struck. Jaegil-min screamed for everyone to run immediately as he realized the monster's deadly trap. An alien army, as numerous as ants, along with 2 elite units, appeared, surrounding the resistance fighters. Gecko was fatally impaled and died instantly, to the utter shock of his teammates. Flesh Ghost met the same fate, hacked to pieces and collapsing in a pool of blood before he could even resist. Min-ah charged in, fighting to the death with the elite monster. But she had lost control and was nearing her breaking point. Hua-tuo had to support the severely wounded captain, while Min-ah carried Grandpa, as both were no longer able to fight. Jaegil-min activated his radiant power and ordered Hua-tuo and Min-ah to immediately evacuate the wounded. Min-ah, with tears in her eyes, cried out in protest, wanting to stay and fight alongside her teammates until her last breath. Jaegil-min didn't give her time to act. He unleashed a blast that pushed Min-ah and Grandpa far away, forcing them to leave the battlefield. He smiled bitterly at his comrade and pleaded with her to understand this difficult decision. Jaegil-min erected a massive energy barrier between his team and the monsters to buy them time to escape. He turned his back on his teammates to face death, and instructed everyone to take good care of the captain. Hua-tuo and Min-ah gritted their teeth, carrying the wounded as they fled, leaving behind a vow to personally kill Jaegil-min if he dared to die here. Do-hyuk, in the memory, appeared with a blood-soaked face, but his eyes still burned with determination to survive and carry the team's hope. The Jaegil-min of the past strained with all his might, activating brilliant purple energy to fulfill his vow of revenge and protect his teammates. A massive column of purple energy violently erupted, marking his tragic sacrifice and a promise to meet again in the next life over a cup of wine. Returning to the harsh reality, the student version of Jaegil-min was kneeling, looking pathetic and covered in wounds. The boy flinched in fright and stammered, asking if the person in front of him was one of Minsu's henchmen. Black Oak squatted down with a friendly smile and read Jaegil-min's name tag aloud, while instinctively calling him Little Ear out of old habit. He scratched his head, gave an awkward laugh, and quickly tried to cover up the strange nickname, then kindly asked about the boy who had just fallen. Black Oak held out his hand to return an item that had fallen to the ground, a sharp utility knife neatly encased in plastic. Jaegil-min snatched the knife back in a panic, his face full of vigilance, and vehemently denied that anything important was happening. The boy bowed his head, profusely apologizing for the collision earlier, then bolted away as if fleeing from death itself. Black Oak stood watching his old friends retreating back and sighed wistfully, realizing that their heroic bond from years ago was now just a distant memory. He suddenly froze as an unusual detail flashed through his mind, making him stop in his tracks immediately. Black Oak spun around, his face shocked and angry, as he pieced together the events surrounding the utility knife in the student's hand. Memories of a brutal school bullying incident resurfaced, filled with painful screams and bone-jarring punches. A powerful uppercut landed squarely on Jaegil-min's face, sending him flying with fresh blood splattering. Minsu revealed himself as a crazed bully, unleashing his fury on Jaegil-min in the deserted alley. The thug roared in indignation and continued to relentlessly kick him, enraged that his victim dared to secretly carry a weapon for self-defense. Another classmate bravely rushed in to intervene, shouting a warning that Minsu would kill Jaegil-min if he kept hitting him like that. Minsu didn't even look, immediately throwing a powerful elbow to the meddler's face, making him spit blood instantly. He grabbed Jaegil-min's hair, yanked his head up, and glared at the victim's swollen face with utter contempt. The thug Minsu gripped the victim's hair, growling an arrogant threat about the price he would pay for daring to fight back. Do-hyuk suddenly appeared with a cold expression, telling the punks to get out of the way as if they were beneath his notice. Without another word, the former captain delivered a straight punch to the bully's face, sending his front teeth flying in astonishment. He stepped forward, radiating pressure, sarcastically remarking that his opponent was all talk with short legs, making him useless. Minsu furiously lunged to retaliate, screaming to know the stranger's identity, but only hit air against his godlike reflexes. Do-hyuk easily read his moves, grabbed his opponent's head, and slammed him down as if playing with a ragged doll. A powerful slam drove the bully's head straight into the concrete, creating an impact that shook the entire alley. The thug stumbled back in a panic, his face distorted, stammering to ask the identity of the person who had just handed him such a beating. Do-hyuk pointed to his chest, smirked arrogantly, and introduced himself as a mysterious former captain. Jaegil-min, his face swollen, realized that his savior was none other than the part-timer from the convenience store. Jaegil-min innocently asked Do-hyuk If he was the leader of some triangle gang, his face filled with fear. Do-hyuk painfully flicked his future subordinate's head for wildly guessing the name of his stray dog unit. Jaegal-min continued to guess the leader's name incorrectly, making Do-hyuk furious, so he gave him a few more instructive slaps. Looking at his benefactor's cool back after clearing out the thugs, the weak student, Jaegal-min, secretly admired him and yearned to be that strong. Logging into the game lobby, Do-hyuk sighed in exasperation, having been scolded fiercely by his sister, Ji-an, for being late. He gritted his teeth, recalling the annoying tag-along who had followed him in real life, making everything complicated. He recalled Jaegal-min clinging to his leg, begging to be accepted as his master, and refusing to let go, which made him unable to answer his demon sister's call. Do-hyuk wiped away beads of sweat, thinking about the effort it would take to explain the misunderstanding, but then suddenly realized an important clue about big ears. He clenched his fist, contemplating searching for other old teammates in this timeline, based on the strategist's appearance. Standing in the empty lobby, Do-hyuk brushed aside that idea to focus on grinding and increasing his own strength first. Do-hyuk ruffled his hair in frustration over his mountain of debt, asserting that he was suffocating and had no time to worry about other people's business. He ordered the system guide to open the chat window to begin his pragmatic quest of grinding for money to pay off his debts. As soon as he went live, the chat channel exploded with messages praising Great God, Do-hyuk, forcing him to wave a polite greeting. He smirked triumphantly upon hearing that yesterday's highlight video had climbed to the top 2 trending spots, thanks to his managing sister. The viewers wondered why he didn't smash Anatol's head, but Do-hyuk was bewildered, not knowing who this home-based center they were talking about was. He was curious to see the face of this expert who was making waves before he went to grind in the game Valhalla. Do-hyuk stared wide-eyed at the familiar skill on the screen, vaguely realizing that this move looked exactly like his own fighting style. He pointed at the mop-top avatar in the video and wondered if he was the main character, his face full of confusion. A big donor immediately donated 10,000 won to question if his game purchase history was indeed only 3 days old. Do-hyuk confirmed the information, while the system guide displayed a startling number. Total playtime was just over 16 hours. The viewers burst into laughter, unable to believe that a rookie who had only played for 3 days possessed such overpowered skills without needing any adjustments. The record board showing 27 consecutive wins with a heaven and earth ranking appeared, making Do-hyuk groan with pleasure as he realized he was that legend. After satisfying his ego, he intended to switch to playing Valhalla as originally planned, ignoring everything else. The viewers screamed in protest, claiming Do-hyuk was crazy to ignore the hot fighting game to play another. Do-hyuk innocently asked again, only to be threatened by a big donor who donated 500,000 won, saying they would hold their breath until death if he didn't indulge his fans. The screen lit up with a shower of quests from the big donors, offering millions of won just for him to continue dominating in the fighting game. Seeing the number over 1,000,000 won appear before his eyes, Do-hyuk trembled with extreme joy, realizing this was his life's lifeline. He made a sharp U-turn, his eyes shining like car headlights as he declared he was extremely interested in fighting in the fighting game today. Without a second's hesitation, Do-hyuk immediately connected to Ultimate Fighter to collect everyone's money. Elsewhere, former pro player Beyond slammed the table, vehemently denying in frustration that he was the masked individual everyone was speculating about. Beyond looked at the donation exposing Homebase Center as a butt-wiggling streamer, not a pro, and smugly said he told them so, but no one believed him. He sneered contemptuously, criticizing Homebase Center's fighting as pathetic, a complete disappointment compared to what everyone had rumored. Seeing the viewers mention Anatol getting utterly crushed, Beyond stood up to defend him, saying it was just because Anatol had quit the game for a year, so his skills had rusted. Blood rushed to his head. He dove into the gaming booth and ordered the computer to find a match immediately to teach that guy a lesson about skill. The system guide successfully matched them. Fate had arranged for 2 Hoken characters to clash in an extremely intense mirror match. As soon as he landed on the virtual arena, Beyond grinned widely, seeing that his opponent was precisely the one he had been hunting to display his power. He loudly declared that he would teach Homebase Center a lesson he'd never forget, then connected directly to Ultimate Fighter. The introduction screen displayed the name Hoken under Beyond Super Control. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a super cool shockwave effect. Beyond posed confidently, beating his chest and proclaiming himself the original Hoken master, who had officially entered the fray to quell the chaos. He pointed directly at his opponent, asking if he was the infamous Homebase Center, while the viewers burst into laughter at the bizarre matchmaking system. Do Hyuk, in an orange martial arts uniform, pointed back defiantly, while Beyond speculated who this famous person could be. The glory of the past resurfaced, recalling how Anatol once brought the Hoken character to Tier 1 and was hailed as the father of this playstyle. And Beyond was the heir to that legacy, winning numerous tournaments and recognized as the legitimate successor of Hoken. Contrasting that illustrious title was Emperor Do Hyuk, who had just climbed to the top of the server in a mere 3 days of frantic grinding. As soon as the battle signal ended, Do Hyuk charged forward like an arrow, thrilling the viewers, who were about to witness a legend being born. The first punch thrown was easily blocked by Beyond, who smirked and remarked that his opponent had indeed chosen an aggressive opening style. Instead of fighting by the textbook, Do Hyuk unleashed a continuous barrage of moves, forcing Beyond to retreat and dodge the annoying strikes. Do Hyuk punched like a machine gun, instinctively combining various fighting styles in an improvised manner. Beyond raised his arm to block, feeling the weight of his opponent's elbow strike, and began comparing this fighting style to something familiar. He blocked the attacks while laughing gleefully, praising Do Hyuk's fierce blows as if seeing his own aggressive young hothead self. The viewers were bragging on behalf of Beyond, as the two fighters lunged at each other, exchanging blows at dizzying speed, making the arena tremble. Beyond gritted his teeth, realizing he was being pushed back little by little, so he decided to unleash his secret ultimate technique, originally reserved for Anatol. Do Hyuk threw a powerful punch directly to the face, forcing his opponent to put all his strength into defense and endure immense pressure. Beyond's fist flared with raging flames, signaling a devastating counterattack about to be unleashed to turn the tide. He activated the Crimson Flame Crescent Wave counter, creating an explosion that sent Do Hyuk flying back, to the viewers' astonishment. Beyond's legs blazed as he switched to the famous Crimson Flame combo to corner his opponent. He dove down like a fire arrow with an extremely difficult reverse input technique, dazzling everyone with his peak execution. Beyond gathered maximum power in both hands, shouting his ultimate move to unleash a finishing blow on his opponent immediately. He roared, summoning the Crimson Flame Spear to strike a colossal pillar of fire from above, directly onto his opponent's position with destructive power. A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire arena in a sea of blazing red flames, making no one believe Do Hyuk could have survived. Beyond knelt on the ground, gasping for breath after performing a crazy chain of skill transitions between assisted and free modes to maximize damage. His arm trembled and bled from the immense recoil of the ultimate technique, which could only be used once per match. Beyond was convinced he had won, but the viewers screamed at him to look up, where Do Hyuk still stood tall. He flinched and looked up, his face aghast, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the silhouette of his enemy. Do Hyuk calmly jumped down from the cliff, engulfed in flames, completely unharmed, as if he had never taken a hit. Beyond stared wide-eyed at his opponent, who was completely unscathed despite having taken his proudest, full-on destructive combo. Do Hyuk grinned, thanking his opponent for teaching him about the two control modes and the Crimson Flame half-moon counterwave skill. Beyond pointed with a trembling finger, shouting in disbelief how this guy could copy a technique he'd spent months researching after just one look. Do Hyuk casually raised a finger, explaining that he used the Crimson Flame Wave to easily neutralize his opponent's spear attack. He added a finishing blow, saying he used the skill's recoil to instantly move, making Beyond furious, yelling that it was utterly illogical. Beyond pointed to his injured arm, explaining that the recoil from unleashing Crimson Flame energy would destroy the user's body. He was utterly bewildered to see Do Hyuk without a single scratch, shouting to ask what trick his opponent had used. Do Hyuk threw a punch into the air, casually explaining that he just needed to pull his hand back before the damage exploded. Beyond froze completely at that absurd theory, while the chat burst into laughter, likening this strategy to pulling one's hand out of a boiling pot of rice. Do Hyuk chuckled, recalling the old game of sticking hands into a monster crocodile's mouth, which had cost many teammates their fingers. He repeatedly performed the lightning-fast hand-pulling motion, making Beyond sweat profusely while the viewers were utterly awestruck. Do Hyuk entered a combat stance, declaring that he had picked up Beyond's technique and wanted to continue the match immediately. Beyond gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge, determined to see how formidable the new technique his opponent had just created was. Do Hyuk charged like a whirlwind of fire, shouting the name of his skill, Crimson Flame Charge, forcing his opponent to watch intently. Beyond analyzed the situation extremely quickly, certain that the next attack would be Flame Spear, a straight-line assault. but Do-hyuk unleashed a normal kick, leaving Beyond dumbfounded as it completely deviated from his textbook calculations. The flame-wrapped kick slammed directly into his opponent's face, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire screen. Beyond tried to block the attack, calculating that if he could just block the crimson flame form once, he would have a chance to counterattack. Do-hyuk suddenly spun, creating a terrifying firestorm called Crimson Flame Whirlwind Form, sweeping away all of his enemies' hopes. Beyond was sent flying amidst the flames, screaming curses at his opponent's cheap and annoying playstyle. The screen displayed a huge win. Do-hyuk landed gracefully, while Beyond lay miserably on the floor with a dazzling perfect displayed. Beyond knelt on the ground, trembling, unable to accept the truth, while the chat exploded, hailing Do-hyuk as a master. He cast aside his pride, stammering and begging Do-hyuk for another match, making the viewers mock the former champion's pathetic state. Do-hyuk smiled confidently, agreeing to continue tormenting his opponent for another round, just for fun. Beyond, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, mustered all his strength and charged forward with flames blazing around him. The dazzling victory notification appeared on screen, affirming the strong one's undisputed position after the match. Beyond knelt on the arena floor, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, after being utterly crushed for 5 consecutive matches without a single win. Spirit broken, the former champion lay flattened on the ground with a distorted face, while the chat vied to rub salt into the defeated's wounds. Do-hyuk extended his hand chivalrously, praising his opponent's triangle step combined with dark flame chain combo as quite impressive. Beyond struggled to his feet with a resigned expression, sighing in relief that at least his opponent had learned something from him after the devastating losing streak. Do-hyuk continued to analyze the interesting way the game system was utilized, and remarked that Beyond definitely had the makings of a hunter. He looked bewildered when the chat reminded him that this exact compliment had been used for the swordswoman, Harang, and Anatol before. With a meaningful smile in the shadows, Do-hyuk affirmed that it was a sincere compliment, even if the viewers always liked him to taunt his opponents. He suddenly asked for his opponent's name again to confirm, causing Beyond to freeze for a few seconds before he could nod to confirm his identity. A finger pointed decisively at his opponent's face, accompanied by a sharp, crisp sound that tore through the air. Do-hyuk flashed his signature smile and delivered a blunt statement, affirming that Beyond truly possessed innate talent. As soon as he finished his farewell, he vanished into thin air, leaving Beyond rooted to the spot, filled with regret in the silent training room. Do-hyuk reappeared in the white waiting lobby, hovering in mid-air, preparing for his next grinding plans. He beamed with delight upon seeing the number of live viewers surge to over 12,000 in a short amount of time. His joy was short-lived as he then wondered why. Despite the sudden increase in viewers, the mission rewards hadn't updated yet. Immediately, a shower of money and treasure chests rained down, making the money addict ecstatic, his face flushed with happiness. After raking in the cash, his fighting spirit flared up fiercely again, ready to hunt down higher-ranked opponents on the leaderboard. The winning streak began as Do-hyuk delivered a devastating punch to the face of an armored warrior, leaving him dazed. The next victim was a muscular monk, sent flying by his punch, given no chance to resist his overwhelming power. Do-hyuk continued to display his superior skill, dodging attacks and launching fierce counterattacks against an assassin, extending his undefeated streak to an astonishing number. Do-hyuk secured another easy victory, raising his fist to the sky to celebrate his overwhelming win with his favorite character, Hoken. He began to lament that the higher he climbed in rank, the harder it was to find a worthy opponent to crush, feeling lonely at the peak of glory. Feeling there was no one left skilled enough to fight, Do-hyuk smirked, planning to log off and eat because he was too bored. Suddenly, a system notification announced a new match found, startling him, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stared at the column of light appearing. A mysterious hand reached out from the light, accompanied by a challenging voice seeking the one who had defeated the legend, Anatol. The challenger stepped out, looking incredibly cool, with spiky red hair and 2 guns at his hips. His name was Tsuki, a notorious player. Do-hyuk realized this was a Japanese gamer, while the chat exploded over the intense Korea-Japan showdown that had just been set up. A long donation message appeared, detailing Tsuki's impressive background, making even Tsuki himself sweat nervously out of embarrassment. Without further ado, Do-hyuk punched the notification board to pieces for its verbose writing, which wasted his precious time. Tsuki struck a confident pose, pointing and declaring he had found his target, while Do-hyuk calmly activated translation mode to understand what his opponent was saying. The red-haired man drew his guns, boldly declaring he would be the first to defeat the anonymous master who was dominating the server. Seeing his opponent's flamboyant invitation, Do-hyuk could only stare with a dumbfounded expression, speechless at the man's dramatic flair. He suddenly had a bold idea and turned to ask the viewers if he should switch to a different character to handicap himself against his opponent. Ignoring the chat's advice, his finger pointed directly at the character Tsuki was using, deciding to play him at his own game. The system confirmed Do-hyuk had chosen Wolfgang, deciding on a mirror match to put his opponent in his place. Do-hyuk appeared in his new form with a long coat and pistols, exuding a much cooler and darker aura than his previous garish orange martial arts uniform. The chat once again erupted, eagerly anticipating the ultimate showdown between the true Wolfgang master and the arrogant challenger. Tsuki asked in surprise if his opponent had ever played this character before, but Do-hyuk casually replied that he hadn't touched him and would learn as he fought. The blunt answer infuriated Tsuki. He snapped, asking if this rookie knew anything about the character's ultimate technique, gun form. He began to lecture, explaining that Wolfgang's guns were trash, merely scratching armor when fired, thus making him considered a garbage character. Tsuki crossed his two guns over his chest, boldly declaring that this character was not meant for indiscriminate spraying of bullets, as rookies might think. He struck a cool pose amidst the desolate street, asserting that Wolfgang was a melee specialist disguised as a marksman. Tsuki pointed his gun at his opponent, using his world champion title to advise Do-hyuk to change characters immediately if he didn't want to lose disgracefully. Do-hyuk just sneered defiantly, raising both guns to the sky, demanding to test out the hot goods right away to see how useless they were. The ready effect appeared, and Do-hyuk pointed his gun barrel directly at his opponent's face with a crazed look, promising to teach him a lesson in class. As soon as the word fight appeared, Do-hyuk unleashed a furious barrage of bullets, creating two brilliant streams of light that shot straight forward. Tsuki dodged the bullets with feather-light grace, scoffing at the terrible and harmless shooting skills of the novice opposite him. Do-hyuk broke out in a sweat, continuously spamming the trigger, but the minuscule damage dealt wasn't even enough to tickle his opponent. Tsuki danced around, dodging bullets like a circus act, boldly declaring he could avoid them with his eyes closed, and deciding to teach Do-hyuk how to play properly. He charged forward with terrifying speed, leaving Do-hyuk only enough time to gasp in surprise before being closed in on. Tsuki swung the gun stock, striking Do-hyuk hard, making him groan in pain as he couldn't react in time. He followed up with a devastating blow from the gun stock, shouting the first lesson about Wolfgang's weapon. The two figures clashed, Tsuki demonstrating close-quarters combat with his gun, asserting that only by striking the face at close range could significant damage be dealt. Mid-attack, Tsuki's face suddenly changed color, his eyes widening in astonishment as he felt an obstruction. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Do-hyuk perfectly parry the tricky blow with his gun. Do-hyuk exhaled lightly in relief, sarcastically remarking that his opponent's so-called close-range shooting was nothing special. Tsuki retreated into a defensive stance, clicking his tongue in praise of Do-hyuk's superb reflexes, but still boldly declaring that the real match was just beginning. He roared the second lesson of gun form and charged into attack with even greater fervor than before. Tsuki thrust the gun barrel straight forward like a sharp spear, aiming to finish off his opponent in an instant. The brutal gun thrust plunged straight into Do-hyuk's hip, causing him excruciating pain and proving that a top server's skills were no joke. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, enduring the sky-piercing pain as his opponent followed up the fatal stab with another brutal blow. Tsuki roared wildly like an escaped beast, the two guns in his hands beginning to accumulate deadly energy. The system chimed, announcing a dodge mission just as Tsuki unleashed a dense rain of light bullets, like a net cast from the heavens. Do-hyuk glided like a ghost, leaping over a car hood to evade the energy beams that were tearing up the road. He landed cleanly behind the wrecked car, the whistling sound of the energy bullets tearing through the air, sending shivers down his spine. Do-hyuk leaned against the car, panting and drenched in sweat, yet still had the presence of mind to taunt, suggesting a short break. He was stunned when he saw the chat window warning of something big about to arrive, interrupting his brief moment of relaxation. Tsuki's gun emitted a terrifying sizzling sound, signaling that the previous barrage was merely a feint to set up the finishing blow. Tsuki exerted his full power, activating his ultimate skill, electromagnetic cannon, his entire body glowing brilliantly like a ticking time bomb. Do-hyuk cursed under his breath, then delivered a powerful kick to the nearby car to create a variable. The car soared into the air, forming a giant shield just as the destructive energy stream was unleashed. Tsuki roared wildly, pouring all his killing intent into the attack, aiming to blast his opponent off the map. The terrifying beam pierced through the car and tore up the entire street, but Do-hyuk managed to narrowly slip away from death. His enemy's eyes widened in astonishment, seeing that Do-hyuk was not only alive but also charging forward like a wind-piercing arrow. Tsuki panicked, realizing his shot trajectory was off due to the obstruction, Before he could collect himself, Do-hyuk firmly grabbed his wrist. Do-hyuk coldly placed the gun barrel right next to his opponent's ear and pulled the trigger without hesitation to destroy his hearing. The deafening close-range blast made Suki clutch his head and scream, his eardrums feeling as if they would burst. Without missing a beat, Do-hyuk followed up with a devastating elbow strike directly to the Japanese marksman's face. Suki was sent flying backward, the gun in his hand knocked away as he completely lost control. He turned pale with extreme fear as he saw Do-hyuk's death-dealing gun barrel pressed against his face once more. Do-hyuk smirked arrogantly, pointing the glowing gun barrel directly at his opponent's face and declaring that he had learned a good trick. Kuso. Suki's curse died in his throat as the pillar of energy light descended, and the win notification appeared, confirming Do-hyuk's absolute victory. Jian slammed the table, shouting excitedly at the incredible play she had just witnessed. She rattled on, explaining how Do-hyuk, despite having zero proficiency, had flawlessly cancelled the grab animation and transitioned to gun form. Ji-an gestured wildly to reenact it, asserting that her brother not only had quick reflexes, but also read and countered attacks like a god. The chat channel continuously scrolled with messages idolizing Do-hyuk and teasing his sister, who was infatuated with her brother. The next day, Do-hyuk ended his stream to the audience's regret. They complained bitterly that he had logged off right at the climax. Do-hyuk sat in front of the screen, sweating profusely, wondering if he should continue grinding with such an enthusiastic fan reaction. But his gaze fell, admitting that selling pain to former pro players no longer brought him excitement. Looking back at the highlight reel on the screen, he realized with disappointment that this game had lost its flavor. Everything had become too predictable and boring. He clenched his fist, wondering if switching to grinding Iron Fist would help him rediscover the feeling of challenge. He suddenly remembered his old teammates' words about the EVO tournament, which was open even to small-time streamers with real combat skills. Do-hyuk's fingers flew across the keyboard. He began looking up the participation requirements based on his current stream hours and ranking. While browsing, a news article caught his eye. An image of a muscular, red-haired man appeared on the screen. Do-hyuk's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing as he recognized Kwabna's familiar face. Memories flooded back of the teammate who had fought by his side until his last breath. Kwabna, the barbarian dragon emperor, with his fierce appearance. He recalled his first encounter with the trio of heroes in the Hall of Heroes before his regression, the overwhelming aura emanating from them. Past Do-hyuk stood proudly, while Kwabna looked skeptical that a mere scholar could defeat the strongest candidate. Kwabna bared his teeth in a challenging grin, demanding to test the rookie's strength on the spot to see if he was worthy. Chen Tao stepped forward with a wild smile, placing a hand on Kwabna's shoulder and demanding Do-hyuk's leg as a welcome gift. Do-hyuk pointed directly at his opponent's face, threatening to pluck out his two balls, which made the holy maiden Eliza standing nearby burst into laughter. Eliza clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, revealing the shocking secret that Chen Tao had long since purified his body to practice eunuch martial arts. Chen Tao, overcome with shame and rage, roared, demanding to settle scores with the sharp-tongued woman, while Marcus dragged him away by the neck. Marcus put on an innocent face, advising his teammate to patiently wait for the holy maiden to heal his precious parts. Chen Tao's face turned ashen when he heard that the holy maiden was completely stumped by his bizarre martial art. With nothing left to lose, Chen Tao went berserk, unleashing fire attacks and chasing Marcus, who fled frantically around the training ground. Do-hyuk froze, staring at the circus before him, while the female mage beside him introduced the blonde-haired man running as the Sword Saint Marcus. The blonde-haired woman offered a professional smile, welcoming the rookie to the Hall of Heroes. She reiterated that this was the territory of the 9 craziest people in humanity, also known as the Suicide Squad. Do-hyuk silently observed, his gaze scrutinizing and emotionless at this unserious greeting. He turned to complain that this chaotic atmosphere looked more like a mental asylum than a top-tier assassin squad. The female mage broke out in a sweat, forcing a smile as she explained that everyone was just a little too stressed. Do-hyuk raised an eyebrow skeptically, unable to believe that this eccentric group was humanity's elite, shouldering the world's burdens. The girl's hand tightened around her staff, her voice deepening with a sense of burden as she spoke of responsibility. She firmly asserted that before being heroes, they were just flesh and blood humans. The motley crew of heroes behind them were still frolicking like brats, trying to forget the immense weight on their shoulders. The female mage smiled bitterly, admitting that this madness was the only way they could avoid going insane from the pressure. She stepped past Do-hyuk, stating that if he passed the test and joined their ranks, he would soon understand the exorbitant price to pay for that glamorous title of hero. Do-hyuk boldly declared himself the war god, the first to exterminate the dominant species, proclaiming that he would shoulder everything, so they should stop complaining. Kwabna let out a wild sneer, announcing that the mental test had officially begun with fervent intensity. He activated Dragon Transformation, unleashing overwhelming power that made the surrounding space blaze like hellfire. Do-hyuk shot forward like an arrow when suddenly, the sound of a donation notification rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. He froze with a bewildered expression, not understanding what the hell was interrupting this life-or-death battle. It turned out he was dreaming. Do-hyuk startled, tumbling backward off his gaming chair, making the chat erupt in laughter at the missing streamer. He immediately performed an intense handstand as an apology, trying to cover his embarrassment for having away from keyboard into an excessive flashback. Do-hyuk stood up, scratching his head with a forced smile, making up some excuse about contemplating life to cover up his recent lag. He pointed at the news on the screen, his eyes suspiciously scrutinizing the modern version of Kwabna, who was currently skyrocketing in popularity. The chat immediately provided information, confirming that the guy was a big shot who had just swept the Iron Fist tournament and even handed Anatol a crushing defeat. Do-hyuk pondered deeply, admitting that no matter where he was, that guy's predatory instincts were genuinely the real deal. Even though past and present Kwabna belonged to two different timelines, his punchable face was unmistakable. Do-hyuk's hand clenched, veins bulging, as he recalled a painful, unchangeable truth between these two versions. It was past Kwabna's foolish advice that told him to borrow heavily to prepare for the apocalypse before he regressed. That was the main reason Do-hyuk was now deeply in debt. He was so resentful that he trembled on his gaming chair. Unable to control his anger, he spat directly at the screen, deciding to dump all his debts onto the current Kwabna out of spite. The chat erupted into a keyboard war between Valhalla fans and those calling the game trash, with constant donation notifications diluting the stream. Do-hyuk startled, turning back to the screen, realizing Head been so caught up in his resentment that Head forgotten to choose a game to grind. He racked his brain, thinking that if he chose the fighting game Iron Fist, climbing to top 1 would be easy, but views would drop quickly once the hype died down. Do-hyuk planned a clever move, intending to use his superior skills to slowly herd his audience towards a new game. But after much thought, he still couldn't abandon Valhalla because the donation money from this game was still flowing too smoothly into his pockets. Do-hyuk clutched his head in frustration on his gaming chair, tormented by which path to choose between the two games to optimize his earnings. He buried his face in his hands silently. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if he were plotting a grand scheme. Thud. A powerful punch slammed onto the table, signaling that the final decision had been made. Do-hyuk shot up, shouting with determination about his bold choice before the darkened screen. He yelled out the window that he would announce it after eating, ignoring the chat's frantic questions about whether he was ending the stream immediately. A sudden livestream notification popped up. Do-hyuk had logged into Valhalla, riding his horse at full speed with a wild laugh. He pointed to his head, declaring that today's schedule would be split into 2 shifts. First, dominate Valhalla, then climb to top 1-inch the fighting game. The chat continuously praised his 2-timing move, and the viewership soared to over 4,000, making Do-hyuk ecstatic. His greedy face was evident. His mind was solely calculating that choosing both would allow him to rake in cash from both audience groups. Getting right to it, Do-hyuk boasted that after handily dealing with Beowulf, he had conveniently picked up a new series of extremely difficult quests. The main quest board appeared with the politically charged title, The Legitimate Heir to the Kingdom. The game's storyline introduced King Ceolwulf, his dethronement due to the Vikings' overwhelming attack. Earl Raefric was eyeing the throne, and the Kingdom of Mercia's situation was hanging by a thread without an heir. To prevent collapse, the legitimate heir was forced to ascend the throne immediately, lest Wessex annex them. The current objective was to protect Aethelred from assassinations, a typical and boring escort mission. The chat urged him to just kill the NPC quickly, but Do-hyuk feigned nobility, asking how he could harm someone who sought his help. He decided to ride his horse straight to Earl Raefric's castle, ignoring warnings that the path was suicidal and riddled with assassins. Do-hyuk drew his axe with a sinister smile, reasoning that by eliminating the mastermind, no more assassins would be dispatched. Donation notifications praising his unconventional thinking rang out, and he spurred his horse, charging towards the city gate like an arrow. The Saxon gate guards panicked, raising their spears to block the path, shouting loudly for the intruder to stop immediately. Do-hyuk swung his axe, delivering a fatal blow that instantly eliminated the Saxon soldier, blood gushing out. Amidst the enemy's dense encirclement, the chat excitedly urged him to use his ultimate skill, Wheel Baba, to mow down the crowd. Do-hyuk decisively refused the Wheel Baba request, declaring that today he would switch things up with a more interesting move. He launched himself, kicking directly at an enemy shield, taking the opportunity to advertise to fans of the Ultimate Fighter genre that this was not Wheel Baba. The kick, carrying immense weight, struck down, causing the soldier hiding behind the shield to stagger from the sheer force of impact. The kick was so powerful it ignited, incinerating the unfortunate soldier, who screamed miserably in the blazing red flames. Do-hyuk stood proudly amidst the sea of fire, declaring that he would activate Hoken mode to unleash martial arts combat right within the RPG. His leg gathered power, creating a swirling vortex of fire around him, leaving the chat utterly bewildered as to what he was planning. He unleashed his renowned Crimson Flame kick, sweeping away the soldiers in front with a torrent of fire that incinerated all obstacles. The remaining Saxon soldiers were in utter panic, only able to desperately raise their shields to block the attack, enveloped in fear. Another blazing kick descended with a sharp thwack, shattering the flimsy defense of the puny soldiers. Do-hyuk spun like a top, combining the Crimson Flame kick into a whirlwind kick, creating a storm of fire that swept across the battlefield. The fiery vortex engulfed the city gate, and the chat burst into laughter at the surreal sight of a fighting game martial arts combo appearing in a hack-and-slash game. Do-hyuk stood panting amidst the pile of charred soldier corpses, the chat suspecting he was either a game bug or a Hoken fighter in a past life. He climbed the stairs with a smug look, dropping hints to pique the curiosity of the live viewers. Placing his hand on the city wall, he vaguely hinted at the secrets behind the moves he had just performed, making the viewers even more impatient. A cunning smile spread across his face as he prepared to deliver the final blow, shamelessly extorting money from the viewers. Do-hyuk rubbed his fingers together, signaling for money, demanding information fees from the chat with an expression that couldn't be more provocative. A shower of donations poured down, making him ecstatic, his eyes shining brightly, while the viewers cursed and threw money at his face. After raking in the cash, Do-hyuk finally got serious and explained how he combined basic kicking techniques from Ultimate Fighter into this game. Do-hyuk revealed that he had exploited the surrounding charcoal braziers to fake fire effects for a cooler look. It turned out he had incorporated real-life martial arts into the game to utterly defeat the poor Saxons. The Saxons screamed in despair, desperately forming a defensive line to block his path to the count. Do-hyuk lowered his stance, his sharp eyes preparing to unleash the next attack. The puny knights stubbornly charged forward, sacrificing themselves, even though they knew it was a futile effort. He roared, unleashing Iron Mountain High, beginning a fierce combo to clear out the trash. The ground cracked open, violently shaking under the terrifying power of his stomp. Do-hyuk charged forward like a tank, sending the Saxons flying like useless bowling pins. He swept away his enemies with kicks, laughing gleefully at the exhilarating pace of the battle. The fat Saxon noble trembled, sputtering curses as he saw the savage Grim Reaper standing right before him. Do-hyuk held an axe but declared he would finish him off with Wolfgang's gun, confusing the viewers in the chat. He flashed his signature smile, coolly stating that the gun was in his heart, and it was shaped like an axe. Bang! A fake gunshot echoed, and he kicked the target through the window, completing the assassination in an instant. Jagal-min sat in front of the screen, watching Do-hyuk's spectacular escape through the broken door. He broke out in a cold sweat, having to admit that Do-hyuk was truly a genuine monster. Jagal-min stood silently, recalling the overwhelming kicking combos Do-hyuk had displayed in the alpha version. He began to panic, wondering if he had made a mistake by posting that challenge notification. The screen displayed the provocative post about taking the top 1 spot, along with an arrogant declaration of war for 8 p.m. Jagal-min bit his nails anxiously, extremely tense as he thought about the viewers' explosive reaction. The chat channel exploded with messages idolizing the name Anatole, asserting that his top server status was undeniable. Jagal-min collapsed to the floor, slamming his hand down in helplessness at the excessive enthusiasm of his eccentric boss. The poor strategist banged his head against the wooden dummy, crying bitterly as he felt the future of managing this channel was as bleak as could be. Do-hyuk, in his Hoken avatar, landed with extreme coolness, surrounded by light effects that honored his title as the Ultimate Fighter. He excitedly boasted to the viewers that as soon as he finished in Valhalla, he immediately jumped to dominate the alpha game to warm up. Do-hyuk turned to ask the system guide robot how many more ranks he needed to climb to reach server top 1. The leaderboard appeared mercilessly. Do-hyuk was at top 5, while the one holding top 1 was none other than his own clone account, Anatole. He cracked his knuckles, a proud smile spreading across his face as he declared he wouldn't let that ultimate title rest easy. Do-hyuk pointed, ordering the system to find a match immediately to begin his journey of crushing the leaderboard. The system successfully matched him. His opponent was Harang, rank 4, a female swordswoman famous by the nickname Sword Saintess. As soon as Harang entered the match, she screamed, demanding revenge for her parents, role-playing so deeply that it gave the viewers goosebumps. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his smile twisting at the terrifying depth of his opponent's role-playing. Harang confidently rested her sword on her shoulder, declaring that she had thoroughly studied his Hoken playstyle and was ready to defeat him. Do-hyuk smirked, raising a finger to suggest a change of pace with a different character to make the fun more dramatic. He selected a new character, his smile becoming unusually dangerous, while the viewers in the chat frantically made guesses. A burst of purple light erupted, and the silhouette of the new character appeared, leaving the crowd confused, wondering if it was Wolfgang. Harang flinched, her eyes wide with astonishment, as she saw her opponent's insane choice. Do-hyuk locked in. Cesare, rank 5, a swordsman nicknamed Sword Dance, the male version of the character Harang, was currently playing. Harang was furious, drawing her sword and taking a stance, roaring in indignation that he dared to show off his meager skills in front of an expert like her. Harang screamed, unleashing her ultimate skill. Bloom, flower of the sword, summoning a rain of light swords, intending to finish off her opponent in an instant. Before she could even see her opponent's health bar drop, Harang was already on the floor. Do-hyuk watched with a sigh of exasperation, while the viewers in the chat mocked her for celebrating too early. The system guide's pink robot gleefully appeared, announcing that the match was ready and summoning the next victim. Beyond, having just appeared in his Hoken guise, frantically waved his hands, screaming to switch turns because he wasn't mentally prepared to get utterly defeated. Do-hyuk smiled and waved at his old acquaintance as if they were long-lost close friends, but that smile reeked of danger. Beyond broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he decided to go all in by unleashing his strongest trump card. He switched to his favorite character, Zodiac, a guy wielding a chain-wrapped scythe of death, looking incredibly formidable, radiating murderous intent. But life isn't a dream. The notification for the 5th consecutive victory appeared, honoring Cesare, proving that Zodiac was just a high-class punching bag. Zodiac was buried under a pile of rubble. Do-hyuk wiped his sweat, sarcastically complimenting his opponent's progress, while the viewers in the chat mocked Beyond for devolving. Do-hyuk officially climbed to server rank 2. He eagerly anticipated facing the final boss, Anatole, in the very next match. The system continued its work, announcing the end of the match and beginning the search for a new opponent for the destructive win streak. As if his wish was granted, Anatole appeared in Lancer's dazzling golden armor, but his face was twisted, and he let out a curse due to his terrible luck. Ignoring the viewers in the chat mocking his unfortunate fate, Anatole tried to regain his composure, shouting that this time he was thoroughly prepared for revenge. Do-hyuk smiled brightly, his eyes gleaming with delight because his most anticipated prey had finally walked into the trap. Anatole offered a forced smile in return, but sweat poured down him like a waterfall, his mind still unprepared to face the monster. Just standing before Do-hyuk was enough to send shivers down the legend's spine, making him tremble and doubt his own skills. Do-hyuk unexpectedly pointed at his opponent's dazzling golden armor, heartily complimenting the extremely stylish skin. Anatole flinched at the unusually friendly attitude, dumbfounded when asked about the outfit he was wearing. He regained a bit of confidence, explaining that this was an exclusive skin for the world champion, subtly boasting about his countless overwhelming achievements. Anatole sneered contemptuously, uttering sarcastic remarks as he saw his opponent seemingly hesitate before his overwhelming power. Ignoring the nonsensical chatter about the name, Susan, he puffed out his chest proudly, greeting the more than $30,000 viewers watching this peak match live. Praise to the heavens by the viewers in the chat. Anatole smiled triumphantly, asserting that this fervent support was precisely why he would crush his enemy. The screen displayed the huge words, "Ready," signaling the decisive moment for the server's throne was about to begin. Do-hyuk struck an incredibly cool battle pose, a confident smile on his face as he declared that after this match, the top 1 spot in Alpha would change hands. As soon as the fight command ended, Anatole charged in like an arrow. While Do-hyuk admitted that the path to glory wouldn't be easy, the harsh clang of metal echoed as Do-hyuk blocked Anatole's spear, boldly declaring that he would be the one to stop him. The two weapons sparked as they clashed, the terrifying force of the impact threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth and strained, his eyes burning with determination as he braced against the immense weight of the world champion's attack. Anatol unleashed a dangerously spinning drill attack, forcing Do-hyuk to narrowly dodge to avoid being impaled. Landing gracefully to create a safe distance, Do-hyuk exhaled, recalculating his strategy under the suffocating pressure. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Anatol activated Furious Bombardment, unleashing hundreds of spears that covered his entire vision like a torrential storm. Do-hyuk smiled, reassuring the panicking viewers, as he gracefully dodged the rain of spears as if taking a stroll in the park. He realized this skill's mechanism was identical to Harang's sword shadow. It was just old wine in a new bottle. No matter how fiercely the raging waves surged, they could never topple the steadfast rock standing firm in the middle of the ocean. Do-hyuk's sword glowed brightly. He decided to unleash a secret technique that hard-countered this flashy, illusionary attack. Do-hyuk activated Heavy Sword, a fiery aura violently erupting and engulfing his body, making Anatol scream in terror. Anatol's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, sweat pouring down him as he felt the terrifying mental pressure emanating from his opponent. He couldn't believe his eyes. A single one-sword bisection strike cleaved the entire arena in two, its fictional power so immense that the chat exclaimed it was a physics bug in the game. Do-hyuk stood, letting out a sigh of relief in the ruined arena, looking at the results of his destruction with an innocent expression. The one-sword bisection skill tore through space, creating a terrifying streak of light that made the chat insist it was a game bug, not a skill. Do-hyuk looked down at the deep gash at his feet, wondering if this game could withstand his overwhelming power. He calmly explained that he had just used a sword to mimic a gun-type ultimate skill, a logic-bending move that left everyone speechless. While Black Oak screamed miserably as he was blown away by the energy surge, Do-hyuk calmly remarked that the match was quite entertaining. Black Oak, in his tattered lancer armor, tried to salvage his honor, straining his neck to argue that he was about to counterattack when he was ambushed. Do-hyuk raised a hand for calm, pretending to defend his opponent but actually rubbing salt in the wound by saying, "How could you defend when you were so overwhelmed?" He delivered another fatal blow to his opponent's pride by praising Black Oak's innate talent for at least flinching once. The chat burst into laughter, continuously spamming messages mocking the former world champion's flinching talent. Black Oak trembled with rage at the backhanded compliment, while Do-hyuk still smiled brightly, insisting he was genuinely praising him. As soon as the arena was restored, Do-hyuk seized the opportunity to invite his opponent for another round to grind for ranking points. Despite being teased as a punching bag by donations, Black Oak bitterly accepted the challenge, hoping to reclaim some honor. No sooner had the match begun than a loud explosion echoed, signaling the familiar outcome was repeating itself. Black Oak was sent flying out of the arena, his body battered and lying on the ground while the chat continuously mocked him. He lay sprawled on the floor, panting, drenched in sweat, muttering curses about Do-hyuk's uniquely dirty playstyle. The notification board showed Do-hyuk had climbed straight to top 1 with a 1-5 match-winning streak, knocking Black Oak down to rank 8. Black Oak sat down, explaining that he had contributed 10 losses to Do-hyuk, but still proudly boasted about hitting him 3 times. Suddenly, there was breaking news. Do-hyuk announced he would move on to dominate the game Iron Fist and claim the top 1 spot there as well. Black Oak rubbed his chin, deep in thought, when asked about the monster Do-hyuk's potential to go far in the new game. Black Oak broke out in a cold sweat, admitting to himself that if it had been yesterday, he would have severely underestimated that monster's potential. The world of Iron Fist was not lacking in true monsters, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the day to display their power. A prime example was the madman from North Africa named Kwabna, who had dominated the world tournament twice in just 1 year since its release. But right now, Black Oak felt another insane pressure rising, burning like a fire consuming everything. Black Oak clenched his fist, asserting that if it were Do-hyuk, he wouldn't just stop at the small pond of Iron Fist but would reach even further. He stood in the windy park, wondering if Do-hyuk alone could conquer all the popular games. Do-hyuk unexpectedly appeared in the virtual waiting lobby, to the astonishment of the crowd of viewers eagerly watching the livestream. He stretched leisurely, half-jokingly saying that today he could either continue grinding Valhalla or take a break. But with his competitive nature, after securing the top 1 spot, he raised a finger, deciding his next target would be that game. Do-hyuk struck an incredibly cool pose, boldly declaring that he would challenge and dominate the hottest fighting game currently, Iron Fist. He pointed at the system robot, demanding it immediately set up his familiar brand name to begin his journey of selling pain. Do-hyuk's jaw dropped in surprise when the robot delivered the shocking news that the name Homebase Center already had 1,773 pre-registrations. The chat erupted in laughter, seeing how the useless name from before had now become a trend, copied by thousands to catch the vibe. He sighed helplessly, accepting the fate of having a duplicate name, then ordered the computer to connect immediately, to avoid further embarrassment. The robot's head glowed brightly, beginning the data synchronization process to usher him into the world of Iron Fist. The transition effect began with emerald data columns forming a magnificent and modern futuristic city. Do-hyuk appeared incredibly cool in his new form, with the name Kujo accompanied by a long identification number, ready to write new history. The menu board appeared with familiar game modes, but he immediately aimed for the story mode instead of jumping straight into online matches. Do-hyuk was surprised that a fighting game also had a story mode, while the chat began buzzing about a mysterious route about to be uncovered. Do-hyuk read the notification about the hidden story route in story mode, something even Anatol or Beyond hadn't managed to clear. He decided to save the good stuff for later, and chose online mode to warm up, just like when he used to climb ranks in Ultimate Fighter. The system began scanning data to find the first prey for this monster rookie. Do-hyuk teleported into the arena with the confident demeanor of someone about to mince the entire server. The constantly updated newsfeed about Homebase Center's effortless 1-0 match winning streak sent ripples through the community. In Team VSS's training room, Akuma sighed in exasperation, seeing people overreacting about a new rookie. He wondered if it was worth all the hype when even top players from other games struggled here. Beyond unexpectedly appeared behind him, confidently asserting that the hype was entirely deserved. Akuma stubbornly argued back that dominating another game didn't mean he could rule the world here, as the mechanics were completely different. Beyond made a subtle analogy, saying people's reactions were like seeing a skilled cyclist who also knew how to drive a tank. The green-haired man smirked, admitting he was skeptical at first, but the other person's true identity was no joke. Beyond flicked his junior's head, leaving the story unfinished, telling him to just meet him, and Head understand his prowess. Akuma turned his back and entered the machine booth for a direct connection, leaving his junior clutching his head in frustration. Akuma remained unconvinced, wondering if that person was truly skilled enough to be on the same level as him or Black Oak. He gritted his teeth and swore he would make that arrogant person taste a crushing defeat. To understand the difference between the two games, back in the arena, the opponent's weapon was smashed to smithereens, scattering in the air under overwhelming power. Do-hyuk stood tall before the fallen opponent, a system notification displaying his 18th consecutive flawless victory. He scratched his cheek, asking the chat if winning this easily would make it lose its entertainment value, while the viewers were ecstatic. Do-hyuk smirked, wishing the system would match him with a decent opponent so he could get a serious workout. The new opponent appeared impressively, surrounded by a purple lightning effect, their nameplate displaying the title Devil King Amuka, with a perfect 21-0 win rate. Do-hyuk looked at that unbelievable win rate and speculated that this person must have reached the rank of Heavenly King or God of Destruction. Akuma, in his Devil King guise, stepped forward imposingly, while Do-hyuk quickly realized this was definitely a Smurf account of some high-ranked player farming noobs. Akuma thought to himself that the name Amuka was Akuma spelled backward, and he was determined to use this alt account to regain his honor. The two predators stood opposite each other in the neon arena. Akuma wanted to claim the title of the first person to defeat Do-hyuk, a feat even Beyond couldn't achieve. Akuma entered his fighting stance, his glowing red hand beckoning provocatively, and advised Do-hyuk to learn the Lightning God style if he wanted to play this game. Do-hyuk was momentarily stunned when he heard the term Lightning God style, a mandatory requirement for Iron Fist masters. He rubbed his chin, contemplating whether to try this Devil King style. His curiosity and habit of copying began to surface. Akuma pointed his finger, crackling with electricity, full of menace, while Do-hyuk was already ready to borrow his opponent's skills. With a boom, Do-hyuk activated his copying ability, instantly transforming into a blue Devil King version with identical horns and trench coat. Akuma trembled with rage, unable to believe his eyes as he saw his opponent blatantly mimic his appearance. Do-hyuk gave 2 thumbs up and smiled brightly, praising Akuma as a good teacher to provoke him even further. Furious, Akuma roared and charged to attack. Do-hyuk ran, laughing mockingly, making his opponent lose his composure even more. With a subtle footwork maneuver, Do-hyuk intentionally exposed an opening to lure his opponent into a trap. The moment Akuma lunged forward, Do-hyuk delivered a powerful uppercut to the face of the bloodthirsty Devil King. Akuma slid backward. Startled, he realized that punch was no ordinary blow and began to be more cautious. Both charged at each other at blinding speed. Do-hyuk ducked, dodging his opponent's lightning-infused punch by a hair's breadth. Do-hyuk secretly praised this guy's impressive speed. His own reflexes had to be pushed to their limit. Akuma suddenly activated Lightning God Step, moving at super speed behind Do-hyuk, intending to unleash a deadly sneak attack. Akuma slid behind his opponent with the lightning god step, swinging a lightning-clad fist to finish off his prey from its blind spot. He roared, declaring he would destroy his enemy, then unleashed a full-power punch that tore through the air with immense killing intent. The lightning god fist struck, creating a dazzling electrical explosion that made the viewers think Do-hyuk had taken the full damage. But no, Do-hyuk had managed to cross his arms and block the attack at the moment of impact, minimizing the damage with incredible skill. He clicked his tongue and cursed, having accidentally exposed an opening due to unfamiliarity with the control system of this newly copied character. Do-hyuk stomped his foot, creating a powerful shockwave, and declared that now was when the real game began. He shot forward like an arrow, the ground beneath his feet cracking with each powerful stride of the hunter. Akuma took a stance, sneering that his opponent was just a brute, and declared an end to the probing phase. Akuma's body began to split. He activated his clone technique to disorient his opponent's vision. Dozens of clones surrounded Do-hyuk, and Akuma confidently asserted that his opponent wouldn't be able to touch even a single strand of his hair. Do-hyuk smirked, his sharp eyes immediately pinpointing the true body's location amidst the chaotic crowd. He glided through the illusions as if taking a stroll, charging straight at his target with precision, and then asked his opponent how to perform the skill. Do-hyuk's hand clamped onto Akuma's face, and he declared in a condescending tone that he would return everything his opponent had just done. Do-hyuk unleashed the exploding lightning god fist at close range, perfectly copying his opponent's skill for a fierce counterattack. The clones vanished instantly as the main body was struck, and Do-hyuk tossed his opponent into the air like a toy. Not stopping there, Do-hyuk shifted his weight, preparing to unleash the renowned Iron Mountain Lean, a signature move from fighting games. He slammed his entire body into his opponent at a speed even faster than the lightning god step, creating a terrifying mid-air collision. Akuma's eyes rolled back, and he shrieked in agony as he took the full, maximum physical damage to his shattered ribcage. The lightning god Iron Mountain Lean exploded, sending Akuma flying far into the distance, proving Do-hyuk's completely superior skill. Meanwhile, in the Japanese arena, Tsuki was announced as the champion of the Iron Fist tournament amidst enthusiastic cheers. The interviewer smiled, congratulating the new champion Tsuki, who held the gleaming golden trophy after his overwhelming victory. She lavishly praised his formidable skills and then curiously asked about the secret behind this championship. Tsuki unhesitatingly admitted that the secret was thanks to someone named Do-hyuk. He recalled a terrifying battle in the past where all his attacks were completely nullified by Do-hyuk's superhuman reflexes. It was by meticulously studying the replay of that match, learning bit by bit, that he was now able to hold this championship trophy. Tsuki confessed that Do-hyuk's painful one-on-one coaching sessions had taught him how to properly dual-wield swords. Applying that lesson to the character Ninja Hattori, he used dual swords to sweep aside all opponents in Japan and climb to the peak of glory. However, the young man started sweating profusely as he realized he was publicly praising his nation's arch-rival live on air. He feared that his title, Pride of Japan, would instantly be changed to traitor who sold out his country for accidentally praising a Korean. Disregarding public opinion, the genuine gamer's thirst for knowledge overcame his fear. He accepted all risks to grow stronger. The audience below roared Tsuki's name, revering him like a living god, completely unconcerned with political drama. The interviewer then made a shocking announcement. The upcoming tournament would open its doors, creating a separate category for streamers to participate. She added another bombshell. The next strongest generation, Shinjiro, would also debut in that prestigious arena. Tsuki's eyes widened, his face drained of color, and he shrieked upon hearing that streamers would be competing alongside professional players. The golden trophy clattered to the floor, shattering as he realized Do-hyuk could also appear at this tournament. He yelled, warning the organizers that inviting Do-hyuk was akin to summoning the Demon King to destroy the world on the prince's debut day. In his private room, Do-hyuk had just logged online with a devastating 3-0 match-winning streak when the chat channel exploded with, "Talk about the tournament." He broke out in a cold sweat, remembering Anatol's instruction to keep the big tournament ticket a secret, which now everyone knew about. Do-hyuk gave a forced laugh, feigning innocence as he asked if the tournament was being held on the Twerk platform. The chat channel vied to mock his fake acting skills, while Do-hyuk confirmed his goal of heading straight to EVO if he won this tournament. Do-hyuk clenched his fist with determination, boldly declaring that he would dethrone Kwabna to claim the title of the strongest. He reached out to connect to the system, ready for the sprint to the #1 server spot at light speed. The screen displayed the login information for ID Devil King, accompanied by dazzling purple lightning effects, signaling an ominous omen. The Demon King avatar appeared powerfully with a long blue cloak and proud horns, ready to sweep aside all opponents. In a skyscraper in Johannesburg, the question of the champion's whereabouts echoed through the luxurious space. Kwabna stood lost in thought, gazing out his office window, while his assistant Bianca wondered about her boss's strange behavior. He idly picked his ear, then snapped his fingers, complaining that his ear had suddenly started itching intensely. The world champion Kwabna, with his bulging muscles, stood tall, wondering who dared to speak his name. Bianca put her hands on her hips and chuckled, confidently asserting that someone, somewhere, was buzzing about him. She explained the Korean superstition that an itchy ear meant someone was talking about you behind your back. Kwabna snorted, dismissing the superstition from his mind with the disdainful expression of a pragmatist. Bianca immediately retorted, bringing up how he used to blindly believe his grandmother's words and set out to save the world like a child. Kwabna thoughtfully recalled his powerful grandmother, a great shaman and respected healer of the tribe from long ago. He spoke of his family's genetic tragedy, how both his parents and his grandmother suffered from albinism, making their appearances distinct. Horrifying memories resurfaced. The flames that consumed their village and the greedy hunters who pursued his family out of avarice. Kwabna continued, recounting how Bianca's Bantu tribe had extended their protection to his grandmother and him after that bloody massacre. In his memory, his grandmother radiated a mysterious spiritual aura and began to deliver a fateful prophecy. She prophesied that Kwabna would become a living witness to the end of this world in the future. Believing in his heroic destiny, Kwabna threw himself into frenzied training, even punching through boulders to forge his superhuman physique. Just as he had defeated a lion and reached the pinnacle of his strength, his grandmother suddenly declared the prophecy null and void, shocking him to his core. Kwabna stood pensively by the window, recalling his grandmother's enigmatic last words with a thoughtful expression. Bianca entered the room with a curious look, wondering what her muscular boss was so engrossed in. Kwabna sighed, pushing the past aside, returning to reality, and announced that he had something important to tell the entire team. Bianca stared blankly at her boss, a huge question mark visible on her face as she couldn't guess his intentions. Kwabna clenched his fist, boldly declaring that the upcoming tournament would be his last time in the ring. He emphasized once more with resolute eyes that his career in Iron Fist would end after this tournament. Bianca's face paled, sweat poured down like rain, and she stammered a question, too shocked by the champion's sudden decision. Kwabna explained that he only played the game because he heard there were many strong opponents, while recalling a scene of him fighting a mech. He was utterly disappointed, asserting that the current opponents were too weak, and no one could withstand a single punch from him. The image of the defeated lion reappeared in Kwabna's memory. He yearned to rediscover the trembling sensation of fighting a truly strong opponent. Kwabna concluded that all rumors were lies, the game was full of noobs, so he decided to quit for his health. He turned his back and left to find new enjoyment, ignoring Bianca, who was screaming in protest against this emotional early retirement decision. The scene shifted to the game, where a giant win appeared on the screen, honoring the ID Devil King, who had just dominated his opponent. Do-hyuk, in his Blue Devil form, carried a baseball bat on his shoulder, his foot resting on the corpse of a cyborg whose weapon he had just plundered. The system announced that Do-hyuk had ascended to the God Seat rank on only his second day, surprising even himself. He smirked, realizing that the top 1 server spot was now within reach with this insane ranking speed. With an unblemished 5-6 win streak, Do-hyuk arrogantly pointed, asking who would be the unfortunate 57th victim. The cheerful guide robot eagerly executed the command to find a new opponent, while Do-hyuk radiated intense bloodlust. A brilliant summoning pillar appeared, signaling that the next prey had been found, and the chat channel chuckled, waiting for the show. A silver-haired swordsman named Shinjiro appeared, incredibly cool with the title of Sword God, exuding an aura completely different from the small fry before him. Tsuki, with his fiery red hair, sat in the cafe, seriously warning Shinjiro that Do-hyuk was a monster even more terrifying than Anatole. Shinjiro recalled the horrifying highlight reels of Do-hyuk, mercilessly slaughtering numerous opponents with overwhelming power. Sword God Shinjiro drew his razor-sharp katana from its sheath, his determined eyes declaring that he must immediately verify the enemy's true strength. He stared intently at Do-hyuk, who stood tall in the arena, telling himself he had to test how overwhelmingly powerful this guy's skills were. Shinjiro struck an incredibly cool pose, asserting the truth that the strong are those who remain standing at the end, and he would prove it with his blade. The system displayed a neon purple ready notification, signaling that the battle between the two monsters was about to begin. Do-hyuk, in his Blue Devil form, charged forward with a sinister smile, hoping his opponent would last a little longer so he could stall for donations. The moment fight appeared, Do-hyuk launched a preemptive strike, his only fear being that the match would end too quickly. leaving no time to farm donations. Shinjiro reacted with lightning speed, raising his sword to fully block Do-hyuk's thunderous punch, creating dazzling electric sparks. Immediately, the sword god spun around, unleashing a fierce counterattack that forced Do-hyuk to retreat and maintain distance. Do-hyuk tilted his body, narrowly dodging the deathly sword strike, the sharp blade passing just millimeters from his face. Shinjiro unleashed a combo of no-blade hand combined with crescent throw, sending Do-hyuk flying into the air and making him lose his balance. The sword god's eyes widened in intense focus, pouring all his strength into delivering a finishing blow while his opponent was suspended, unable to dodge. A moonlight slash struck Do-hyuk directly, creating a gigantic purple light trail that cut across the screen, a truly spectacular sight. The chat channel erupted in chaos upon seeing the revered Do-hyuk take a painful hit for the first time, his health bar dropping, causing everyone to panic intensely. But Do-hyuk still grinned as if unharmed, reassuring everyone that he was fine, and the fun had only just begun. Shinjiro thrust his sword forward but only cut through empty air. He cursed, realizing he had been tricked into striking an afterimage. Do-hyuk appeared right in front of him, casually gripping Shinjiro's blade with his bare hands, accompanied by a triumphant smile. Shinjiro's jaw dropped in astonishment as his opponent used his own sword as a lever to flip him over. Do-hyuk returned the exact no-blade hand move from earlier, slamming Shinjiro hard onto the arena floor, making him groan in pain as he was hoisted by his own petard. Do-hyuk's mechanical arm clamped onto his opponent's wrist, executing a perfect joint lock to disarm him mid-air. Shinjiro landed in shock, yelling out, demanding to know why his opponent knew no-blade hand to brazenly steal his sword. Do-hyuk looked at his hand and sneered, his casual demeanor suggesting that copying ultimate techniques was mere child's play to him. In his memory, the figure of Rin Chiba, the sword saint of the 9 great heroes, appeared, the one who had originated this supreme technique. Shinjiro took a stance, ready to charge, utterly furious at seeing an outsider dare to show off before the sword god. Do-hyuk calmly dissected each move, asserting that Shinjiro's swordsmanship bore a strong resemblance to the sword saint of old. Shinjiro furiously charged to attack, recognizing the essence of his family's inherited swordsmanship in the previous strike, and pressing Do-hyuk to reveal his master. Do-hyuk didn't bother to explain. He held the katana he had just stolen and took a stance, the blade glowing brilliantly, challenging his opponent to survive this attack. Shinjiro's eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain, as he recognized that terrifyingly familiar attack stance. Do-hyuk swung his sword down decisively, a brilliant golden energy stream tearing through space with terrifying power. Shinjiro screamed miserably as his body was ravaged by his own inherited ultimate technique, unable to resist. The moonlight slash tore away a large section of the building, its overwhelming destructive power pulverizing everything around it. Shinjiro flew through the air, his mind completely blank and utterly bewildered by the true identity of the monster before him. The system screen displayed a giant win, confirming the Demon King's absolute victory over the sword god. The entire virtual city violently shook after the finishing blow, thick dust proving Do-hyuk's overwhelming power. The chat channel exploded with numerous worshipful comments, asserting that no matter which character he used, Do-hyuk was still a living legend carrying the team. Shinjiro furiously roared, demanding to know his opponent's true identity, while the chat channel continuously spammed taunts about his humiliating sword theft. Do-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, watching the defeated opponent, confirming his suspicion was correct when Shinjiro recognized the technique. But instead of answering seriously, Do-hyuk flashed a sly smile and casually asked if his opponent had an older sister. Shinjiro was speechless, completely frozen, while the chat channel burst into laughter at their idol's boundless absurdity and infatuation with girls. Shinjiro screamed in vain as he was kicked out of the game, while Do-hyuk still managed to add a teasing question about his older sister. In Japan, Shinjiro sprang up from his bed and shrieked as if he'd had a nightmare, still muttering about his older sister. In the quiet dojo, a female swordswoman was intensely focused on her wind-cutting practice. She adjusted her breathing and stance, preparing to unleash a destructive strike. Brilliant golden light gathered on the blade as she began to perform the mental technique of trapping moonlight within her weapon. She swung her sword in a decisive arc, with the intent to destroy the entire world with a single slash. The genuine moonlight slash ultimate technique was unleashed, tearing through the space in the dojo. The straw practice targets were cleanly sliced and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. The female swordswoman trembled, clutching her aching arm. It seemed this technique put immense strain on her body. She sighed in disappointment, looking at the imperfect cuts on the straw rolls, blaming herself for still being too weak. She recalled the legend of the first family head who could cleave boulders and an entire forest with a single sword stroke. Outside the door, Shinjiro's frantic figure ran up, banging loudly on the door, calling for his older sister. Shinjiro, his mouth stammering, rushed into the room in a panic, calling out to his sister. Before he could finish, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat, freezing him stiff. Rin Chiba, his sister and a true sword-fighting monster, coldly warned her brother not to disturb her while she was training. The killing intent emanating from Rin froze the surrounding space, proving her superior skill compared to Shinjiro. Shinjiro swallowed hard, hastily asking if his sister had accidentally taught their family's secret technique, the moonlight slash, to an outsider. Rin frowned, taking it as an insult, and immediately ordered her brother to put on protective gear for a real combat solo match. Shinjiro frantically waved his hands in denial, realizing his sister knew absolutely nothing about that monster in the game. He fell into thought, unable to understand why Do-hyuk possessed sword skills identical to his sister's and even seemed to know her. Shinjiro led his monstrous sister somewhere, telling her it wasn't for a fight outside, but to show her something interesting. A bolt of lightning struck in the middle of the futuristic city, accompanied by the miserable scream of the defeated echoing tragically. Do-hyuk, in his Devil King form, had just sent his opponent to the scoreboard, and the giant win displayed on the screen made the chat explode with praise. The system announced he had climbed to the God Seat rank, and Do-hyuk merely let out a light sigh of exclamation, as if it were an everyday occurrence. As soon as he reached the top of the server, he waved his hand, intending to end the stream early, leaving the audience bewildered about what was happening. The ting-ting sound of a donation rang out. A viewer named Lin sent a small amount, but Do-hyuk coldly refused, claiming he had integrity. Lin immediately made 2 consecutive donations, an astonishing amount totaling nearly 1,000,000 won, just to request him to perform a sword dance. Upon seeing the money, Do-hyuk's eyes lit up like headlights. He changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, and praised the viewer for guessing the stream's content correctly. He explained that he was skilled enough to participate in the tournament, then haggled, asking if he could use a different game for the sword dance. The wealthy Lin donated nearly another 1,000,000 won, sealing the deal. Any game was fine as long as it involved swords. Do-hyuk smirked triumphantly, and ordered the support AI to switch to the game he had planned beforehand for the second part of the stream. He logged into Rise of Valhalla, reappearing on horseback as a shirtless warrior, making the chat channel erupt with excitement. Do-hyuk held a tiny kitchen knife in his hand, saying he hadn't played in a while but remembered to bring his hot item for the mission. He nonchalantly admitted that this dull knife was stolen from the kitchen last time, leaving the audience speechless. The chat teased, asking if he intended to cook or perform a sword dance. Before Do-hyuk could explain, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed. A long spear pointed directly at his face, signaling that the enemy had caught the scent of their prey. An entire legion of knights charged forward, shouting demands for the life of their lord's enemy. Do-hyuk complained that they were as numerous as ants. What's more, a line of shield soldiers also appeared with a rumble, blocking the path, making Do-hyuk grimace at the increased difficulty. The Wessex knights roared and launched an all-out attack, with an aura that sought to crush the lone Viking. A spear pierced through the air and rushed towards him. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth and used the tiny kitchen knife to parry the blow at the last second. Do-hyuk used the tiny kitchen knife to stop the knight's massive spear, leaving the knight wide-eyed in disbelief. Without letting his opponent recover, he followed up with a devastating punch directly to the helmet, stunning the soldier. He performed an acrobatic flip in mid-air, skillfully dodging the attack, causing the knight to lose balance and fall face-first to the ground. The dull knife in Do-hyuk's hand unexpectedly sliced cleanly through the spear's wooden shaft, which was as hard as steel. The spearhead was severed and flew far away, proving that the user's skill had reached a supreme level. Do-hyuk shouted, "For Valhalla," then leaped high, raising the kitchen knife, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The knights below were no pushovers either. They roared for the king, and simultaneously raised their weapons to meet the challenge. Do-hyuk descended like a whirlwind, carving through numerous knights with his knife, making the chat channel explode with praise. The shield soldiers behind trembled at the sight of the massacre. Even NPCs knew fear before this overwhelming power. Do-hyuk smirked, asked the audience for their opinion, then took a stance, preparing to unleash his ultimate signature technique. The shield army tried to reassure each other, forming an absolute defensive formation against the impending attack. Do-hyuk swung his arm and unleashed the moonlight slash, a brilliant wave of sword energy that swept away the entire enemy formation in an instant. A notification for completing the legitimate heir quest unexpectedly appeared, leaving Do-hyuk bewildered. He wondered why the quest was finished so early when the main character, Aethelred, hadn't even shown his face yet. The system announced that the Wessex army had retreated due to overwhelming fear. Do-hyuk stood amidst the battlefield, littered with enemy corpses. In the real world, Shinjiro frantically called his sister to watch the live stream that was currently taking the internet by storm. He pointed at the screen and asked Rin Chiba if that was their family's moonlight slash. Rin Chiba observed intently, then coldly denied it, making Shinjiro break out in a cold sweat from surprise. She explained that the Chiba family's sword style focused maximally on speed and flexibility. Do-hyeok's sword style, however, focused on destructive power and dominance, a realm she had always yearned to reach. Shinjiro, bewildered, asked his training-obsessed sister what kind of bizarre game this was that had her so engrossed. He grumbled that normally when he invited her to play, she would complain and insist on training, but now she was suddenly glued to the screen. Rin Chiba clenched her fists until they trembled, her eyes flashing with a light as if she had just discovered the truth of life. She declared firmly that Do-hyeok's devastating style was the path of the dominant sword she had to pursue. The scene shifted to the next day. Do-hyeok grumbled, asking his sister if they were going the right way as they wandered the streets. He complained about walking for an hour despite having a map, while Ji-on weakly insisted, sweating profusely, that this was the right place. Do-hyeok's attitude did a 180-degree turn. His face flushed with excitement as he asked about the editor they were about to meet, hoping it would be a pretty, young girl. His dream shattered when Ji-on yelled that it was a man, making Do-hyeok click his tongue in disappointment, realizing life wasn't like a dream. Do-hyeok pointed at coffee shop number 389, but Ji-on told him to wait a moment so she could call their contact first. Ji-on announced they had arrived, just as the ding-dong of the coffee shop's doorbell rang, signaling a customer's entry. Ji-on waved to an acquaintance, and a bespectacled student sitting in the corner also happily stood up to greet her back. The bespectacled student froze, his face paling and breaking into a cold sweat as he recognized the burly man accompanying Ji-an as an old acquaintance. Jaegil-min sprang from his chair, knocking over the table, his mouth agape as he shouted in astonishment upon seeing his boss, Do-hyeok, in the flesh. Do-hyeok pointed directly at the four-eyed guy with an annoyed expression, asking Ji-an if she intended to introduce him to this effeminate man. In Jaegil-min's mind, memories resurfaced of the day Do-hyeok left, regretting that he hadn't had a chance to thank his savior from back then. Unable to control his intense emotions, Jaegil-min rushed forward and hugged Do-hyeok tightly to express his profound gratitude. He rubbed his head against Do-hyeok, eyes sparkling, confessing his longing and admiration for his boss's muscular strength. Jaegil-min tightened his embrace, asserting that Do-hyeok was exactly his type, making Do-hyeok scream tragically at this disastrous misunderstanding. Ji-on blushed furiously, stammering to ask if these two men were dating, under the judgmental gazes of everyone present. Do-hyeok, enraged, threw Jaegil-min through the coffee shop window, while the obsessed fan still managed to praise his big bro's strength and declare his love. As Do-hyeok logged into the game in his familiar Blue Devil avatar, the chat channel exploded with a flurry of enthusiastic welcome messages. He forced a smile, beads of sweat forming as he explained why he was streaming earlier than usual, addressing the audience's curiosity. Do-hyeok took the opportunity to grandly announce that he had created his own YouTube channel to upload all his old and new match highlight videos. The chat channel scrolled rapidly, people excitedly buzzing and discussing the crystal-clear video quality and the trove of exclusive, unreleased content. Do-hyeok broke out in a cold sweat when praised for his skilled editor, secretly thanking the heavens that the coffee shop incident had been smoothed over. It turned out that earlier at the coffee shop, Jaegil-min had been screaming to be his love slave, causing Do-hyeok to panic and immediately use force to suppress this perversion. He had no choice but to take on the four-eyed guy as a probationary editor to shut him up and resolve the misunderstanding, but still clenched his fist, vowing to supervise him closely. Back in the game, Do-hyeok cheerfully told the system guide robot that he needed to grind rank quickly to secure a spot in the upcoming EVO tournament. The pink-headed robot immediately activated the Iron Fist matchmaking system at its master's command, looking equally delighted. The scene shifted to the Japanese server, where Shinjiro was sent flying by a vivid blue sword strike, sliding painfully across the ground. He propped himself up with his sword, his face pale as he stared at the monstrous opponent before him, wondering what kind of bizarre swordsmanship that was. Shinjiro cried out in confusion, asking his big sister Rin Chiba if she was sure she had never played this game before. Rin Chiba struck an incredibly cool stance, and Shinjiro realized in a panic that his big sister was blocking and counterattacking with millimeter precision, without any system assistance. He couldn't believe his eyes as he watched her perfectly block the lightning ray skill and counterattack as smoothly as if she were hacking the game, without needing any calibration features. Rin Chiba looked bewildered, asking what on earth this calibration thing her little brother was babbling about was in this game. Shinjiro broke into a cold sweat, realizing his plan to easily defeat his big sister in a match to show off, before teaching her the ropes as a beginner, had completely failed. He could only force a laugh and began explaining the game's automatic skill adjustment mechanism to his monstrous big sister. Shinjiro curiously asked if she had used any assistance for that last lightning ray, and Rin Chiba pointed at him, nodding to admit she had used a little. Upon hearing this, Rin Chiba swung her sword with a whoosh, her eyes sharp as she immediately tested out this interesting assistance feature. Before Shinjiro could finish his warning, he was sent flying by a brilliant golden sword aura, his face blank with no understanding of what had just happened. An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the virtual city, signaling the end of a terrifying skill clash. Shinjiro was utterly panicked, screaming desperately as he saw the ultimate technique he had painstakingly trained for months, copied by his big sister in just 1 second. He broke out in a cold sweat, recalling Suki's warning about monstrous geniuses who could learn simply by observing, without needing any logic. Rin Chiba stood proudly with her katana, while Shinjiro could only silently admit that his big sister was truly a mythical monster. The scene shifted to the Iron Fist tournament, where Dohyuk stood in the waiting room, listening to the female MC introduce his incredible achievements on the big screen. The display showed his undefeated streak and Divine Throne rank, making Dohyuk force a smile, feigning embarrassment at being overly praised. The beautiful female MC on screen quickly cut short his moment of self-admiration to move on to the official bracket drawing. The stands erupted in cheers as Tsuki, the king of Japanese fighting games, stepped onto the stage, confidently waving to the audience. Tsuki took the mic and announced that he wasn't there to compete today, but would be sitting in the commentator's chair to banter with everyone. When asked about the championship contender, Tsuki didn't hesitate to immediately mention the name that was making waves: Dohyuk. He laughed loudly and firmly declared that the monster Dohyuk would take the prize, not Shinjiro, whom everyone else was thinking of. Tsuki winked meaningfully at the female MC, feigning modesty by saying he was afraid of putting pressure on his idol by talking too much. But in his heart, he had already decided the outcome. The large screen behind them began a randomizing effect to select the first matchups of the round of 16 to the audience's anticipation. The first matchup appeared, and Shinjiro's face contorted in a frown when he saw he would have to face his own monstrous big sister, Rin Chiba. The second matchup called out Dohyuk, whose opponent was Zhao Long, a formidable name with a very combative-looking avatar. Dohyuk made his familiar finger-rubbing gesture, causing the chat channel to debate whether he was making a heart shape or habitually demanding prize money. The system robot head displayed a notification requesting Dohyuk to log in immediately to prepare for the match. Dohyuk teleported into the Shaolin Temple map with his Kujo avatar, brimming with fighting spirit, ready to confront his opponent. His opponent appeared incredibly cool in Guan Yu's armor, holding the gleaming and powerful green dragon crescent blade. Zhao Long stroked his beard disdainfully, opening his mouth to disparage his opponent as merely an insignificant streamer from a small country, not the sword god he had expected. Zhao Long set his teacup down, arrogantly boasting that he would finish the match before the tea cooled. Just like the legend of Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong, he swung his great blade down with overwhelming momentum, arrogantly shouting that he would take the life of his opponent from the east. The result showed Kujo's absolute victory. Dohyuk calmly drank his piping hot tea, burning his mouth, while his opponent lay unconscious on the floor. The chat channel erupted in laughter because this knockoff Guan Yu had just boasted, and was instantly wiped out. His head was ready to fall before his tea even cooled. Dohyuk walked out of the arena with a nonchalant expression, wondering how his sword-wielding big sister was doing on her side of the battle. A notification of Rin Chiba's victory appeared, and the audience buzzed with discussion about how she had just utterly schooled her own little brother, Shinjiro. Rin raised her sword high, shouting her protest against being called a disciple, asserting with an ambitious expression that one day she would surpass even Dohyuk. She grandly declared that the final match of this tournament would be a solo showdown between her and Dohyuk to prove who was the true master of all. A viewer reminded her to stop acting so dramatically like a martial arts hero, causing Rin to turn from embarrassment to anger, shouting for them to shut up immediately. The system called out the next opponent, Lin, with her Masamune avatar and an impressive 1-6 match winning streak. The young woman walked out with a calm demeanor, astonishing the chat channel, who wondered how a rookie could have made it this far. The camera zoomed in on Lin's beauty, causing the audience to immediately switch sides, vying to become die-hard fans because she was simply too cute. Rin blushed furiously with jealousy, narcissistically yelling, "How dare you praise someone else in front of the #1 beauty, me?" She pointed, threatening to block all the Fairweather fans and her opponent, while Lin stood watching with a bewildered expression, breaking out in a cold sweat. Rin suddenly remembered she was in the game and had accidentally revealed too much of her true personality, letting out an embarrassed oops. She quickly drew her sword, regaining her cool demeanor, and apologized to her opponent for the toxic audience, while Lin maintained an oddly calm attitude. As the combat effects appeared, Rin immediately launched a rocket-speed preemptive attack, determined to put her beautiful opponent in her place. A sharp clang of metal echoed as Lin casually parried Rin's powerful attack, as if taking a stroll. The two swords grated against each other, sparking, but the pressure from the Sword Saint's attack didn't faze this mysterious rookie. Rin was utterly astonished to see that Lin not only parried but also counterattacked with the masterful sword flow technique, her blade flashing past Rin's face. A sharp clang echoed as the sword plunged into the arena floor, creating a powerful energy aftershock. Rin Chiba unleashed a powerful aerial kick, but Lin skillfully raised her sword in time to block the attack. Both landed with a thud, their shoe soles sparking on the high-tech arena floor after the lightning-fast exchange. Rin Chiba smirked, complimenting her opponent as not bad, then arrogantly challenged her to block the next attack. She activated the Wolf Fang Strike, creating a crimson energy surge shaped like giant wolf fangs, intending to devour her opponent. Facing the deadly storm of sword energy, Rin Chiba calmly tightened her grip on her sword hilt, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. A flash of moonlight swordlight tore through the wolf fangs, as Rin Chiba unleashed the first moon slash of the moonlight sword style, counterattacking fiercely. The system immediately declared Rin Chiba victorious, while her opponent was sent flying a considerable distance after the impact. Rin Chiba panted, exhausted, admitting that even with game assistance, the first moon slash was still her current limit. She regretted not being able to unleash the second moon or third moon to reach the overwhelming realm that Do Hyuk once displayed. The screen displayed the next match announcement, and Rin Chiba secretly hoped Do Hyuk would reach the finals so she could have a chance to rematch her idol. The scene shifted to Do Hyuk's match. He had just effortlessly sent his opponent to the scoreboard, securing an overwhelming victory. Do Hyuk looked down at his defeated opponent, Zhao Long, and coolly remarked that the tea was still hot, just as he had boasted. His next opponent in the quarterfinals was Rocky from Tibet, a rather intimidating guy with a mechanical eye and a confident smile. Before that, Do Hyuk had swept aside the player nicknamed Storm User from Jeju Island in a single instant. The viewers cheered wildly, seeing Do Hyuk reach the finals for the first time, curious about who his opponent would be. Two commentators yelled into their microphones, hyping up the atmosphere to see who would secure a ticket to the prestigious EVO tournament. The interviewer excitedly pointed at the large screen, announcing that the final opponent had officially been revealed at this very moment. Rin Chiba appeared incredibly cool with a perfect record of 19 wins, having even defeated Shinjiro to become Japan's new pride. Do Hyuk looked at the screen with extreme surprise, as if he had recognized an old acquaintance with a faded connection. Rin Chiba bowed politely, but then uttered a shocking introduction, stating that she was Chiba Rin, Shinjiro's older sister. Do Hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his face aghast. He had vaguely guessed his opponent's true identity from the start. Memories of chaotic times flooded back, and the image of one of the 9 future heroes stood tall amidst the fiery ruins. It was none other than the Sword Saint, Rin Chiba, the legendary monster slayer with sharp eyes, whom he had once fought alongside. In the flickering campfire light of the past, Rin sternly crossed her arms and asked him what he planned to do when the world returned to normal. Do Hyuk held a skewer of grilled meat, chuckling as he said he disliked crowds, so he would probably go back to his hometown and fish all day. Rin frowned, clearly annoyed, and bluntly declared that she absolutely hated the smell of fish, so he'd better remember that. He looked bewildered, not understanding anything, and casually offered her the hot skewer of meat, inviting her to eat to temper her difficult personality. Rin took a bite of the meat, praised his excellent cooking skills, and then coolly declared that he had great potential to be a capable homemaker. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, as Rin began to speak of the grim prospect of the final battle and the necessity of using the time reversal stone. She sternly reminded him never to forget the crucial request she had entrusted to him for this return. That was for him to unleash the ultimate family technique that they had both perfected, to guide her past self. Rin also took the opportunity to add a condition: to have 1 son and 1 daughter, which made Do Hyuk nearly choke on his meat when he heard it. Back in reality, Do Hyuk stared at his opponent, recalling the Sword Saint's enigmatic yet meaningful words from back then. Rin Chiba, or Rin in the present, reiterated her desire to see the path of swordsmanship ahead, which her future self had always yearned for. Do Hyuk smiled confidently, realizing that the fated day to fulfill his promise to his old acquaintance had finally arrived. She confirmed that she was the one who had given him the swordsmanship quest, and demanded to witness his sword right in this match. Do-hyuk nodded in agreement without hesitation. He immediately activated the special character data he had cultivated for so long. The system announced the activation of Throne Warrior, and a fierce blue energy burst enveloped his body, changing his form. Do-hyuk appeared in an incredibly cool warrior form. He smirked, challenging his opponent to come forward and test his control over his new power. As soon as the start signal ended, Rin Chiba lunged forward with a wind-slicing strike, launching a preemptive attack. Do-hyuk parried the blow as lightly as a feather. He praised her speed and then declared that this move passed. Both plunged into a high-speed duel, the sharp clang of metal echoing continuously throughout the arena. Do-hyuk calmly neutralized all of his opponent's dangerous sword strikes with his supreme defensive technique. He skillfully parried the incoming blade, completely controlling the pace of the match. Do-hyuk concentrated his strength for a counterattack, forcing his opponent into a defensive position with a powerful push. Rin Chiba was thrown far back, sliding across the arena floor but managing to regain her balance just in the nick of time. The female swordswoman broke out in a cold sweat, realizing she hadn't felt the sensation of her blade hitting its target at all. It turned out that what she had just struck was merely an afterimage. Do-hyuk had actually circled behind her and delivered a punishing blow. He brought down a lightning-fast sword strike from above, forcing Rin Chiba to struggle to dodge in astonishment. Rin Chiba moved continuously to evade. Her reaction speed was truly top-notch. Do-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, commenting like a teacher grading a paper, praising her good defense but criticizing her loss of vigilance at the end, which would lead to defeat. He coolly declared that if her skill was only at this level, she shouldn't dream of seeing the true sword she yearned for. Rin Chiba was stunned, realizing she had been too arrogant and hadn't displayed the true spirit of a swordswoman. She knelt on the floor, blaming herself for her disrespectful attitude and considering it an unforgivable offense. Rin Chiba suddenly held her sword to her neck, intending to commit seppuku to atone, which made Do-hyuk rush over in a panic to stop her. He firmly held her hand, shouting, asking why she was so quick to demand life or death over such trivial mistakes. Rin Chiba looked bewildered and asked in return how he knew she was always so extreme about matters related to swordsmanship. Do-hyuk's face paled as he realized he had accidentally let slip his habit of seeing this scene too many times in the past with the Sword Saint. Rin Chiba's eyes sparkled like a young maiden's, and she began to wildly speculate about her fated relationship with him. She blushed furiously, fabricating a story that he must have feelings for her to hold her hand like that. He let go of her hand, startling Rin Chiba. In her mind, she was already calculating that her ideal boyfriend must be someone stronger than her in swordsmanship. She covered her face, writhing in delight, but still cried out that things were progressing too quickly. Do-hyuk froze completely, watching his opponent wriggle around, planning to have one son and one daughter right in the middle of the arena. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, reminding this person to remember where they were and what they were doing. Rin Chiba flinched and profusely apologized, admitting that her recent actions were unprofessional and unworthy of a swordswoman. Her eyes turned sharp again, and she secretly admired him for maintaining his swordsman's composure in that sensitive situation. Do-hyuk looked bewildered, not understanding anything about his opponent's attitude, which changed faster than a rice paper cracker. Rin Chiba lowered her stance, declaring that she would use the highest etiquette of a swordswoman to respond to his true feelings. He didn't say much either, raising his katana into a defensive stance and signaling for her to come at him. Lin poured all her strength, determined to unleash a skill that surpassed the limits of the ordinary 3 moons. She charged forward like a whirlwind, performing the first form of Moonlight Slash, tearing through the air. Do-hyuk calmly parried the attack, the deafening clang of metal reverberating through the entire arena. Not stopping there, the second sword strike, named 2 Moons, continued to descend with terrifying power. 3 moons activated, creating a massive surge of sword energy that tore up the arena floor, striking fear into everyone. She let out a mighty roar, pushing herself beyond her limits to unleash the decisive 4th strike. 4 moons layered erupted, its sword energy tearing through the adjacent high-rise building like paper. Amidst the thick dust, Do-hyuk coughed violently in the rubble, making the chat worry sick for their idol. Lin panted, but her eyes were full of confidence, asserting that he wouldn't fall so easily. As expected, Do-hyuk still stood firm like a rock at the epicenter, causing the chat to explode with praise. Lin lowered her stance, her eyes serious as she admitted she had meticulously observed every profound sword stroke of her opponent. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, pouring all her remaining strength into preparing the decisive blow that would determine the match's fate. Lin's sword glowed brilliantly, accumulating the energy of a secret technique born on the day the meteor shower rained down. Do-hyuk didn't flinch. He took his stance and declared he would show her a move carrying 1,000 pounds of weight hidden within a light sword stroke. Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, sweat pouring off her as she realized the true nature of the terrifying power her opponent was about to unleash. Do-hyuk swung his sword, unleashing a furious burst of fire energy, performing a secret technique that tore through space. The ultimate technique, Moonfall, descended, causing a horrific explosion, its blinding light engulfing a corner of the in-game city. The male commentator's jaw dropped, sweat beading on his forehead as he witnessed the unimaginable destructive power live on air. He turned to ask Suki in a trembling voice if such an absurdly overpowered skill truly existed within the system. Even though the game system could measure all stats, this widespread destructive power still made him unable to believe his eyes. The female MC suddenly remembered something. She quickly recalled that Kwabna had also used a skill with similar destructive power in the previous tournament. The male commentator had an epiphany. He immediately remembered the widespread bombardment technique that the fan community once called the Tunguska explosion. That meant Do-hyuk's current power was at least on par with Kwabna, the strongest contender in the Iron Fist tournament. Both commentators were utterly thrilled, cheering loudly as they realized this year's tournament truly harbored monsters. Returning to the decisive moment, Do-hyuk had zipped past Lin at dizzying speed, ending the duel with a perfect sword stroke. The system displayed a brilliant victory notification for Do-hyuk, with a convincing streak of 3 consecutive wins. Right after winning, he raised his sword high and yelled, demanding that the audience open their wallets and donate immediately instead of celebrating coolly. The chat was speechless at this guy's shamelessness, turning his victory declaration into an open, brazen plea for money. The next day, in a dilapidated warehouse outside the city, the sounds of strenuous training echoed steadily under the morning sun. Do-hyuk was furiously bench pressing, counting to 100 to train his pathetic real-life physique. The deafening clang of metal echoed as the barbell was placed back on the rack after a heavy set. Do-hyuk sat panting on the bench, drenched in sweat, but feeling his body much more relaxed after the workout. He rotated his wrists, muttering that gaming all day made his body stiff, so he definitely needed to hit the gym to unwind. Do-hyuk clenched his fists excitedly, realizing that the direct neural link in the game seemed to be dramatically boosting his real-life training effectiveness. The dilapidated warehouse, originally prepared for the apocalypse, had now become his perfectly ideal private gym. He smirked cunningly, thinking how perfect this place was to torment the big-eared kid, just as he'd promised. Suddenly, Do-hyuk frowned in annoyance, wondering why his disciple still hadn't shown up, suspecting he had run away, afraid of carrying 5 kilograms weights. He clicked his tongue and pulled out his phone, intending to call and check, when he suddenly heard a message notification sound. Do-hyuk's eyes lit up when he saw the message announcing that 1 million won in prize money had arrived, raising his total account balance to over 31 million. He mumbled, calculating the money earned after 3 weeks of grinding, and suddenly remembered he needed to check his enormous debt. The debt displayed on the screen was over 30 million won, exactly matching the amount he had, making Do-hyuk burst into hearty laughter. Do-hyuk quickly walked to the door with a cheerful expression, determined to finally pay off this lump of debt, which was even scarier than the apocalypse itself. The warehouse door suddenly opened, startling him. He was convinced that the big-eared kid had finally dragged himself over. Do-hyuk clenched his fists with a fierce expression, secretly vowing to make his disciple carry an extra 10 kilograms of weights if he dared to be lazy and skip out. But what met his eyes were trembling legs and a choked voice trying to reassure his mother over the phone. Jagal-min was crouched on the ground, hand covering his mouth, trying to suppress his sobs while lying to his mother that he had found a very good part-time job. The kid wiped away his tears, forcing a strained smile to reassure his mother that he would take care of the hospital bills and debts. Jagal-min quickly hung up, then bit down hard on his hand to stifle the choked sobs of humiliation and pressure. He slapped his own cheeks twice to steel himself, telling himself not to cry, because he was a high school student now. Do-hyuk stood silently in the shadows, watching the scene, his gaze darkening as he heard the kid's painful monologue about not being allowed to fall. Do-hyuk stared intently at his phone with a serious expression, realizing that the first problem to solve was money to pay off the debt. He recalled Jagal-min's tragic image from his previous life, when the boy sacrificed himself to save the entire team. This debt of gratitude was too immense for him to turn his back. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, telling himself that money lost could be earned again. He swore he would slowly repay this debt to the kid. The door opening startled Jagal-min. He quickly wiped his tears and adjusted his glasses when he saw his master walk in. Do-hyuk looked directly at his disciple with a scrutinizing, slightly sarcastic gaze, asking if he had been waiting long. The kid immediately put on a cheeky facade, teasingly asking back if his master had been crying because he missed him so much. Do-hyuk didn't say much, immediately delivering a sky-shattering kick to his talkative disciple, yelling at him to shut up. The system announced a full connection to the game lobby with the familiar blue light effect. Do-hyuk made a super cool landing in the lobby in his black outfit, and a flurry of welcome messages and victory praises popped up. He happily waved to the audience, but the chat was wondering if he had gone easy on the beautiful Rin Chiba. Do-hyuk gave a firm thumbs up, asserting that he hadn't gone easy at all. She truly possessed formidable talent. A ting-ting sound rang out, signaling money received. A viewer donated 10,000 won, asking him to try a new game. He pointed to the sky with a confident demeanor, loudly declaring the next blockbuster game he would conquer. The screen displayed a poster for the game Monster Buddies, with a bright cartoon style and adorably lost monsters, completely unlike his usual violent taste. Do-hyuk gave 2 thumbs up, praising it profusely with a fake expression, trying to act excited that this was a lifelong masterpiece. The audience immediately exposed it as sponsored content, making him shamefully crouch down and cover his face because his acting was so terrible. Exposed, Do-hyuk stood up and made a money-counting gesture, shamelessly admitting he needed to eat and challenging the viewers to donate if they didn't like it. The viewers donated again to mock his greed, but Do-hyuk was overjoyed to see his account balance continuously rise. Do-hyuk threw a punch into the air to activate and launch the game Monster Buddies, as requested by the sponsor. Do-hyuk appeared in the middle of a dense jungle in his avatar form, wearing a gaudy orange t-shirt, looking bewildered, not yet understanding the mechanics of this childish game. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, pleading for help in the chat, while the viewers laughed at the sponsor for choosing the wrong person to entrust their money to. Do-hyuk pulled out a device that looked like a phone from his inventory to check the game guide for this childish game. After understanding the monster catching and collecting mechanics, Do-hyuk smirked, as if he had just found a new way to break the game. Hearing that Black Oak was also playing this game, Do-hyuk began calculating his moves to leech off his fame. Do-hyuk planned to message his comrades later to invite them to wreak havoc on this server for fun. Do-hyuk summoned the beginner's stone axe, a legendary weapon specifically used for chopping trees in all survival games. While walking, Do-hyuk discovered a cat monster hiding in the bushes. The cat monster jumped out, acting all cute, thinking it would be pampered like a companion pet. Wham! Do-hyuk didn't say much and slammed the axe blade straight into the cat monster's head, causing a splash of impact effects. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration because the crappy stone axe couldn't finish off the monster in one hit as he expected. Ignoring the chat's frantic pleas to stop, Do-hyuk furiously swung his axe repeatedly until the cat monster stopped breathing. Do-hyuk turned back, his eyes glowing red like a demon's, wondering why he had to befriend these weak monsters. The system guide's ting-ting sound reminded him to use monster-catching balls instead of slaughtering innocent creatures. Do-hyuk raised his middle finger to the sky and flatly declared that monsters were born to be killed for experience. The cat monster's corpse disappeared, dropping a chunk of meat, proving that the strong are always right in every game. Do-hyuk gleefully showed off the cleanly processed meat, praising the game's convenience while the viewers were utterly speechless. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a giant turtle dragon appeared as the guardian of the forest. Instead of being scared, Do-hyuk was extremely excited to see the massive boss, perfect for testing physical damage. Do-hyuk wielded his level 1 stone axe and charged straight at the mythical grade boss with an aura of world destruction. A week later at the airport, Jae-min boasted that the video of his master being blown away by the boss's sneeze had reached 1 million views online. Do-hyuk walked with the demeanor of a king at the airport while Jae-min gleefully ran after him, showing off his achievement of nearly reaching 10 million views. The naive Jae-min was moved to tears, thanking his master profusely, thinking he was being rewarded with a luxurious overseas trip. Do-hyuk immediately revealed his exploitative capitalist nature, declaring that his disciple would have to slave away editing and uploading videos throughout the trip and shouldn't dream of stepping out of the hotel. Do-hyuk began activating his money-grubbing streamer mode, ordering Jae-min to grab the camera and prepare to livestream right in the middle of the airport. The chat exploded when they saw the check-in location was Incheon Airport, and the crowd of viewers began to wonder about this eccentric streamer's new scheme. Do-hyuk clenched his fist with determination, asserting to everyone that today was a fated day in the history of fighting games. Do-hyuk struck a cool pose, pointed forward and declared that he would sweep through the prestigious EVO tournament as easily as going to the market to buy vegetables. Do-hyuk's ambition wasn't just to participate for fun, but to completely devour this entire World Championship tournament in a single breath. The scene shifted to the magnificent EVO Stadium in Los Angeles, where the monsters of the gaming world gathered, preparing to tear each other apart. The stage lights shone brightly, welcoming the world's top players as they successively entered the arena of death. Nick Jackson, America's #1 player, appeared with a flashy, flamboyant cowboy dance that made the viewers cheer loudly. Gatak from India stepped out with the calm demeanor of an ascetic, greeting the viewers with clasped hands, full of mystery, as if about to cast a spell. The Russian tank, Monster Golov, roared in a show of force. Just looking at his brutish appearance, one could already smell the strong scent of violence. And finally, the final boss, the pride of Africa, the one standing at the pinnacle of the world, was announced amidst the stadium's explosion of cheers. Emperor Kwabna stepped out with an overwhelming aura, with the world-weary eyes of a strong individual who hadn't found a worthy opponent to warm up with. The host in the purple suit hurriedly intercepted Kwabna to ask for a few minutes of interview before the match began. The host asked about the rumors of Kwabna's retirement after this tournament, causing the atmosphere to quiet down, awaiting the champion's answer. Kwabna sneered, his eyes clearly showing undisguised contempt at the host's redundant question. Kwabna pointed his finger directly at the international players standing in line, as if pointing at a pile of worthless trash. The champion flatly declared that having to fight these wastes of space only made him want to die of boredom, with no interest whatsoever. Qianryong yelled, threatening his opponents in a condescending tone, stating that no one was allowed to disrespect him. The host broke out in a cold sweat as Qianryong caused a commotion, while Kwabna watched with contempt in his eyes for the Chinese top 1 kung fu player. Kwabna recognized an old acquaintance, recalling the time when Qianryong was just a punching bag for him when he first started out. Monster Golov didn't say much, delivering a decisive chop to the back of Qianryong's neck, instantly knocking him out. To Kwabna's exasperation, the host quickly regained his professionalism, announcing that the final participant had arrived to salvage the atmosphere. Do Hyuk rushed onto the stage, apologizing profusely for being late in the most casual attire imaginable. The host introduced Do Hyuk as the top 1 player in Asia, dubbed the Kwabna of Korea, which made the viewers cheer enthusiastically. Do Hyuk scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, immediately fabricating an excuse about the taxi driver taking the wrong route to cover up his delay. Kwabna interrupted the comedic act, ordering the game to start immediately, because he was utterly fed up with waiting. Kwabna turned to look at Do Hyuk with a challenging gaze, telling him to try and crawl his way up to his position. Do Hyuk smirked confidently, recognizing this familiar arrogant tone, and declared that perhaps he was the one waiting up there for Kwabna. Do Hyuk pointed directly at Kwabna's chest, warning him that he was the one who had to strive to climb up and meet him. Kwabna chuckled with amusement at Do Hyuk's audacity, promising to remember this face and hoping his skills were as strong as his mouth. The large screen displayed the EVO logo. The host announced the official start of the tournament, and proceeded with the group draw. Group H, seed No. 4, was revealed with the appearance of Gatak, the player from India. The system paired Gatak against Do Hyuk, and Do Hyuk smiled meaningfully when he saw his name on the scoreboard. The next match called out Jade against Akuma, a tense matchup right from the group stage. Akuma's face went pale, screaming in despair as he realized he was unlucky enough to be in the same group of death as Do Hyuk. Do Hyuk politely shook hands with the legend Black Oak, both exchanging respectful pleasantries between masters. Beyond stood nearby, laughing gleefully, pointing at the distraught Akuma, and asked Do Hyuk to go easy on his teammate. Beyond laughed heartily when he saw Akuma trying to salvage some dignity by saying he would try not to lose completely. The host loudly announced the next match in Group D between Qianryong and Kwabna, which made the viewers cheer excitedly. The large screen announced that the first event match of Group H had officially begun. Do Hyuk stepped onto the stage in his incredibly cool Kujo avatar, and the roar of the viewers echoed throughout the arena, welcoming their teacher. His opponent, Gatak, appeared in his blue-skinned Danakra avatar, floating in the air with the aura of a true ascetic master. Do Hyuk was astonished to see Gatak's appearance perfectly match his in-game character, wondering if he was truly that famous. The chat immediately educated him, stating that Gatak was a 60-year-old yoga master with 200 million students, which utterly shocked Do Hyuk. Hearing that people were scrambling to throw money at Gatak to become his students, Do Hyuk immediately flushed crimson, sensing the strong scent of money. Gatak performed a hand seal and greeted him with a string of incomprehensible, mixed religious phrases. Blinded by his opponent's immense wealth, Do Hyuk approached with a fawning expression, intending to ask for the secret to getting rich. As soon as the start signal sounded, Gatak unleashed a rubber yoga punch, extending his arm to strike his opponent directly in the face. Do Hyuk took a full punch to the face, his nose bleeding, but he still forced a smile and tried to explain that he only wanted to talk. Gatak ignored his explanation, continuing to unleash long-range punches that forced Do Hyuk to struggle to dodge. Do Hyuk clutched his aching arm from blocking, wailing pitifully that the last blow had hit his bone. Ignoring Do Hyuk's attempts to ask questions, Gatak delivered another devastating punch to the money-hungry youth's face. Gatak stopped, made an OK sign with his hand, and casually uttered the number 300 million. Do-hyuk froze, his face covered in blood, not understanding what his opponent was talking about. Gatak clearly explained that 300 million was the tuition fee, and another 300 million was for the professional certification. The chat burst into laughter, explaining that the hand sign was a gesture for demanding money, while Do-hyuk's veins began to bulge in anger. A fit of jealous rage erupted, and Do-hyuk lunged forward, unleashing a decisive punch to send this rich guy packing. Gatak dodged the illusory attack by stretching his neck like rubber, then even made an OK sign to taunt him. Do-hyuk gaped in astonishment, shouting to ask if his opponent was an octopus. Annoyed, Do-hyuk unleashed his sudden rain of punches skill with incredible speed to overwhelm his opponent. Gatak spun and twirled with his loach evasion technique, dodging all damage and leaving the chat wide-eyed. Gatak's arm suddenly became as pliable as chewing gum, lashing out to tightly wrap around Do-hyuk's arm. That greenish arm squeezed Do-hyuk's mechanical arm tightly, giving him no chance to escape. Gatak unleashed his hellish yoga jujutsu, using all four limbs to coil tightly around Do-hyuk like a giant python. Do-hyuk was locked down so tightly that his face turned purple, groaning as he was on the verge of suffocating. Refusing to surrender to fate, Do-hyuk yelled that even if his limbs were bound, he still had other weapons. Do-hyuk resorted to a dirty trick, opening his mouth and biting Gatak's arm with extreme force. Gatak was in extreme pain, his eyes rolling back as he let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the arena. Gatak swung his arm, flinging the mad dog Do-hyuk far away, all while still screaming in pain. Do-hyuk landed gracefully, then spat with utter disdain. Gatak clutched his bitten arm, both in pain and furious, scolding Do-hyuk as a despicable coward for using a sneak bite. Do-hyuk stood up, admitting he had temporarily lost his mind over money, which made the chat erupt in laughter. Gatak, enraged, declared he would show no mercy, and prepared to unleash a punitive blow on the fool. Do-hyuk regained his composure, beckoning with his hand to challenge the rich playboy to come and get some. Gatak's hand glowed as he judged Do-hyuk to be demon-possessed and unworthy of mercy. Gatak activated his ultimate skill, Vajra Guardian, summoning a colossal, blazing entity behind him. He roared the name of the technique, Blazing Fist Vajra Yaksha, ready to crush Do-hyuk into dust. Do-hyuk let out a spirited roar, unleashing a flurry of punches to counter his opponent's rain of blows. He landed an incredibly powerful punch directly on the blue-skinned man's face with a resounding thwack. Gatak's face caved in deeply like rubber, absorbing the full force of the punch without any damage. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to realize his physical attacks were completely useless against this flexible body. Gatak smirked triumphantly, spreading his arms wide to show off his bulging muscles, making the chat marvel at his incredible elasticity. He began to gather energy in his palm, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique, Buddha's palm, to finish the match. Do-hyuk lowered his center of gravity, confident that with his speed, dodging this attack would be as easy as pie. Gatak raised his glowing hand high, muttering empty doctrines, demanding his opponent kneel before the supreme being. Suddenly, an invisible gravitational pressure bore down, making Do-hyuk's knees buckle with a thud, unable to move. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into the Daidala seal trap. The surrounding space felt compressed, paralyzing his body. Gatak seized the opportunity, rushing forward like a god, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to his immobilized prey. The blue-skinned man opened his mouth, lecturing about poverty and demanding to send Do-hyuk to Nirvana to be free of debt. Do-hyuk strained his neck and cursed back, calling his opponent a weird, bald-headed freak to his face. Gatak froze, his face changing color upon hearing the taboo word that touched his hidden pain. Do-hyuk immediately seized the chance, loudly proclaiming that this rich guy was insulting all the poor viewers worldwide. Gatak's eyes widened as he roared, asserting that he was only cursing the brat in front of him and not offending anyone else. Do-hyuk feigned teary eyes, continuing to play the victim discriminated against for his hair issues to infuriate his opponent. Unable to endure this trickery any longer, Gatak furiously swung his fist down to silence his enemy. A palm strike named Bald Divine Palm descended, creating a terrifying explosion that crushed Do-hyuk into the cracked ground. Do-hyuk raised his hands to the sky, screaming, calling for strength from all the global citizens with thinning hair watching the live stream. The system continuously flashed donation notifications, as tycoons vied to throw money at the streamer, supporting the movement to protect bald people. Do-hyuk stood at the eye of the monetary storm, spreading his arms wide to embrace the abundant financial energy from around the world. He flashed a cunning smile that made the viewers realize, stunned, that they had just been psychologically manipulated into opening their wallets. Do-hyuk jumped up in celebration, brazenly admitting that his elaborate performance was just to milk money from everyone. He rushed to attack with a gleeful expression, making the viewers tip their hats in admiration of his unparalleled economic skills. Gadak was furious that his previous attack was useless, so he decided to unleash his final ultimate technique to crush the greedy opponent. Thousands of colossal arms from the Buddha's palm technique descended, as if to bury Do-hyuk deep into the earth. Do-hyuk calmly analyzed his opponent's body structure, realizing it was foolish to clash head-on with this flexible opponent using brute force. He focused power into his hand, transforming it into a sharp hand blade to counter his opponent's cotton-like flexibility. A clean slash split the blue giant in two, instantly turning the fighting game match into a wuxia film. The victory notification appeared, and Do-hyuk officially sent the Indian representative home, to the astonishment of the entire server. The scene shifted to Group D, where Kwabna had just unleashed a thunderous stomp, instantly defeating his opponent. Kwabna stood tall in the arena in his imposing cyborg form, criticizing his opponent for being too weak and demanding the next match. Suki stepped onto the stage in his Ninja Hattori form, but sweat poured from him like a river due to the pressure. He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw his monstrous opponent, awkwardly trying to strike up a conversation to ease the tension. Kwabna coldly dismissed the pleasantries, provocatively beckoning the loser to hurry up and fight so he could finish them quickly. Tsuki reassured himself, recalling the days he was tormented by Do-hyuk to regain the courage to fight this monster. He formed hand seals, resolving to prove the skill of Do-hyuk's fourth disciple and leave his mark on this battle. Tsuki took a sword stance, telling himself to fight carefully against the suffocating pressure from his opponent. Kwabna accumulated blue electricity around his mechanical arm, asking in a disdainful tone why his opponent hadn't rushed in to surrender. He activated Thunderstorm Rain, unleashing a barrage of destructive lightning bolts onto the arena to crush the tiny ant below. Tsuki focused intensely, employing the swordsmanship techniques he had secretly learned from Do-hyuk to face death. He swung his sword, cutting through the deadly lightning bolts with a sharp strike that seemed to tear space itself apart. Kwabna's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his overwhelming lightning technique had been so easily cut in half by a single sword. Memories flooded back, and Kwabna recalled his prophetic grandmother's warning about a legendary figure capable of cutting lightning. Tsuki stood proudly after his parry, leaving Kwabna utterly bewildered, thinking the ancient prophecy had come true right here. Instead of fear, Kwabna broke into a wild, excited grin, thinking he had found the strongest warrior. He praised his opponent's strength but deliberately mispronounced his name as Jockey, with a smug expression. Tsuki broke out in a cold sweat, correcting his name, but Kwabna nonchalantly twisted it into Choki, as if to provoke him. The viewers in the chat laughed gleefully, making Tsuki so frustrated he wanted to scream, being trolled by both his opponent and the audience. Kwabna lunged forward with an armored punch, still not forgetting to call his opponent Chupa to provoke his spirit. Tsuki dodged the attack mid-air, desperately screaming his real name, while the chat continued to mercilessly mock him. The two figures zipped past each other, Kwabna unleashing an extremely fast killing blow to finish off the chatterbox. Kwabna's powerful uppercut tore through the air, heading straight for its target with the intention of sending his opponent to the scoreboard. A powerful impact occurred, and Kwabna smugly thought he had knocked out his opponent in an instant. But what was struck was only a wooden substitute. The classic ninja technique had been activated just in time, causing the punch to hit nothing. Tsuki appeared right behind Kwabna like a ghost, preparing to launch a counterattack to the audience's extreme excitement. A whooshing sound echoed as the sword blade violently clashed with the air, creating electric sparks. Tsuki's eyes widened in surprise as he realized his opponent's attack was not as simple as he had imagined. He hastily activated Raijin's step, creating afterimages to dodge Kwabna's lightning punch by a hair's breadth. Kwabna laughed maniacally, accumulating a gigantic energy sphere in his hand, challenging his opponent to block the attack. Tsuki broke out in a cold sweat, swinging his sword up to block in a completely defensive posture against the terrifying pressure. Kwabna activated his ultimate technique, electromagnetic cannon, firing a destructive pillar of energy that ravaged the entire arena, defeating Tsuki. The match ended swiftly with an absolute victory for the champion Kwabna, while Tsuki was eliminated without leaving any impression. In another development, the host shouted that Do-hyuk was the final winner of seeded group number 4. His next opponent was introduced as the Russian monster Golov, a veteran legend of the fighting game genre. In the virtual waiting room, Kwabna crossed his arms, observing the matchup screen and asserting that the outcome was already too clear. He assessed Golov as a top server warrior, well-rounded in offense and defense, on par with monsters like Black Oak or Nick Jackson. Kwabna was rambling on about how the final match would definitely be between him and Golov when a loud explosion echoed. He spun around, his face changing color as he saw the unbelievable development on the live screen. The Dohyuk wins notification board was prominently displayed, leaving Kwabna stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Dohyuk stood proudly on the corpse of Golov's gigantic mecha bear, demonstrating overwhelming power that made the chat explode in shock. Kwabna smirked with amusement, admitting that this rookie was truly the real deal if he could defeat Golov. The system guide announced that the first semi-final match was about to begin, instructing Kwabna to prepare to enter the arena. A blue light stream appeared, signaling that his opponent had instantly teleported to the arena. Dohyuk stepped out of the light stream, waving a friendly greeting before beginning the slaughter in the semi-final round. The semi-final began, and Beyond went big, immediately choosing his signature character Kujo to face the original owner, Dohyuk himself. Ignoring the chat's mockery, calling him a madman, Beyond confidently asserted that sometimes people have to take risks to achieve great things. He stomped his foot, creating such a powerful tremor that it cracked the entire virtual arena floor, startling his opponent. Dohyuk broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this absurd power wasn't talent, but true monster-level ability. Facing the living disaster, Beyond laughed gleefully and declared that he knew no fear. He took a fighting stance, proud that he had always been in the position of a challenger, never backing down. Beyond unleashed a punch imbued with a green aura, determined to prove his name right here. He screamed wildly, unleashing his full power to overcome the great shadow named Dohyuk. The harsh result appeared. Dohyuk won, while Beyond was literally planted headfirst into the ground. The program's host excitedly called this the exclusive Korean rice planting technique, reserved solely for the defeated. Beyond angrily sprang up from the audience seats, cursing loudly at the fans who were donating to mock him, calling them newly sprouted seedlings. The second semi-final ended swiftly with victory belonging to the mechanical monster Kwabna. Kwabna, in his Diablo form, stood towering before Black Oak, who had been beaten to a pulp, even his mechanical arm broken. He showed respect for his opponent, praising the recent match and not looking down on the defeated. Kwabna pointed directly at Black Oak, declaring that he was the most worthy opponent of his life. Black Oak gave a wry smile and thanked him, but warned that Kwabna was about to face something far more terrifying. Kwabna froze, not understanding the defeated opponent's meaning when he heard there was someone even more terrifying than him. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it when he realized the one being referred to was none other than the rookie Dohyuk. The finals featured Dohyuk, who stepped onto the stage with his trademark smile and familiar money-grubbing gesture. Dohyuk took the opportunity to run around the stage, collecting every bit of donation money, while Kwabna watched him with a look of utter contempt. Kwabna yelled, demanding his opponent enter the combat pod, secretly thinking this guy was just a money-grubbing lunatic, not the one from the prophecy. The host, holding the microphone, loudly announced the start of the finals with the two players' character selection. Kwabna didn't hesitate to lock in his signature character, Diabol, with a powerful, fiery red cyborg interface and bulging muscles. Dohyuk countered by choosing his Saolabi avatar, holding a longsword with the demeanor of a cold swordsman, reminiscent of his match against Lin Fan. Kwabna sneered, mocking that the nickname Money Maniac truly suited his opponent's ridiculous appearance. Dohyuk, annoyed, raised his middle finger, shouting that the whole world could call him a money grubber, but this lizard was absolutely forbidden to. Memories flooded back to the time before the disaster. It was Kwabna, in his monster form, who had incited Dohyuk to take out high-interest loans everywhere to prepare for the apocalypse. Dohyuk furiously cursed, because the bastard in front of him dared to completely forget his precious advice from back then, which had left him up to his neck in debt. Kwabna's veins popped on his forehead, not understanding what was happening, and he growled, asking if this madman was tired of living. Dohyuk brandished his dual swords in challenge, calling his opponent a damn lizard and inviting him to come and get it if he dared. Kwabna charged like a tank, unleashing a devastating punch, declaring he would send his opponent to his final resting place before shedding a tear. Dohyuk deftly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, his sharp eyes observing his opponent's movements, remarking that he was still as naive as ever. He realized Kwabna's fighting style and reflexes were exactly the same as in the past, unchanged even slightly. Dohyuk swung his sword to block the attack, sparks flying as the blade clashed with Kwabna's steel-hard mechanical armor. Kwabna poured all his strength into his mechanical arm, forcing Dohyuk to strain himself to withstand the terrifying physical strength of the world champion. Kwabna's extremely heavy hook punch directly impacted the sword, creating tremendous wind pressure that made Dohyuk wince. Dohyuk was sent flying into the air by the immense force of the red giant's punch. He landed gracefully, making a cold remark that Kwabna's reaction speed was still as slow as ever. Kwabna threw his head back and laughed maniacally, believing his opponent was just a demented madman with petty schemes. Do-hyuk swung his sword in a fierce retaliation, shouting in his face that it was precisely because he listened to his instigation that he was now piled up with debts. The two swords and the mechanical arm clashed, sending sparks flying, and Do-hyuk cursed him directly, telling the guy to shut his filthy mouth. Do-hyuk glided away in a blue flash, declaring that the first thing he needed to do was muzzle his opponent to stop him from spouting nonsense. His sword blade glowed with energy, and Do-hyuk admitted that the last strike was truly an all-in gamble. Do-hyuk unleashed a series of furious slashes that tore through space, venting all his resentment for foolishly trusting the bad advice to take out high-interest loans. Kwabna was utterly horrified to see Do-hyuk cut through lightning itself, suspecting this was the one from the prophecy his grandmother had warned about. He couldn't accept the truth that his fated opponent was a penniless, money-hungry debtor. Kwabna spat contemptuously, dismissing the ridiculous prophecy and mocking Do-hyuk as a cheap swindler. The system guide had to display a notification, reminding the two loudmouths to stop talking nonsense and focus on finishing the match. Do-hyuk scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, apologizing for getting overly excited, but still didn't forget to blame all the fault on that bastard. Kwabna suddenly activated supersonic speed, appearing right behind Do-hyuk with a fierce electric current that startled him. He gritted his teeth, feeling humiliated for having wasted his entire life, fearing a failure like Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his opponent was performing the Raijin step with unbelievably high movement speed. Kwabna let out a deathly roar, unleashing his ultimate technique, Thunder God Strike, forming a giant energy dome to crush his prey. The lightning-clad fist descended like a meteor, leaving Do-hyuk wide-eyed in that life-or-death moment. Do-hyuk dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, leaving Kwabna screaming in a frenzy for missing his target. Kwabna furiously accumulated maximum energy, preparing to unleash another destructive railgun blast at his opponent. Do-hyuk lowered his center of gravity into a special defensive stance, which even made the system guide exclaim in surprise upon recognizing the move. Kwabna fired a massive railgun energy blast from above, directly clashing with Do-hyuk's moonlight slash. The two ultimate techniques clashing created a terrifying explosion, and Do-hyuk panted heavily, admitting he had exhausted his stamina after the impact. Without hesitation, Do-hyuk gritted his teeth and charged forward with a death-defying gaze to regain the initiative. Do-hyuk's sword struck Kwabna's mechanical armor, creating blinding electric sparks but failing to pierce through. Kwabna fiercely retaliated with a steel-clad fist, forcing Do-hyuk to block the attack with his sword in a completely defensive stance. Both sides struggled fiercely, and Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the overwhelming physical strength from his opponent's arm. Kwabna suddenly activated a close-range electric shock, sending Do-hyuk flying and making him scream in pain as the electric current coursed through him. The monster roared madly, his eyes wide with fury, vowing to turn the arrogant one before him to dust. He unleashed an extremely powerful lightning kick, which, despite Do-hyuk managing to block it, still sent him flying like a broken kite across the arena. Kwabna threw his head back and laughed wildly, then surprisingly acknowledged his opponent's strength after that combo string. Do-hyuk stood in a tense defensive stance as he heard Kwabna confirm that he was indeed the one from his grandmother's prophecy. Kwabna's body began to emit a fiery red aura, and he declared he would unleash all his power, as there was no other choice. Do-hyuk watched in horror as his opponent burned 90% of his HP to activate an extremely rare Phase 2 transformation state. Kwabna completely transformed into his demigod form, with fiery red muscles and majestic white spiky hair. He stood towering like an erupting volcano, radiating suffocating pressure that enveloped the tiny Do-hyuk below. The system guide warned that when his HP dropped below 10%, Kwabna would switch to ultimate attack mode with destructive damage. His fist glowed with energy. This skill not only healed wounds but also served as a one-hit finishing blow when his HP was below 2%. Do-hyuk focused intensely, knowing that taking even a small scratch now would mean instant game over. Kwabna charged with a deathly grin, pouring his remaining life force into the punch that would decide the match's fate. Do-hyuk gripped his sword hilt tightly, feeling the suffocating pressure and extreme tension he hadn't experienced in a very long time. Kwabna roared, asserting his title as Dragon Emperor, then swung his arm, unleashing a fiery red lightning energy blast towards his opponent. Do-hyuk narrowly dodged the destructive attack that was tearing through space right in front of him. The energy blast razed the entire district, causing the chat to explode over the realism of the real-time graphics. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, moving continuously, his heart pounding, and laughed wildly from utter exhilaration. Thick dust and smoke filled the air after the terrifying attack, and the viewers frantically peered to see if Kwabna had been countered. Do-hyuk froze, Realizing the system guide hadn't announced a victory yet, meaning the enemy was still alive and kicking, he shivered, feeling a chilling killing intent from behind, and suspected it was his opponent's high-speed movement skill. Do-hyuk spun around, but only saw residual energy, no sign of the enemy. He looked up at the sky with a startled expression, realizing the monster's true position. Kwabna had climbed to the very top of the skyscraper, taking the highest position to unleash disaster upon his opponent. He gathered a crimson energy before his chest, unleashing his signature skill that would make any new player want to quit the game immediately upon seeing it. Kwabna spread his arms wide, activating multi-energy cannon, creating a barrage of destructive orbs that surrounded him. Do-hyuk plunged his sword into the ground, bracing against the pressure, while the viewers burst out laughing because the skill name Tunguska explosion sounded too cheesy. Do-hyuk smirked challengingly, admitting that his opponent's aggressive nature was still exactly the same as before. Kwabna pointed downwards, his eyes burning, as he acknowledged that Do-hyuk had shed his noob phase to become a worthy opponent. He hovered amidst the energy circle, offering the highest praise for his enemy's warrior spirit. All the energy poured down like a flood, engulfing the small Do-hyuk, accompanied by the skill name Super Tunguska, which left the viewers speechless for the second time. Do-hyuk braced himself against the blinding light, shouting at his opponent to save those cheesy words until after he had actually won. Do-hyuk activated Ascension, standing tall amidst the eye of the energy storm like an immortal god defying all limits. Kwabna's eyes widened as he watched his HP bar plummet, unable to believe his destructive attack was useless against his opponent. He screamed desperately as he saw the deathly 0.5% HP figure appear above his head, signaling the end was near. In despair, Kwabna poured all his strength into unleashing his final magnetic cannon, madly attempting to drag his opponent down with him. Do-hyuk lowered his center of gravity, hand on his sword hilt, preparing to meet his enemy's wrath with the demeanor of a master. His face was cold as he provocatively asked who was truly cornered in this game. The sword gleamed. Do-hyuk drew his blade so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, creating a perfect cut. A sharp sword strike cleaved both space and Kwabna's demigod body in two, shattering all his attempts at resistance. Kwabna gritted his teeth bitterly, realizing he had been utterly defeated by his opponent's overwhelming skill. The ultimate skill, Moonlight Slash, tore through the virtual city, creating a breathtaking scene of destruction that left everyone holding their breath. The stands erupted, the electronic scoreboard flashing wildly at Do-hyuk's unbelievable comeback. The commentator screamed himself hoarse, witnessing the Dragon Emperor fall so easily before the rookie's power. Do-hyuk stood proudly over his opponent's body, sarcastically asking if that was all he had. The absolute victory notification appeared. Do-hyuk ended the match with a flawless win, not losing a single drop of blood. Back in reality, Kwabna emerged from the capsule with a furious outburst that terrified everyone. Do-hyuk stepped out to a warm welcome, officially becoming the new king who dethroned the undefeated legend. Kwabna gruffly brushed the commentator's hand aside, advancing towards his opponent with a menacing expression. He stood towering before Do-hyuk, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere as if a big fight was about to break out. Do-hyuk was bewildered, not understanding what this defeated opponent was planning to do next after losing so thoroughly. Kwabna still couldn't swallow his defeat. He pressed, asking how on earth he had been defeated so easily. Do-hyuk merely smirked meaningfully, appearing mysterious like a true master. He stood proudly, pointing to the sky, looking down at his defeated opponent, and asking if that attitude wasn't a bit too aggressive. Kwabna gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, thinking his opponent was mocking him after winning the match. Do-hyuk maintained his mocking smile, asking in return who was really causing trouble here. He began to lecture with a cool-sounding philosophy about this world full of monsters. Do-hyuk pointed his thumb at himself, grandly declaring that he was the monster who hunted other monsters. Kwabna broke out in a cold sweat, stunned into silence by the concept of a monster predator that Do-hyuk had just presented. Memories flooded back like a torrent. Kwabna recalled his glorious undefeated streak, where he was always revered as the strongest monster, unmatched by anyone. He suddenly realized that his grandmother's prophecy from years ago might not have been about the end of the world, but a warning about his own arrogance. Do-hyuk waved his hands frantically in front of Kwabna, wondering if this guy was lagging or falling asleep mid-conversation, making him so silent. Kwabna suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, tears streaming down his face from the sheer excitement of the truth he had just realized. He admitted that Do-hyuk was also a monster, and the only one who made him feel such pressure, while Do-hyuk looked at him as if he were an alien. Kwabna turned his back and walked away, declaring war for next time, ignoring Do-hyuk who was about to pounce on him for his rude attitude. The argument echoed outside the building, as Do-hyuk accused his opponent of dirty play by spitting. while the host tried to gloss over it to finish the award ceremony. Do-hyuk received the championship trophy to thunderous applause from the viewers, his smile professional but his heart still bitter about what had just happened. Tsuki watched the golden trophy from afar with longing eyes, muttering regrets about accidentally summoning the Demon King. Do-hyuk turned around, bewildered, when he heard a strange noise from the stands. Tsuki quickly changed the subject, announcing the shocking news that Kwabna had retracted his decision to retire after the recent loss. Tsuki announced the hot news that Kwabna had begun training intensely for revenge, while Do-hyuk still held the golden trophy with a calm expression. Beyond pointed to his face with pride, proclaiming himself the self-proclaimed second disciple, and considering Do-hyuk his spiritual master. 3 fanboys, Beyond, Tsuki, and Cross, surrounded Do-hyuk, excitedly proclaiming themselves the alliance of self-proclaimed disciples number 2, 3, and 4. The group regretted the absence of the Grand Disciple Sword Saint to form a perfect oath, leaving Do-hyuk to merely force a laugh to move past the topic. Tsuki and Cross enthusiastically invited Do-hyuk to join their professional team, thinking he was about to debut. Do-hyuk immediately threw a bucket of cold water on the fanboys, with the blunt declaration that he would quit playing Iron Fist. All 3 self-proclaimed disciples gaped in unison, utterly shocked by their idol's cruel decision, as if they had been dumped by a lover. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating as he tried to explain the real reason behind this shocking decision. Ji-an shouted with joy from the building's rooftop when she saw her brother return with glory. Do-hyuk tossed a gift onto the table with the swagger of a big winner. Ji-an was dazzled by the radiant glow emanating from the brand-new, sparkling Louis Vuitton handbag. The younger sister wondered why her dear brother had refused such a lucrative offer from the professional league. Do-hyuk replied nonchalantly with the timeless reason of a true businessman, because there wasn't much money to be made there. Ji-an still didn't understand, pressing him about the huge fixed salary that the teams had promised. Do-hyuk explained that the contract would bind him, requiring him to ask for permission every time he wanted to earn more from other games. Ji-an nodded in agreement, realizing that being a freelancer, milking money from advertisements and sponsorships, was much more profitable. She curiously asked which game her brother planned to jump into next to continue his money-milking career. Do-hyuk flashed a cunning smile, boasting that he had just landed a lucrative sponsored stream deal. The doorbell rang just as Do-hyuk concluded that he would temporarily grind the game Monster Buddies while waiting. The doorbell rang with a dry sound, and the screen displayed the silhouette of a mysterious female guest waiting outside. From the camera's perspective, a black-haired girl was patiently ringing the doorbell, her identity still a mystery to the homeowner. The door opened, and Rin Chiba appeared in the guise of a docile schoolgirl, timidly asking if this was Do-hyuk's lair. Do-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the dangerous acquaintance. He stammered her name while Ji-an peered curiously from behind. To maintain minimal politeness, Do-hyuk invited the guest inside and poured water, though his heart was racing due to her sudden appearance. He tried to stay calm, directly asking how on earth this swordswoman managed to find his private address. Rin nonchalantly revealed that the secret source was her self-proclaimed disciple Tsuki, who had enthusiastically provided his big brother's information to an outsider. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, silently cursing the loudmouth Tsuki for mercilessly selling him out. Noticing Do-hyuk's awkwardness, Rin innocently asked if her presence was causing any trouble for the homeowner. Do-hyuk brushed that aside, his eyes serious as he interrogated her about the real reason she had traveled all this way to find him. Rin bowed respectfully, switching to honorifics, which made the atmosphere in the living room eerily formal. She suddenly prostrated herself on the floor, performing a grand bow, an abrupt action that startled Do-hyuk. He rushed forward in a panic, intending to help her up, not understanding what on earth was going on in this eccentric swordswoman's head. Rin looked up with eyes burning with passion, recalling the ultimate techniques Moonlit Slash and Ascension that Do-hyuk had displayed at the tournament. She bowed her head to the floor again, earnestly begging Do-hyuk to accept her as his disciple and impart those supreme martial arts secrets. Do-hyuk quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her up, constantly yelling at her to calm down before things went too far. Rin's eyes suddenly turned dark and obsessive. She declared herself too lowly, and that asking to learn was an insult. In a fit of madness, Rin drew a dagger, intending to end her life and start anew in the next, causing Do-hyuk and his sister to scream in terror. Do-hyuk swiftly disarmed her, yelling helplessly that whenever swordsmanship was involved, this girl would go uncontrollably insane. Rin Chiba suddenly switched to romance novel heroine mode, her face flushed as she mumbled about old habits, making the atmosphere unusually rosy. She was immediately overcome by nausea, covering her mouth, while her mind had already jumped to naming children, leaving Do-hyuk completely frozen. Do-hyuk was in utter panic, caught between an older woman violently throwing up and his sister's grave misunderstanding. He cried out in vain to explain himself. The entire neighborhood was in an uproar as Rin Chiba screamed about naming their child Love, while Do-hyuk strained his neck arguing against the unjust verdict Ji-an had just declared. A moment later, the misunderstanding was cleared. Ji-an gave a wry smile and apologized for her wild thoughts as laughter echoed through the night sky. Do-hyuk clutched his swollen cheek, yelling indignantly because his sister had suddenly beaten him half to death for doing nothing wrong. Ji-an showed no remorse, even raising her fist to threaten him, asserting that his usual misbehavior was why he had lost all credibility. Ignoring his physical pain, Do-hyuk turned to Rin Chiba and asked a critical question about where she planned to stay tonight. A dignified sword saint, Rin Chiba now had to humble herself and beg to stay at Do-hyuk's house until she earned enough money. Both Do-hyuk and his sister were wide-eyed when they learned that this formidable woman was utterly penniless, traveling without a single coin. Do-hyuk sighed wearily, fully aware that a sword fanatic like her would never have a concept of saving or financial management. He clicked his tongue, accepting his fate, and decided to help her as a way to repay his debt of gratitude for secretly learning her moonlit slash technique in his previous life. Do-hyuk explained to Rin Chiba that he lived with his parents and couldn't house a stranger, then turned to call Ji-an. He declared that he would use the enormous prize money from the Evo tournament to rent a private house for Rin Chiba to stay in for the foreseeable future. Ji-an's eyes lit up in surprise upon hearing this, while Rin Chiba behind her turned bright red, her head steaming like a boiling kettle. Do-hyuk looked at the two girls' strange reactions with innocent eyes, not understanding what he had said wrong to make the atmosphere so heated. And immediately seized the opportunity to tease her brother for being infatuated with a strange girl, while Rin Chiba was lost in a daze, dreaming of a happy love nest. The family drama continued with humorous chibi speech bubbles. Rin Chiba remained immersed in her first love fantasy, ignoring Do-hyuk's frantic protests. Escaping the noisy reality, Do-hyuk logged into the game's waiting lobby, where a barrage of congratulatory messages for his championship win exploded across the screen. Do-hyuk smiled brightly, thanking his fans for their congratulations, and confirmed he would look for a private house for Rin after the stream. He frankly confirmed to the chat that he was officially retiring from Iron Fist because that game no longer had anything left for him to exploit. Do-hyuk excitedly announced that starting today, he would switch things up and grind a completely new game to seek thrills. That game was Overground, a chaotic deathmatch arena where all kinds of characters, from ancient warriors to sci-fi figures, tore each other apart. He clenched his fist with determination, choosing the companion who had once helped him reach the pinnacle of glory in the previous tournament. Do-hyuk immediately locked in Hoken, boldly declaring that he would use this trash character to climb to the top of the Overground server. The connection screen appeared while the chat channel screamed in despair, cursing him for choosing that disgusting Hoken character. The colossal transport plane roared as it glided across the island's sky, signaling that the connection process to the survival game was complete. Upon entering the waiting lobby, an armored knight immediately started taunting Do-hyuk for choosing a character like Hoken, who was ranked as trash. The cyborg user next to him also lectured condescendingly that this game map was vast, and without gliding or teleportation skills, one would only eat dirt. The knight added a stinging remark that short-ranged fighters like Hoken wouldn't have long-distance movement skills to keep up. The knight proudly thumped his chest, boasting that he belonged to the Soul class, which had the skill to summon warhorses, and even came with a basic sword and shield combo from the game. He pointed to the mages with their magic staffs and the marksmen, fully equipped with firearms to illustrate the unfairness of the starting gear. Do-hyuk stood there, wide-eyed, listening to the knight's judgment that unarmed melee fighters like him were useless trash that few bothered to play. The knight looked at Do-hyuk with a mix of pity and disdain, wondering what he intended to do with that garbage character. A 5,001 donation popped up, sarcastically asking if he was getting paid for an advertisement. Do-hyuk smiled brightly and immediately waved, admitting it. He shamelessly declared that as long as the money was in his account, dignity didn't matter. Anyone who didn't like watching could just keep donating to curse him, for his amusement. Do-hyuk launched himself out of the plane along with numerous other opponents, still not forgetting to yell, urging everyone to keep pumping in donations. The system coldly warned that characters from the fighting game had been abandoned, were not power-balanced, and only had pathetic basic stats. Do-hyuk plunged headfirst, ignoring gravity, while the chat screamed for him to open his parachute, yet still enthusiastically donated for this risky stunt. He bared his teeth in a greedy grin, his face distorted by the wind, declaring that he would farm players faster than anyone else instead of safely deploying a parachute like the noobs. Do-hyuk spread the flaps of his martial arts uniform like wings, employing the ridiculous flying squirrel strategy to reduce his speed, defying the laws of physics. The viewers cursed him as insane, saying that flimsy cloth shirt could never replace a specialized parachute, telling him to stop showing off. A peculiar yellow-headed figure, Nev, floating in the air, was disturbed by the noise. He complained about not even being able to play the game in peace while rushing a deadline. Do-hyuk grabbed Nev's leg as a foothold, making him shriek like an alarm siren from the unexpected collision with the uninvited guest. Nev frantically screamed that the world would be destroyed if this sensitive posture was exposed, utterly terrified by Do-hyuk's perversion. Do-hyuk forcefully stepped on Nev to gain momentum for his jump, muttering a perfunctory apology before leaving the victim flailing in midair. He plunged straight down onto an armored soldier who was gliding, startling the opponent who couldn't comprehend what was falling on his head. A sky-shattering kick landed squarely on the armored soldier's helmet, creating a jarring impact sound that left him dazed. Do-hyuk swiftly snatched the victim's high-tech shield the moment they collided, his movements as smooth as a professional thief. He immediately used the stolen shield as an airboard, leaving the armored soldier to free fall to the ground in bewilderment. A bald gunner on the ground was utterly terrified, hastily emptying his pistol at the madman plummeting from the sky like a meteor. The useless bullets ricocheted off the sturdy shield Do-hyuk had just plundered, causing no damage whatsoever. Do-hyuk swung the large shield, creating a terrifying whooshing sound, preparing for a devastating aerial impact. He slammed the shield directly into the bald gunner's head, the dry impact sound signaling an instant demise. The landing was so powerful it shattered the roof, dust billowing up like a bomb explosion, burying the unfortunate soul beneath. A rifleman standing nearby gaped in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat as he watched Do-hyuk burst through the ceiling with the massive shield. Do-hyuk stood proudly over the defeated opponent's corpse, treating his life as a taxi fare to the underworld while the system announced the opening kill.